my goodness. It's time. I got early access, people. Look at this. It's a sea elemental. Oh my gosh. We're finally here. Look at this bad boy. Perfect vigor. Bonus versus infantry 20. The writhing mist gives a leadership debuff and melee defense debuff. Sick. Immune to contact effects. 30% physical resist, 20% missile resist. So resist 50% of damage, which means against ranged, it's kind of like a low armor monster. We'll see if it just gets shot to death. But the first thing I want to show you guys is what it can do to black orcs. Take a look. Let's see if we send this guy in. It's not bad. Damage is pretty good. Look at that. Does it kill black orcs? Also, yeah, we are streaming to the right channel, right? Double checking. But yeah, it's not bad. Gets the black orcs down to, see, 3 black orcs down to like half HP. The big thing though is when it dies. Let me see if I can actually replicate that. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. Chat's alive. I'm like, where's chat? Yo, take a look at this. Take a look-see. So when this thing dies, it has an ability. Yeah, so it's kind of weird. Okay, so it has a thing where it summons Oceanids when it's below 25% health. So it summons these little guys. But also, this thing explodes. It explodes on death, and it does like a lot of damage. Can we see it? Come on. Yeah, this thing does not die. Look at that leadership. Okay, yeah, it crumbles at like 10% HP. But... okay, yeah, that explosion actually didn't do that much. The unit itself, though, is not bad. Uh, 1600 sitting on black orcs. Not the worst. Not the worst. Also, by the way, we'll be playing games against Turn later. But first things first, unit analysis. So take a look. We got sea elementals. They cost 1900. We got normal oceanids, which cost more than Treekin. We were discussing this the other day. Does it have fire resist? This has fire resist 20%. Oceanids also have fire resist 20%. So against Chaos Dwarves, even with their magic attacks, it's still resisting 40% of the damage. For those of you that want a rough metric of do these guys take damage from ranged attacks? Let's see. Let's see if they actually hold against ranged attacks. Hey, what's up? Very excited for this? Oh my goodness. I've been waiting for so long. Oh man, the DLC release schedule is so slow, but all right. Take a look. So do they survive archers? They have 0 armor, but they have physical resist. The answer is mildly. Like they take a normal amount of damage from archers. They lose like, okay, here's the thing though, right? Like a unit of Treekin is way tankier. These guys lost almost half HP to 2 archers here. And then against gunpowder, right? Yeah, it's not like they're invincible. But it's not like they melt to damage either. For 1100, would I say that's like amazing? TBD, right? It is a perfect vigor unit. But like, I don't know. I think they're definitely not like super resistant when it comes to getting shot to death. But it's all right, you know. Like they, you know, it's a very okay unit. What's insane though is Aislinn, and you know what? I think one of the best ways to actually showcase him is to go to the replays. So I managed to get a few replays in with the Lore Master of Sotek. So we can actually cover some battles early before we go into the matches against Turin. He's going to be covering some units, and then after that, we'll be doing the deep dive. But take a look at this. So fun fact. Aislinn has this ability. Master of Mists in multiplayer, which is a 100% range, 25% damage, 20% reload reduction ability that you can cast on your range units in the 35-meter bubble. So I brought a bunch of archers. We have a Mist Mage. Oh yeah, yo, magic analysis. Oh, this is my jam. This is insane. Walk Between Worlds is just a better Flesh of Stone. So Flesh of Stone is 8 Winds of Magic, 60% physical resist for 19 seconds. If you go for the Mist Magic, it's basically the same amount of physical resist, but 2 Winds of Magic cheaper, gives you speed, Strider, and it has a 1-second cast time. This is just Flesh to Stone on steroids, man. It's insane. It's actually a good... It's actually a good buff spell. For once. For once. And all they had to do was make Flesh of Stone look weak sauce. You can overcast it to make it last 44 seconds, which is bonkers duration time. Cast this on your sea elementals. It'd be pretty great. Then you have, you have Ladriel's Shroud, which is a vigor boost. You can also heal units with it. This is okay. It's nothing too crazy, but vigor reduction is kind of cool. This is kind of just a direct damage spell. It can slow, though. So for 12 Winds of Magic, you can slow a unit by 45 for 30 seconds. That might be really useful. If you just cast this on a cavalry unit, they're just not going anywhere for 30 seconds. With any other slows, they're just pinned down forever. We already covered Walk Between Worlds. Flensing Har is interesting. 48-second armor debuff, but the missile block chance reduction could be really cool. It's another spreading spell, though, so it might not actually hit a lot of dudes. This one's questionable. I think Plague of Rust is just better, but reducing missile block chance is kind of cool. Dragon Princes will love this. Oh yeah, Dragon Princes with this? Holy crap, 44 seconds. Yeah, I think if you take this, and then you get the Vigor healing, you could really kill it with some cav. And then you have Writhing Mist, which is insane missile block chains. So 30 block chains in an area around them. This is different from missile resist because cannonballs will punch right through. Or you can cast it on enemies. It has an effect range, so you can actually cast it in a blob or something and it'll hit everything. But 10 Winds of Magic for a 8 leadership debuff is okay. Also reduces melee defense though. So it's interesting. I don't know how useful it'll be considering the price, but it's not bad. And this one's just a summon, which is probably going to be good. Summons are usually just solid. But yeah, let me show you exactly what's going on here. So we got Aislinn. He also has a rally ability, which will rally units after they break. It doesn't rally them from Shattered, but it rallies them from routing. We have Sail here. He has Night Maw, which is it's a Wolfric's Boat 2.0. he has this ability, which is just a 600 damage missile snipe ability. So you can see Sotek's casting it here. It's basically undodgeable, and it does like 600 damage. Very annoying, but he only has 2 casts, so it's basically like a bound Spirit Leech. Wind Blast, by the way, has a Windstruct effect now. Wind Blast slows units now, which is interesting. And then other than that, yeah, he's backstabbing sorcery. That's going to deal a little bit of damage every time I cast a spell. But you may have noticed my archers. So I used the ability on them with Aislinn, and yeah, my archers popped off. They just routed off the Marauder Great Weapons from this range. Now, it's a little weird if you cast the ability. Yeah, if you also, he has a Dreadmaw. Dreadmaw is real cool. I'll go into that later. But yeah, if you cast the ability and they're hiding behind a hill, the shots will arc a lot. I don't really know how I feel about that, but a lot of them miss. It's kind of crazy though. For the price of that one ability and a bunch of archers, you can just snipe whatever you want. It's kind of insane. It's only one use though. But yeah, you have to be in the content creator program to get early access. But yeah, it's pretty insane. I feel like I'm not sure if it's busted yet. I'm pretty sure it will be once people really learn how to use it. Oh yeah, you guys are gonna love the Sky Cutters, by the way. They're OP. The Sky Cutters are kind of OP. I'll show them off. You know, you'll see. But yeah, we got Bjorg Bear struck over here. He gets melee defense just by sitting in melee. He has bonus versus large 20. This guy's insane. He has ward save, so he has a 40% ward save on an activated ability. He does not die. We send Aislinn on him. He just chills forever. Also, by the way, there's our... I think I cast a physical resist thing or something. I don't know. Yeah, there's so much going on. The crazy thing, though... So, Sky Cutters are crazy. So, they deal like over 100 damage against large targets. They're mostly armor piercing. And basically what you get is just a unit of flying bolt throwers. The mic is cutting. Is the mic cutting? Oh wait, also we don't have a... We don't have in-game audio. Let me fix that real quick. Let's see our sound. Yeah, I hope they don't over nerf OP units, but okay, wait, let me fix my in-game audio real quick. Okay, there you go. You guys can hear the in-game audio now. Mic is fine. All right, good. But yeah, Sky Cutters are insane. I wouldn't say like they're like, you know, beyond imagination OP, but they're definitely pretty strong because their melee stats are quite high. So 32 melee attack, 38 melee defense, and a whopping 60 charge bonus means that these guys can actually kind of fight in melee. You also have a Sea Elemental here. He's popping off. Sea Elementals also feel really strong on account of having armor piercing. Aislinn's ability feels really strong. Honestly, the High Elves in general are going to be eating real nice on launch. I'm sure CA will, you know, get their balance patch in afterwards. Also, look at that. Dude, each bolt thrower volley is like a free Spirit Leech. Like, Lords are just gonna get perma-sniped, man. These guys are actually Scourgejoiner Chariots in the air. The thing is, it is not too hard to dodge your shots. So if you're like, if you can keep distance, it's not bad. But I think if you micro well with these guys, it's really hard to ward them off. You can see Sotek targeted my Sky Cutters with his skirmishers, but they don't actually do that much damage to them. They're just so ludicrously tanky at 80 armor that normal Marauder horsemen. They just don't really do well. And you might think that, like, okay, yeah, it's you know, it's a skirmish unit, they can't fight, but no, they beat other skirmish units because that insane charge bonus that they get from momentum too. So this on the charge, it increases their mass by 50% and their speed by 30, and their charge bonus. So like straight up, you can use sky cutters and just YOLO them into skirmish cavalry, and they win. Which may be a little insane. I think if they just get a price increase, it's not too bad. They don't do too well if they get counter charge too, by the way. But if they get the charge, they kind of crush it. See Elemental 2. This thing's specifically really good because it's a single entity monster with perfect vigor. Yeah, they have 60 armor, man. So you need armor piercing to kill these guys. I think all factions that are bad against air, this is like this is worse than a gyrocopter. Look at this. So he gets a manticore, right? He sends them onto my sky cutters. We run away from the manticore for a bit. I'm gonna spoil it now. If you charge a manticore with 2 sky cutters, they kill the manticore. So also, by the way, you can see we just routed off Sail with some more bolt bars. But yeah, no, seriously, they can kill manticores. I don't know what to say. Imagine if gyrocopters could melee manticores to death. It's pretty crazy. Do sea elementals and dread maws share the same animations? I'm pretty sure it's different. I haven't looked at it, but like it seems like they move very distinctly. Even if they do share the same skeleton, I think they look different enough. Also, if you clip under the ground, you can't see the dread maw, sadly, but yeah, it's terrifying. So like, look at this. It's like I'm running away from the manticore. I'm like, oh no, the manticore is gonna kill me. He summons a chimera, which is the new Norskin air unit. It's okay, by the way. It's nothing too crazy. It's just you know, it's a manticore with a breath attack. Stats are relatively simple. It has poison and magic attacks and such. But yeah, I think it's about here when I'm like, you know what? Let's just see what happens if I charge the manticore. Do you see that damage? Mind you, this is my skirmish kite unit against the manticore. Do you see how much damage they took? They took basically nothing. They have skirmishers parked underneath them. And I YOLO'd into the manticore and I took half its HP off. Not to mention, they have ludicrous speed, so you can just disengage whenever you want. It's insane. These guys are crazy. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This unit is like... I swear, my theory, all right, my theory is that I feel like because CA, I don't know if they have like, you know, super Sweat Lord players, right? But like, I think in the hands of an ultimate Sweat Lord, you can get so much insane value out of these guys, similar to Scourge Runner Chariots being really good. Because in campaign, these guys are not going to seem super good. But I feel like if you really Sweat Lord it, they're crazy. How expensive are they? As much as the Oceanids. They cost like in like the 1300 range, I think, for the bolt throwers. And I can show you how good they are at charging infantry. It's ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. But yeah, you know, I'm just sending them into melee using their ludicrous charge bonus. Acelin's pretty sick. I don't know how he has a base 61 melee defense, but he's kind of a Chad. Sea Elemental. Just indestructible, man. Having perfect vigor on a big monster is insane. This thing's crazy, man. Dude, High Elves are crazy. Norska's okay, and Slanesh is more or less the same, is my quick judgment. But yeah, they are flying chariots. This is not really a flying chariot, though. This is basically a unit of 4 eagles stacked on top of each other. And a bolt thrower. Like, imagine if you had a unit of 4 eagles and then you glued bolt throwers onto them. They do everything. Though I'm sure, like, I don't know, someone will like final transmute them. They do have a lot of HP though. So look at that sea elemental popping off. He gets a Dreadmaw here, by the way. Dreadmaw's okay. It's actually pretty good at getting value. It has a burrow and an unburrow. Unburrow does 12 damage AoE. It's quite big though. So like the Dreadmaw, it's kind of like the like Dwarven rune magic. Wrath and Ruin. It does a little bit of damage. It kind of pokes, and it doesn't die, kind of like the Runesmith. But it's not like a mega DPS unit. It does have terror though, which is nice. Oh yeah, no, High Elf Air Force is gonna be extremely meta. Absolutely. I think everyone's gonna go for the mega High Elf Air Force. Also, by the way, Murworms are also kind of crazy. I don't think they're OP. You know, they're kind of like any other big monster. They can get shot to death and all that. But its stats are pretty good, and it has regeneration, so it tends to stick around in the fight quite a bit. Get some pretty cool belly flops. See, another attack animation. Yeah, there you go. Bites Dreadmaw. I think it's good because it's on a roster that doesn't have a big ground SE. It's also massive. You can see it's actually beating up the Dreadmaw pretty well. But yeah, it's quite fast. So it's 75 speed. It has really good melee attack and weapon strength. I think Murworm will be good. I think people will go Alariel plus Murworm and just heal it. Heal it for days. But yeah, the biggest thing though is that he has regeneration baked in. He is weak to fire though. Poor guy gets a little dry. But yeah. I guess he does have a missile block chance. And a leadership reduction aura of -4. This guy costs 3,000, by the way. So you can basically treat him like a Dreadsaurian. He's technically cheaper. I feel like he might be less fighty though. Like the Shredder of Lestria, I think is better because it has that leadership debuff, which is super nice. But yeah, a lot of real interesting stuff. You can see here he chases off poor Acelin. He dies, but we win this game because we just have a bunch of big SEs. High Elves are definitely, like, I think everyone's cooked, man. High Elves are both a Scourge Runner Kite faction now, and a big SE faction, and a healing faction. The only thing they don't have is super great infantry. But yeah, let me show off the insanity that is Sky Cutter. So the normal Sky Cutter is 1100. The Bolt Thrower Sky Cutter is 1300. The normal Sky Cutter has just basic archers. It doesn't do that much damage, but as a melee unit, it's still insane. So let's say you have a bunch of Khorne Marauders here, right? You know, like High Elves need some way of clearing infantry. Let's see. Are the Sky Cutters busted or not? How are the Lords? Lords are pretty cool. I think Acelin's range attack boost is insane. Shredder of Lustria has impact damage on cavalry. I think the Murworm will have impact damage on cavalry just based on its animations, but we'll see. Anyways, so I want you guys to see this real quick. So these guys have this momentum, right? Their charge speed is pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's actually ever gonna catch this unit. Literally, as a ground chariot, this might be better than an air chariot. I will remind you, there are Chaos Warriors of Khorne mixed into here. In the hands of a good player, I'm pretty sure we're cooked. I'm pretty sure we're cooked. Something about this unit literally flying through these guys at 111 speed. This is one of the things where I think CA needs like a Sweat Lord player to really abuse this a bit. Because, yeah, if they get that charge bonus, like, look at this. Look at this. This costs 2,400 gold, all right? It costs the same amount as, like, 2 questing knights. That's insane. That's insane. I think once they get a little tired, though, they don't charge up the ability as much anymore. But, yeah, seriously, if you get that charge bonus, it's crazy. Are you volunteering? I'd happily volunteer, but I don't think C listens to my to my suggestions. Well, they do listen to my suggestions, but I think it's probably because there's a lot of other factors too that they don't implement everything. I think last I checked, the spectator system and the gold value tracker is still broken, but there are some things that I want to go over that I think is nice. I do have a little spreadsheet here. I think if you charge the unit behind, that's how you get them. Yeah. So if you charge the unit behind, that's how you get their insane charge through. But like seriously, if you just use this unit as a ground chariot, it's already kind of insane. Like, look at that. Look at that. These are Chaos Warriors. They're supposed to have high mass. They're clowning on them. They're absolutely clowning on them. All entities and models still alive. Oh, yeah. So you can heal these guys up. I did play a game against Sotek with Alariel and Skycutters. Yeah, these are Scourge Runners 2.0, man. This is Scourge Runners into Oblivion. We're doomed. Is that the most OP unit from the new DLC? Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Most people are not good enough to actually use this unit to its maximum effectiveness. I'm sure in campaign, people will still be complaining that this unit's not strong enough. Maybe not, though. Its stats are pretty good, but yeah, they lose entities super slow. But yeah, I feel like this is a situation where they might have gone overtuned because of campaign. I want the unit to still be good in campaign. What they should do is just increase the price in multiplayer. They should just increase the yeah. They should just increase the price in multiplayer. But yeah, that's crazy. 0 kills. I literally only lost entities because of friendly fire. But yeah, I feel like in campaign though, people aren't sweat lording with chariots in general. We've had a few phases where CA buff chariots and then they become OP in multiplayer. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. There is one thing though, you know, as much as we're gonna give some bad news. Well, it's not the worst news, right? Honestly, multiplayer scene, we'll just limit the unit. It's not the end of the world. These guys are insane, though. Oh my gosh, these guys have magic attacks. They have magic ammunition. All right, but... So let me bring up the list. The DLC checklist, right? Okay, so spectator update. Spectator update is a negative. Spell update is... plus and minus. They changed some spells, but not a lot. Ability balancing is a minus. Skaven, though, got a buff. So Skaven, we can say the Storm Vermin costs 950. Halberds are 950. Sword and board is 850. They now cost the cheaper or as cheap as great swords. How much are great swords? Great swords are 850. Yeah, so they're the same price as great swords now. Now, great swords are not great, and Storm Vermin are probably worse than them. So I think even at 850, I don't know if this is good. But Skaven did get a buff. There was no Warp Grinder buff. No Plague Monk buff. I don't know if they changed a lot else. But it seems pretty mild, all things considered. We'll look at leashing fixes in a second. But the thing I really want to show... So there was, in times past, there was a very annoying thing before, where if you charge a foot character with a big single entity... Also, yeah, Storm Vermin should be cheaper. They were way overpriced before. I think Skaven would only take them out of necessity, but... Take a look. So, on the current patch, if you get Boris and you charge a Lord, right? And he knocks them down, he'll overshoot. Like, he'll run over them, and then he'll, like, fly back in the air, and then it'll be really awkward. Did you see what just happened there? Did you see what just happened? So when Boris attacked her, right? Let's see if I can get an attack animation. When Boris attacked her and he knocked her down. Oh, wait. Come on. Yeah. Oh, wait. And... Oh, come on. Just get knocked down, lady. Get knocked down, please. Okay, that time he did walk over. All right, let's... Wait, let's restart. It's not perfect, by the way. Sometimes SCs will still walk over. But it seems like they added some bit of code or behavior that makes it where units try to not overshoot their target as much. It's not perfect, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. Let's see if we can replicate it again. They are pretty hard to knock down nowadays. Come on. Yeah, so she got knocked down. Yeah, so you see how he walked over her that time. So it's not perfect. It's not perfect. It sometimes happens. Okay, so she gets knocked down. Will he overshoot? Not perfect. It's not perfect, but sometimes. Sometimes it works. She got knocked down. Oh, he's looking around. Oh. They haven't fixed a thing where SCs will kind of look around a bit and not actually point at the target. That's not fixed. Okay, yeah. Will this work? It only works sometimes. I'll take it though. Wishful thinking world now. I swear it works. This lady just needs to get knocked down properly. Did they fix range units bugging out? Oh yeah, we'll show off range units too. We have yeah. All right, maybe if we put them on ground. Yeah, maybe it only works if she's not broken. Okay, wait. I'm gonna charge her in the back, and I think that'll knock her down. Or maybe while she's moving, instead of braced. All right, so if Boris does this, oh my gosh, come on. The knockdown fixes really helped. Okay, yeah, there you go. Right, so you see she knocked down. You see how he's standing there patiently? Yeah, there we go. We got it. We got it. So every once in a while, right, your lord, your big SE lord, they will stand there patiently instead of running past the unit and then awkwardly maneuvering. It seems like if they route, maybe that behavior doesn't work as well. But if you have big lords, they should run over guys slightly less often now. He has 3 brain cells, yes. His mind has expanded. Much like the Grinch, it has tripled in size. It's still rather small, but they, yeah. Yeah, behavior after knocking down is going to be ever so slightly better. I think, yeah, let's check with Nakari real quick. Does it work with the big monster lords? Oh my goodness. Get an undead lord who can't route. Yeah, well, I want a unit that's light. Oh my god, she does not get knocked down. Did they change that? Did they make them even more resistant to knockdown? She is not getting knocked down at all. Did they change that? Are these lords just unknockdownable? Because I would dig that. That would actually be really nice. There's a little bit of a foot lord meta. But if you can actually kill foot lords now with big SEs, I'll take it. That's great. They might have made them even more sturdier than before, but let's see. Let's get another attack here. Holy crap, she does not want to get knocked down. Okay, yeah, so she got knocked down. Oh, look at the menace. Oh my god, that's so menacing. The car just standing there. Yes. Yes. Yo, that's so menacing. Wait. Can I wait, let me look at the replay. The car just standing there looking over them. Oh my god. Yeah, so that means all big single entity lords are going to be easier to micro now. Before, you had to actively manage it. Are you showing us your beloved Slanesh now? Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Yeah, I think it was this attack. Let's get the money shot. Yeah, so if Nakari knocks down the Lord, oh my god, just like get up, get back up, and then boom, baby. Yo, that's so sick. That's so sick. That's a huge change. That's a huge change. Honestly, going into this expecting nothing. That is, yeah, that is, yeah, SE overshooting. That's fixed. That's fixed. We can say that's actually something that they did. Huge. Get up, peasant. Oh my god. Yo, that's so good. That's actually a massive quality of life change. The question is though, let's see here. Did bloated corpses or hydras get buffed? Let's see. So I can confirm bloat still costs 350. Dang it, CA. Oh man, every patch to talk about bloats. Oh hey, Necrofex costs 100 cheaper. That's not gonna change much, but yeah. But yeah, that's a super nice thing. That's a huge W for CA, all right? As much as we may go over some L's today, that's a massive dub. Massive, massive dub. Banned units. Did they get nerfed and fixed? Did they change Arrows of Kurnos? Looks similar. Does this guy cost the same? Okay, I don't know if they changed Waystalkers. Let's see. There's like the Mammoth bug. We can check that later. I think for Norska, Ice Wolf Chariot's got a price increase, so that's pretty cool. Doombolt. If we take a look at the Doombolt, also you can take a quick look at the rosters to see if I missed anything. But did they nerf Doombolts? I think... Does this cost more magic than before, or is it the same? If they didn't change Doombolt, that's a huge L for CA. Considering this is one of the only times Domination and Land Battle agree on something. If they didn't nerf Doombolt, then I really don't know. I don't know what they're doing. But you guys can tell me. Looks the same. It's still 100% AP. Yeah. Same spell? God dang it, CA. Everybody agrees. Everybody and their mother agrees that Doombolt is not seeing any play in multiplayer because it's banned. Can't see all the little stats. I don't know, like maybe they changed the explosion radius, but at the end of the day, it's still like, here, let me put this lady on a horse, all right, and then I'll just Doombolt her face. Maybe it was like double hitting or something before, I don't know. Might have a smaller radius. Dude, the radius doesn't matter, man. People care about the fact that it just two-shots your lord, right? The radius thing, okay, it matters a little bit, but it doesn't matter that much. Maybe it's less accurate. I don't know. Let's see this. Let's actually cast it before we write them off. So 5-second cast time. And then we're gonna see it get cast, and holy crap! Yeah, that's Doombolt. that's Doombolt. No one can tell me that's not just Doombolt. That's just your average Doombolt. She couldn't dodge it either. She got smacked in the face. Yeah, no, that's still ban worthy. Even though I feel like maybe you can counterplay it, the community's gonna hate that, right? Like, come on. You had one job, man. Everyone agreed that sucks. Hydra buff. Is Hydra better in the slightest? I think the Hydra's the same. Is it faster, guys? Wait, did the Hydra get a speed boost? Quickly, someone open up Warhammer. Did it always have 46 speed? Wasn't it slower before? I'm not entirely sure. Otherwise, I think it might still be the same Hydra. It's the same? Alright, so that's an L on the floats and stuff. Let's go over to range units now. All right, so we're gonna try out range unit line of sight and range unit general maneuverability and the like. So the big thing to look at here: can these guys actually see what they want to shoot, right? Ranged units is a big thing. Because people even on Reddit are constantly begging CA to fix range units. It's not just me. So I feel like, you know, this thing is actually quite important. So first things first, if you have range units and you move them and then you give a right click, how do they act? So far, not bad, not bad. You can see they actually reform pretty well. So if I'm running away and I'm like, oh crap, I want to shoot them, how do they react? That's not that bad. This one's kind of janking a bit. This is not definitive yet. We can't say definitively if it's fixed, but wait, that's actually. Wait, I swear I tested this earlier and it wasn't working. Did they fix it? Did they like put out like a mini patch or something and then it fixed? That's not bad. That's not bad, but this you know, range issues are very awkward at times. All right, so let's send these guys into melee. If I just right click here, will they get line of sight? No scuttling? What if I right click this unit? Little bit of a reposition to the side, but they didn't walk forwards. That's good. Were they firing before finishing ranks? I think they were mostly finishing ranks. What if I shoot this unit in the distance? So there's a unit in the way and I have a unit nearby. Weird. They're still shooting this guy, but they're still shooting. If I give a right click, a little bit of a scuttle. Maybe? Maybe? Wait. Yo, okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. I don't know what this unit's doing, but that's not bad so far. Wait, okay, wait. Ultimate test. There's one thing I can check. Rip engineer, yeah. There's one thing I can check here. So if we get the AI on sandbox and we go for the classic, right? So this one we've seen many times before because I always show it off. If you have Kemmler and you're playing as the Tomb Kings, and you have a bone giant and a sphinx. Did they make this slightly more expensive? I think they might have. But okay. Okay, this would be huge if true. Yeah, it still seems like they're trying to shoot. Did they fix range units? Did they fix range units? Wait, I really want to see this. Did they actually do it? Is line of sight better? Yo, that would be the biggest thing. I don't care if they do nothing for multiplayer, but if they fix line of sight, I would be so happy. All right, so first things first, right? If we get the bone giant, let's make sure that he moves properly. So let's say I just give a right click to Kemmler here. You can see he properly pivots. All right, so that's pretty normal. And then he's going to try to shoot Kemmler. So last time we checked, if I parked a Kembrian War Sphinx beside Kemmler and we kind of hug him like so, the bone giant doesn't want to shoot Kemmler because he's like, oh crap, the Sphinx is too close. Put the arrow back. He put the arrow back and no line of sight. Oof. Oof. You're telling me this guy? You can't see this? That's not good enough? That's not good enough. He's right there, buddy. He's right there. The distance? Well, yeah, this feels like he should be able to shoot Kemmler, right? Yeah, this is a proper test. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. I brought this up months ago to CA. It's not fixed, which means if they did get my feedback, they felt like it wasn't important enough. Though, oh, yeah, and he puts it back. Up, and he puts it back. Yeah. Boo! Boo! Oh, man. All right, well, that's kind of unfortunate. As much as they put in some fixes, there's many things that are still absolutely broken. Let's try out something like, let's try out Crane Gunners against Graveguard. Yeah, the cat, I can understand if the cat is in front of Kemmler slightly, that the bone giant doesn't shoot, but when it's literally behind him, I feel like the bone giant should just shoot. Like, that's a situation where you look at it and you're like, yeah, you should be able to shoot, right? Like, you know, there's no reason not to take the shot. The bone giant's accurate, man. All right, so if I do this real quick and then give an attack command, do they form up well? They form up pretty well. Can I, let's see here. Let's say I do this, give an attack command. Yeah, I checked it out before and I was able to replicate the sidestepping bug. Yeah, you see that? That's why I like to call the sidestepping bug. So the sidestepping bug is when you have a unit moving sideways here. This is a quality of life that I feel like is really impactful for single player too. But if I right click here, right? You see, sometimes they reform ranks, but sometimes I'm able to get the unit. Yeah, you see that when the arrow's on the right side? Yeah, see, why are they walking sideways? Why are they walking to the right? Because the unit thinks the front of the formation is over here. And then they're like, oh, we got to get there. So then they start walking sideways. This is a bug that I've replicated dozens of times. I've reported it to CA months ago. And it's still broken. Still broken, which means either we have a few explanations, right? You can be generous, you can be not generous. Let's just go over it. Either it's not important enough to them to fix, right? They're like, you know what? We don't care about you. That would be terrible. Or the bug is so hard to fix, they haven't been able to fix it, even after I've been reporting it consistently for like months. That's also terrible, right? If the game is so buggy that they can't fix basic movement for units, it means that it's going to be broken forever, right? Or maybe it's not in the patch yet. Maybe on launch it'll be there. I'm doubtful. Regardless, even if they do hear me, right? And I can be pretty sure C is really good at actually listening to my feedback. But getting it fixed, it seems like super slow. Super duper slow. It's good that they changed some unit behavior, but that's not, you know, that's not a great situation. Though yeah, you see that sidestepping again, right? This unit in particular, sometimes they have that weird sidestep. Oh, now they're all sidestepping. Oh my god. Yeah, that's super annoying. When you right click a unit and you want them to shoot, right? They should shoot. They should just pivot and shoot. They shouldn't be walking left or right. Yeah, that's real disappointing. So we go to the DLC checklist. Yeah, okay. So they buffed Skaven a bit. Did they buff Nurgle? Uncle for Uncle still 2000. Oh, that's sad. Any price reductions? Any quickly, does anyone see unit changes? Oh, they got the worshippers of the Crow great weapons. What are these guys? Swarmer flies in rage. Nice. They got the Norskin ROR. Is this the Nurgle buff? Any price changes on these guys? Yeah, we'll check out more line of sight, but it seems like even if there are improvements, there's still some glaring issues. We can do a deeper dive, but there's definitely some sketchy stuff. Like, I still am not going to trust line of sight most of the time, and that's just bad. Does that also happen with big SEs? I think big SEs, they will shoot, but I think horse characters clip into like their no shoot hitbox. It's a bit particular, but when these issues happen 10% of the time, you get anxious anytime you give an attack command 100% of the time. It just makes the game feel worse. Which is not super pretty. Nurgle, I don't see any price changes, but maybe there's some unit changes that aren't showing, that's not showing itself. Noxbringer is still hella expensive. Which, like, the unit is good against low-level players, but at the higher level, people just dodge it. I don't know. I'll need, like, a full patch notes to actually be able to determine what the changes on this front are. But, yeah, another thing I wanted to see is leashing issues. So, let's go over to Khorne. If I take a bunch of Furies, right? There's a classic thing, which is unit leashing. So one of the reasons Furies are hot garbage is because when you try to disengage with them, if they have enough units stuck in combat, they will not be okay abandoning that unit. Now that makes sense when the number of Furies on a unit is rather low. But sometimes they will leash back into combat even when the number is quite high. So let's say I charge some Crypt Horrors here, right? And I'm like, okay, you know, we get some damage. I'm like, oh, I'm taking a bit of damage back. I want to disengage, right? So let's see if I can just, like, you know, move the Furies away. Maybe give an attack command here. Seems like it's working so far. Did they fix the leashing issues? Previously, when I gave attack commands, it would go back to this Crypt Horror. But this time, they were in melee with the Crypt Horrors, and they obeyed my attack command on the Graveguard. This could be really good, actually. This could be really good. Now, Fury still kind of sucks, so they kind of crumble, but so far I'm not noticing any big issues with disengaging. Okay, that's actually a pretty good sign. What if we use cavalry? If they make it so disengaging is good, that's a huge quality of life change, at least for me. Disengaging in multiplayer is way more common than single player. So that would be a sign that they do care, but maybe the range unit issues are just really that bad and hard to fix. Maybe it's on its way, I don't know. CA have not told me what their thoughts are on that yet, so we'll see. So let's get a unit of knights, and let's just give one right click away. Will they re-aggro? Oh. And okay, yeah, you can see they almost re-aggroed there because one of the knights was stuck on the horrors, but then they died and then they didn't. But let's say I do this, right? Is there... How far away are they willing to get from their friendly? So let's get them really stuck up. We have a bunch of knights that are stuck on the crypt horrors right now. Will they continue to obey retreat commands? Because obviously I don't want to go back into this, right? My knights are dying. That's a terrible situation. If I were to go back, I would just die. But it seems like they disengage without a hitch. Not bad, not bad. Okay, so far it's good, right? Disengaging might be better. It's questionable though, because this is a more rare issue. This is a much more rare issue than other situations. It's impactful because when it happens, it feels terrible. But I haven't noticed any issues yet. This is a very good sign. Does a land ship have missile resist like other SEs now? Oh, I guess I can take a look at that. I doubt they're randomly going to give the land ship a buff, though. All right, let's see. So let's grab these range units. Let's go over here. So if I charge this cav unit and I want to disengage, let's say I right click this. That seems pretty good. That seems up a little up. Did we get it? Aha! Got you there. Yeah, there you go. Oh. Just run. Just run, dang it. Please live. Oh my god, yeah, you see they're not obeying my commands, and that's when it gets really annoying. So like, you see how many units I have in the air right now, right? Obviously there's a decent amount on the ground, but like at some point you just want to get out of there, right? So it seems like the issue is still in the game. It's hard to trigger. It's not going to happen all the time. But there will be instances where you are desperately trying to disengage and they just will not. And they're just trying to die, right? So like this unit, I'll never be able to get them to not die, you know? Okay, only now does a couple units, yeah, do a couple units get back, but like this is silly, right? Why do I have to spam click to get the unit to not die? Oh, if I don't spam click, they just kind of dance. Okay, and those guys just went back into the fight for some reason. The dance of the Catayans. Yeah, okay, that's a problem, right? Yeah, because like, especially with flying units, you really want to get out of the fight. You know, you're willing to let these guys die, but like you have other places to be, you know? So like, if I had this unit, I'm like, okay, they're dead anyways, I want to kill something over here. If they get stuck on cavalry, that's just a feel bad situation. It's not the end of the world, but a little disappointing to see. Can you report this to CA? I already reported it to CA. That's the annoying part. I reported it to CA. They're like, yes, we've seen your feedback, and then it doesn't get fixed. Which means it probably doesn't matter that much. This is full speculation though, right? Like, I don't know what's going on, but they haven't told me that they plan to fix it. So like, I'm left assuming. You know, it's like a bad relationship. They just don't communicate with me that much about bugs. I'm sure they have their own reasons, but it leads to a lot of dissatisfaction because I'm left wondering, do I have to report this again? Do I have to just accept that they don't think it's important? Do I have to make a big stink about it like Legend of Total War, right? Because like obviously when Legend complains about things, it gets fixed pretty fast. You know, whether or not that's actually true and CA plans to fix it or not, right? The actual, like what it looks like from the outside, it looks like if you make a big stink about it, they'll fix it, right? You know, I guess I guess there's not enough people review bombing about how units leash back or how range units do weird sidestepping for CA to actually want to fix it. I don't know. If they communicated, I'd be able to tell you guys that, like, hey, they're working on it. It'll be fixed in patch 7.1. But no, they don't tell me, right? So instead, yeah, this is like a really bad relationship, right? Imagine if you went to your significant other and you're like, hey, we have a problem with the dishes. They need to be washed. And they're like, I hear you. All right. You want me to wash the dishes. And then you're like, thank you for listening to me. You responded right away. I appreciate that very much. And they're like, we got you. And then 5 months down the line, the dishes are still not washed. And you're like, are you going to wash the dishes? And they're just like, and then you're like, you didn't even tell me that you didn't plan to wash the dishes. I just came home and they're not done, right? You know, if you couldn't do it, maybe I could do it. Maybe I could wash the dishes. Maybe I could fix it, you know? Can you tell me? And they're like, I'm not saying anything. Like, and then I have to figure this out myself. It's terrible. It's terrible. I hate that. Now, I love the fact that they fixed some stuff. Like Boris, that's great, right? Like flying units, single entities not overshooting, that's great. They didn't tell me that it got fixed. I have to find it out myself. I don't know, man. Okay, yeah, maybe dishes are not a great analogy. But like, regardless, the communication is really bad. Now, if we actually look at this checklist, right? Okay, yeah, there's some stuff that's fixed. You know, I'll live. Like, that's not the end of the world, but it's annoying, man. It's annoying trying to work with them. And I know they watch these streams. They don't watch all my streams, so when DLC launches happen, they generally lurk around. So, like, I hope you understand my frustration. This comes from the heart. And I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. Just tell me that it's a difficult issue and it's being worked on, and I'll lay off, man. I'll happily lay off. That's a totally fine answer. That's all I want to hear, man. Or even just tell me that it's not important. You know, just tell me it's not important and I can stop talking about it. Let's see, what else we have? Mousing over UI breaks the... so this is classic bug. This is classic bug. I also reported this ages ago. But let's take a look. Oh yeah, and the pin maps feature. So let's pin Celestial Lake. Keep an eye on this. If Celestial Lake is not pinned, then it means that they did not even bother to fix basic UI, but we'll see. We'll see. Benefit of the doubt. All right. This feels like deja vu. Yo, it's rough, man. It's rough. But hey, they did fix some stuff. I did say if they fix even 2 things, I would be pleasantly surprised. But yeah, so let's take a look. So Reichsguard, right? If I select a unit, I want to see the tooltip. If I hover this thing and then hover off, now it's gone. You see that? This is one of those situations, right? This is a red flag type of situation, right? So if CA feel like this basic polish is not good enough for them, like I can hover Boris and it stays here, right? I hover this and then it's gone, right? So now I can't see my unit's stat card, right? In theory, like 2 situations. Either like this is software development, you know. Like this is just UI, right? It's literally just UI. How bad can the code be? Maybe the code's terrible, or maybe they just don't care, right? But like this is a bug that I reported that I should have confirmation that they actually saw. Yes, General. But it just doesn't work, right? If that doesn't work, what's gonna happen in campaign? You know, that means all your minor issues in campaign. You don't know, right? We don't know if that's going to be polished, right? We don't know if there's a huge push to polish the game. As you can see, This pinned maps feature, it's been in the game since launch. Pinning maps so that you can actually see them. It still doesn't work. I learned how to do UI in software development grade 11, right? Now, obviously, in a major game, there's going to be more complications, there's more testing. But at the end of the day, this is basic UI, right? So can I trust CA to actually polish their game in the campaign? Or is it going to be a Legend of Total War situation where people have to review bomb to get the AI to be fixed, right? I don't know. If they polish this, I would be like, holy crap, CA has changed, right? I can trust that they are really taking the time to work on the minor issues that people care about. But the fact that they don't do it, I can't say now, right? You'll have to make the decision for yourself. I'm under NDA, I can't actually make a proper review just yet. We will have a proper review once we have the final build and we have the launch version. Maybe they're still working on it, but this is bad, right? This is really bad that they're taking my feedback and it's not being worked on, which means all the other feedback for content creators. Who knows? Who knows? I can't show off campaign yet, but you know, that's a bad sign overall. So banned units. Multiplayer community says banned units are broken. It doesn't seem like they're fixed, even when there's consensus. I don't know. The mousing over UI is still bugged. The pin maps feature is still bugged. And then spectator. As a spectator, there's like no improvements, right? You know, this is something that Turin is one of the biggest content creators in the community right now. As much as people say that the multiplayer scene is small, tens of thousands of people daily go to watch multiplayer games, right? That's a lot if you compare it even to campaign viewership, right? It's still a significant portion of people, but they don't want to fix basic UI, right? So like, let's take a look at the gold damage value, right? Will that be fixed? I still can't see Winds of Magic. I still can't see the Slanesh passive, right? Slanesh passive is one of the most impactful things about the faction, which, by the way, they did nerf Slanesh, the army buildup. They did nerf that, so I guess that's a dub, right? That is a dub. But we're talking like, you know, these huge overarching issues. You know, so yeah, Slanesh army ability, I believe it charges up slower. I don't have confirmation just yet. But yeah, let's say, you know, like Winds of Magic. Literally Winds of Magic. One of the biggest things about Warhammer multiplayer, how much magic do you have left over? Can you cast another Burning Head? You still can't see it. It's impossible to see, you know, how much magic there is, how much army abilities there are. Like, you just can't. Regardless, we can look at some new units. Here's Champions of Slanesh. Really good stats overall. A little low on the HP, but damage-wise, they're really strong. Lots of damage to these Marauder Bearmen, which are the mid-tier Marauder unit. It's, you know, they're pretty cool, but they are a little squishy. They have a lot less HP than Wrathmongers. So if you kind of just YOLO the unit, they do die. Even though the stats do look pretty ludicrous. I got them caught up by some Fimir Great Weapons, and they do take damage. So if you're really worried that the Marauder or that the Slanesh champions will be OP, it seems like they're a fine unit. You know, they're strong when they're strong, and they're weak when they're weak, which is exactly what you want to see for a unit. I'd say overall that's not too bad. These guys are unbreakable though, which makes them pretty strong. I mean, come on, how hard would it be to fix the UI? You know, it'd be great if CA would tell me, so I can move on with my life. God, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Obviously, we can't cover everything. A proper review will come later, but these are my initial thoughts showing off all this stuff. I don't want to get in trouble with CA where, you know, this comes off as like a full review of the DLC, but I am allowed to say how I feel in the moment. And in the moment, disappointment is immeasurable. To call it out, she's pretty cool. She has a nice vortex ability. She has a whirlwind of pleasure, which is a 100 damage per second little vortex. You can see it got a quarter damage off these female great weapons. So you can use it to kill monstrous infantry. Makes her pretty strong. She's a terror causing unit. She has these dance abilities, which can change her stats based on the situation. Overall, she's pretty cool. I don't know if I'd rather have her than a keeper of secrets, because she can't heal herself, which will become an issue later. Slongors, by the way, are 55. Or no. Slongors are insane. Yeah, no, Slongors can have a base. They have a base 55 speed, and when they take damage, they get more speed. So even though they're tired in combat, pleasure through pain will increase their speed. So they're always speed demons. Look at these guys, 55 speed still. Your Slongors are insane. Look at this. Yeah, this is a super fast unit. They're faster than Slaanesh Forsaken. You literally can't keep away from them. They are basically cavalry. Very strong unit. I think Slongors are going to be a staple of Slaanesh for sure. You love that Takala made it into the game? Yeah, she's hype. Also, by the way, they restricted Hellstriders. Hellstriders are limited to 3 instead of 4. So if you want to take 4 Hellstriders as Chaos, you have to take the other variant now. I don't think that makes a huge difference, but it's an interesting way to balance. But yeah, apparently Hellstriders are limited to 3 now, which is it's a really weird way to balance instead of just giving them a price change. But that's how they decided to go about it. How's Stykar? Stykar? I don't know who Stykar is. But we'll go over units in a bit. As soon as we're done with this. But yeah. Sotek bought the Cold Voider here. Kurgan Horsemen, by the way. They're pretty good. They're basically like Centaur strength. Also, there's that Whirlwind again. Look at that. Massive damage to these Fimir. Dreadmaw, by the way, is currently bugged. We did report this bug. So you see how it immediately reburrowed after unburrowing? Sotek was very annoyed this game. If you summon the Dreadmaw on the current build, it will immediately reburrow. So if it's in your reinforcement pool, really shows how many tests they got in for domination mode. I think CA, they clearly are not paying attention to domination that much. You know, maybe they are, right? But like, I don't know, the overall changes to domination is quite low. But yeah, seriously, if you just summon in the Dreadmaw, it's bugged. Now, maybe they'll get it fixed. Maybe they'll get it fixed before launch. Maybe they won't. I can't make a proper call. I'll leave it up to you to decide on how you feel about this. Usually, though, I will say they usually do fix a few things before benefit of the doubt. They do fix a few things in these early access builds. There's usually a few things that are bugged that get fixed when launch happens. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. The unit might just not be usable. But yeah, this entire game, Sotek was super frustrated. He was, oh, it's a Slaanesh legendary hero. But yeah, Sotek was super frustrated because at first he was like, why is my Dreadmaw not staying unburrowed? I can't do anything with my Dreadmaw. It's just stuck underground for the entire game. Super duper frustrating, but yeah, that's kind of a we'll see. Regardless, we did report the bug. They have seen the bug. CA is really good at telling us that they have seen the issue. Since this is part of the DLC, maybe they will fix this, but yeah, you can see it just disappears. Anyways, no need to beat a dead horse unless we run into another bug. Chaos Sorcerer, by the way, gets a cool new mount. Chaos Sorcerer gets a little demon mount now. 100 speed, armor piercing, lots of stats. Very strong. I think this is really strong. Even has 80 armor. So instead of putting them on a horse, you can actually make them really nice in melee too now. And hyper mobile. Look at that speed. Look at him slithering away. Mega fast. I've also summoned in, where they at? Yeah, Pleasure Seekers. These guys are crazy, man. So Pleasure Seekers are same mount. It's an entire unit of, you know, mounted Pleasure Seekers. And as you can see, with Smoke and Mirrors, they have 110 speed. They have really strong animations. And they have Feasting on Fear, which is a 0.4 healing per second when units are routing near them. If enough units are routing. Makes this cavalry unit quite survivable. They're really expensive. I think they're 1,800. But they're kind of bonkers. So look at this. As soon as this Marauder routes, one routing unit gives them 0.08. So that's almost the same healing that Undead get. And you can see they, yeah, they're just chilling. In fact, I think they're heal capped right now based on entity count. I don't know. I didn't see them actually heal. Kind of strange. Are they going to heal? Is it working? Yes, there it is. Yeah, so as you can see, the Norskin the Beast of Tashnar, when they route, this unit heals. So they're actually rather intense on that front. They will still get countered by Buna, but they have pretty good HP. Overall, I think it's a niche unit, but one that is probably pretty good. The Floated Corpse. What about the Floated Corpse? But yeah, they're pretty nice. Is that a seahorse? It's a seahorse-esque, yes. There it is. Also, Norska has a spellcaster lord now. Great shaman sorcerer. He's pretty hype. He has spell mastery plus 20% for 22 seconds. That's pretty nice. He has Offering of the Gods, which targets a small unit. Will deal some damage to them, but it gives them 40 melee attack for 43 seconds, which is actually insane. What the crap? Yo, Offering of the Gods? Wait, yo, that's a 42-second 40 melee attack buff. That's stronger than a lot of spells. Did they rework any of these spells? God dang it. Enfeebling Foe still costs 17 seconds. How do you release an ability that is this much better than Enfeebling Foe? I guess it does do damage to the unit, so maybe it's not that crazy, but oh man, Enfeebling Foe still sucks. Did they change any spells? Did we get this last 22 seconds Barona's Time Warp is still basically the same. I think it always lasted 50. Change Occam's Mind Razor. Is that slightly cheaper, or is that after they already nerfed it? Hard to tell. No crazy changes. Did they change Crystal Sanctuary? Dang it. They did buff it a couple patches ago, but yeah, it doesn't seem like they're definitely not reworking Magic, that's for sure. Yeah, you're trading 10% of the unit's HP, but 40 melee attack is insane. 40 melee attack is really high. But yeah. I brought in some devotees of Slaanesh, by the way. We will go over the Slaanesh units. Their crossbows cost 1,100 gold, which is quite expensive, but they will have really good melee stats. I think ranged crossbows for Slaanesh will be strong and good at breaking some boxes, like some real degenerate Slaanesh counter builds. But because they get countered by spell casting, I don't think they're that crazy. You can see devotees. They have 44 melee defense. Doesn't matter when you're getting cav charged. The answer is no. So not a particularly strong unit. I think these guys cost 950. They're not bad though. Like, they definitely win in melee fights. But as usual, they die to damage, right? So charges, spell casting, and the like. It's all gonna brutalize these guys pretty bad. They do have this though, Murderous Euphoria. Buffs their leadership by a lot, and gives them a little bit of extra damage the longer they fight. So you can see once they actually start grinding, they're really good. If you can defend them from cav charges and magic, they're good. So they're probably better than Demonettes. They die when they're killed. Well, you know, unlike Iron Breakers, who do not die when they're killed, these guys, unfortunately, they are weak to all sources of damage. No shields, no nothing. But as DPS dealers, I think they'll do their job. They might be good versus Wood Elves. Bjorg, Bear Struck is insane, by the way. The thrill of battle. So once this is fully charged, the guy gets 77 melee defense. That's higher than Sigvald. Need I say more? He has regeneration and he has a ward save. This guy is indestructible. If you want a hero that can fight large targets for the entire game, this guy's insane. He has 80 base leadership value. He has armor piercing anti-large. He's got the frenzy. He even has 20% physical resist. This guy's a Chad, man. And war cry. So that's a you know, it's a reverse Helm of Discord with the leadership buff. By the way, Dakala is insane. Or not, yeah, Dakala. Did you just see that? Did you see that whirlwind? You saw that whirlwind? She just deleted these guys. It's pretty jokes. But basically the way it works is she kills the units that are around her. So the other units that are fighting her flock in to fill in the gap. And then she kills those units and then they just walk forward to their death. It's hilarious. It's the same as Snicket's Vortex. But she's really fast, so she can get into nice positions to use it. She got crazy value this game. The melee defense is with the massive buff, but like this is passive, man. Thrill of battle just chills. But yeah, the call is insane. If you just want to clear infantry like no one's business, 108 armor piercing vortex will get the job done. Seriously though, yeah, this is insane. Yeah, it even damages single entities quite a bit because it's 5 duration. So I think that hits 6 times, which means you're dealing 600 damage. Even to SEs, which is just like a point blank spirit leech. It's crazy, man. Do not surround Dakala. If you're playing against her, don't just don't do it. You will die. Dakala got any items? I think these are her best abilities. She has Elixir of Damnation, which will reduce melee attack by 100%. It does last 20 seconds, so I think Dakala as a straight up duelist, she's pretty good, but like it's not gonna last very long. She doesn't have self-healing. I don't think she'll be super meta. I think she's kind of like a nifty lord, but everybody's gonna try and snipe you, right? You're probably gonna have to take a Keeper of Secrets. In campaign though, this will kill everything. This whirlwind is just gonna kill absolutely everything. Yeah, there it is again. There it is again. You see, everything around her just dies. It'll probably kill elite units super well too. But yeah, the question is, can she actually survive a proper sniping attempt? 7,000 HP is not bad. She has no armor though. It's questionable. This will be good though, like if you're just dueling some guys. I don't know. I'll give it a hard maybe. I believe she's kind of expensive though. Just like a true Slaneshi, she likes being surrounded. What's the cooldown on this? Okay, so it's a 2-minute cooldown. But yeah, that was a pretty fun game. I didn't get to look at too much stuff, but yeah, Slongors are pretty bonkers. The new mount for Exalted Heroes is really nice. Pleasure Seekers are really strong. Bjorg is really strong. Dreadmaw is bugged. Don't take it in reinforcements. Let's see what else do we have here. Oh yeah, this one. So this one is really interesting. So Sotek played a more vanilla faction. So I brought a Curse Eden, and I really wanted to stress test the Norscan cavalry. I think we've already gone over all our qualms about CA, so now we can focus again on the new units. But yeah, this guy's interesting. So you can see you got one guy with the big hand, real knuckle dragger. And you got another dude. You got this guy, this little dude. He's a little mini guy, just chilling on this guy's shoulder. You can see he's having a good day. Same with his little buddy here. But they have a yeah. So they negate magic attacks around them when they're above 50% HP. But when they're below 50% HP, that's when they get going. Heal per second. He's just a little boy. Yeah. They got heal equal to, regeneration. They get power recharge 20%. And they even give reserves when they're low on HP. And then they have a bound Doom and Darkness, a bound Flock of Doom, and a bound Enfeebling Foe. Not to mention, this unit's basically a giant without armor piercing. So they don't do as much damage as a giant, but they're as tanky. And they have spell resist. Village could never. Yeah, so they're pretty cool. Kurgan horsemen are also cheap. They only cost 700 and 750, I believe, for the armor piercing. And their stats are through the roof, man. 48 charge bonus, weapon strength of 46, melee attack at 39 because of frenzy. They have the rage passive. I think these guys will be really good. The only thing that hurts them is that they're quite squishy. And as you can see, Lore Master of Sotek overcasting Flock of Doom. That's going to hurt them quite a bit. So they don't have as much HP as Centaurs, but they hurt as much as Centaurs. And I think they will basically be treated like Centaurs. I'm also trying some shenanigans here. Oh yeah, and they have Devastating Flanker for some reason, yes. So these guys are like Centaurs on steroids. They're cheaper, more DPS, but they are squishier. So you can see I'm trying out some Dreadmaw shenanigans. This thing's kind of weird, by the way. Its unburrow damage doesn't trigger until really late. I don't know if they're going to fix that. They haven't told me. If they do, I'll happily tell you. But as it stands, we don't know. Dreadmaw, though, look at that. So you can unburrow with it and then use its reburrow ability, its deep tunneling, to unburrow again and get some pretty nice damage. And then you can burrow back into the ground. So this is kind of what I'm a little worried about for the Dreadmaw. I'm like, can you kite with this thing? Can you get some unholy Dreadmaw kite where you literally just spam unburrow and get free damage for days? There's a little bit of a problem. The reburrow cooldown doesn't recharge while they're burrowed. And they're also kind of slow underground. It says they're 50 speed, but they're closer to 40 speed, right? You can see how these Zongors are keeping away from them. So what Sotek did, he's like, wait a second, because you can see them when they're close. He's like, what if I just walk away? What if I just ignore them, right? And my poor Dreadmaws are like, come back, please. Please let me cheese you, come on. So I just give up. I'm like, you know what, screw it. I'm just unburrowing both of them. They don't have capture weight, by the way. And I'm just gonna spit on them, right? Now, the spitting damage is okay. It's nothing really too crazy. But yeah, as a kite unit, if you are fast enough, you can just walk away. It's a little awkward for the poor Dreadmaw. You can see though, the reburrow, it does pretty decent damage. So with only burrow shenanigans, I've gotten like 100 gold value. I was thinking I could kind of kite them, but I think in general, they did balance the Dreadmaw fairly well. It doesn't seem like you can abuse the Dreadmaw with their abilities, but they're also not terrible. Like, they can actually get some work in. You can see my cavalry, by the way, massive damage to the Warhounds. I think these horsemen, I don't know if they're better than Ice Wolves. They're definitely fighting for the same spot. I would imagine people are going to take a mix of these guys and Ice Wolves for their cavalry. But they can be kind of awkward at times. You can see another Dreadmaw unburrow. The range is not that far. It's less than their shooting range. Their unburrow range is like about this far away. So they have a hard time keeping up sometimes. It's a little awkward to use, but it's cool. I kind of like the Dreadmaw. Do Ice Wolves have AP? They don't. So if you do want AP, you can take the Great Weapon Horsemen. The non-Great Weapon guys have bonus versus infantry, which is good. And here's the Eden, right? So there he is, casting some strange magics. You get a pretty solid charge here. You got some Slongors, and you can see the horsemen. They do a lot of damage, right? So Ice Wolves wouldn't be able to do this, but because they have devastating flanker, and because they have such high armor piercing, if you get a surround on these guys, they will murder anything they get their hands on. Look at that other charge from these ones. Annihilating. These are Butchers at Kalkengard, one of the tankiest Beastmen units, and they're just dead. Now, my guys are dead too. They're glass cannons, but this really goes to show how strong they can be. Dreadmaw on burrows too. They can get about 25% damage against units optimally. You can see he's sneaking around, right? He wants to get a he wants to get a sick unburrow here. Do I get it though? I think I accidentally yeah, I miss out on it because I'm microing other stuff. Let's see. Yeah, okay, this is it. So we get a Wind Blast, and we're gonna see the Dreadmaw unburrow. Let's see it. So there it is. It doesn't do damage right away, but after he finishes animation, boom, big damage to the Slongors. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of like you're casting Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Yeah, it's similar to a Runesmith, but imagine they can cast Rune of Wrath and Ruin much more often, which I think is good. I think the Dreadmaw is in the usable category, not OP. Cursed Eden is kind of cool. You can see he gets some pretty good damage, right? He hasn't taken a lot of damage himself too. Also, yes, absolutely. 750 gold for an AP cav unit is insane. Like, I think Norska will definitely be using these guys. I don't know if they'll be spamming them, because like I said, they're really squishy, but they're really, really good. All right, devastating flanker is like, they will clean up shop like no one's business. Also, I spammed a bunch of Barrowmen, so they really are just marauders with ITP and better stats. They're quite good. I think a lot of people like them in campaign because ITP is just really nice. You just have chunkier marauders, right, before you need to save up for the champions. I think they're fine. You know, they're just chunky marauders. People will use them to balance out their builds a little bit better money wise. I don't think they're like OP or anything. They're just solid. Eden, by the way, look at that healing. So you can see he's healing quite a bit every second. His leadership is good. You can kind of treat him like a regenerating giant. He's pretty hype, I would say. And he causes terror. It's not bad. And you can see we're slightly behind here, right? Sotek has a lot of tickets over us. But my Dreadmaws, they just keep on burrowing. So you can see the Dreadmaws, they're getting up in value. They cost 1,000 gold, so it'll take some time. But they're getting there. Devastating flanker on these Ungor. Spearman is really nice. Cockatrice is unfortunately not that good. And look at that Eden. Punches the Scourge of Arden in the face. Praetons don't seem that crazy. Their melee defense is pretty low. They have an ability that gives them damage reflection, but it seems kind of hard to use. I think Norska is not going to be very strong in the air. Or not Norska, but Slanesh. I think Slanesh is the one that gets the Praetons. Also Dreadmaw, look at that. Boom. Wait. Yeah, boom. The Unburrow is kind of cool. I think these guys are good at clearing chaff. And they're relatively tanky too. Like, Dreadmaws don't really die. So they kind of just sit around spamming their Wrath and Ruin all game. Yeah, it's not bad. And look at this Eden, man. So the great thing about this guy is he has ludicrous leadership. He basically doesn't route. So he makes good use of that healing. He's giving me power recharge. He's giving me reserves. And he's just like a mini war shrine. Except he's also like a mini giant. I kind of like these guys, if you couldn't tell. How's a range attack? It's okay. The Dreadmaw is really a poking unit. Like, you're not going to rush with the Dreadmaw. So look at this range attack, right? Like, you know, he killed like one dude, right? This one over here, like, it does a little bit of damage. They're really weird. I think the only way to make Dreadmaws work is to spam their burrow and unburrow mechanics. You can use their deep tunneling ability every 60 seconds. So if you like runesmiths, I think you will like the Dreadmaw. Oh, there he goes. He burrowed. But I don't think they're going to be like a staple for Norska. I think they're kind of just going to be like a nifty unit. Also, you can see how good my horsemen are at cleaning up infantry. You see these poor Slongors here getting charged in the flank by these guys. So there's the devastating flanker. And you can see the damage is pretty good. Dreadmaw on burrows looking pretty nice too. Look at that. It's quite good at clearing chaff. It's quite good there. And they have damage reflection, which I guess is not bad. Terror is kind of cool. They're immune to flanking. Going to be very curious if their burrow and unburrow tech will see application elsewhere. I think they're really good at playing keep away, but like, yeah, I don't know. Also, my Eden does route, but he has regeneration, so he does actually rally a little later. Any update to white lines? It seems like there weren't that many changes to units. As far as I can tell, most units seem similar. We'll have to wait for the full patch notes to actually make a call. But yeah, you can see this game. I basically just wanted to spam the horsemen and see if they were good. Oh my god, look at that charge though, man. Centaur throwing X has got mulched. These are serious glass cannons. I think there's a good chance these guys will be restricted in some way in multiplayer. They're cheap enough where you can't just counter them with spells because you'll have so many. They remind me of old Centaurs. So I think people will probably restrict them to like 3 or something. Cause yeah, they are juiced, man. They're so juiced, and they can kill single entities with a devastating flanker. This was the most surprising part, by the way. Let's see here. Where did we do this? I think at some point. Was it earlier in the battle? Or I think it might have been. Well, you can see I send in some Kurgan Horseman Great Weapon onto the throwing axes and they win. I did send in during this battle one Kurgan Horseman onto a Centaur, and they did win. Which means that for a cheaper price, they can kill Centaurs. So very likely they're just better than Centaurs. Also, you can see my Eden rallied. They're so good, man. These guys are hype. I think if you like giants, you'll probably like Edens. The only thing they're lacking is that armor piercing. But they're definitely chonky. Yeah, the DPS is nuts. I think the horsemen, they're definitely slightly overtuned. Whether or not they're OP, we'll have to see. Did the Centaurs get the charge? Yeah, it was just a flat charge on charge. The Kurgan Horseman won. I don't know if that's consistent though. I haven't tested multiple runs of it. But they're scary. They also have a base speed of 90, which is quite fast. Sail feels okay, by the way. Nightmaw's kind of like a discount Wolfric boat. But you get 3 uses of it. I think because he's a caster, you'll see Sail more than Wolfric, but we'll see. Oh, okay, no, it was here. Yeah, so take a look. Centaurs versus Kurgan Horseman dual weapons. Who wins? Centaur even has a chevron. They charge face first into each other. You can see the Centaur charge is not bad, right? But look at how the battle progresses. It's like really close. And because they have the rage, I think they might have had their flank secured or something, and the Centaurs didn't. But because of the rage, they actually rout off the Centaurs. Now, I did have a unit nearby. I think Centaurs might barely win in a pure vacuum. But the fact that it's close on a cheaper unit is crazy. It's like 100 gold cheaper. And they won against a Centaur that had a chevron. Like, come on, man. That's crazy, man. Centaurs are one of the best cav units. They got multiple nerfs. So, definitely keep an eye out for that. Curse Eden does get to a heal cap, but yeah. And if they flank, they have devastating flankers, so they'll just crush it. Also nice. Good tooltip. You love to see it. Those worms will be very good in single player though. Uncounterable archer kills. Yes, I think the worms can bully archers really well. They're really good at playing keep away and just kind of chipping at your units. Okay, so if you were worried about Aislin's shooty shenanigans, we can show this off. So Aislinn does have a he does have that big range boost, right? But there is some counterplay on maps with terrain. So look at what we do here. So obviously Lore Master Sotek doesn't optimize the situation, right? But you're like, all right, I brought a big lord, a great shaman. He has Aislinn on foot. He has the Master of the Mists. So what stops him from just killing your lord, right? Well, let's see. He casts it, right? And you can see the range is ludicrous. They have, yeah, the range is... Wait, how far does it extend? It's kind of hard to see where their range is, but you can see the shots are fast. Technically dodgeable, though. So my lord is kind of prancing around, right? You can kind of avoid it, especially if you have a hill. And then when it wears off, then it's kind of rough, right? So it's not the worst. Now that is basically a free 1/4 damage on my lord. There's also this guy, by the way, Caradrian, who has the Mark of Ashurian, which is a Mortis engine times 5 more. It's a Mortis engine times 6. The thing is, though, it only activates if he's on the ground and below 20% HP. Also, yeah, this was me. I got the jukes. Let me give me some credit, man. Give me some credit. But anyways, I think yeah, I think you can't dodge it though. You can't dodge it. This guy's pretty crazy though. So he does have a he does have I'm so vain, man. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, you can see. Oh, unless you're talking about this guy dodging. Did he dodge a Vindictive Glare? He might have. He might have. Regardless. God, I'm so vain. I surprise myself sometimes. He does have this thing. It's really high DPS, but there's a bit of an issue with the guy, and that's that he sucks. You can turn on range markers. It should be on. I have fire arcs on. Oh, I have to hold spacebar for it. Anyways. Yeah, so you can see it activates, and it does a lot of damage. So like, look at that, right? It's dealing like 50, 75 damage a tick, but then he just routes. He routes at 25% HP. So unless you combo him with Eltharion, he kind of sucks. I think Sotek tried to rally him, but maybe he shattered before the effect happened. As you can see, rally does not work if the unit is shattered. So yeah, he's a little rough. List of people who think the song is about them. Anticity. Oh my goodness. Anyways, yeah, these mass archer builds from Aislinn, I think they'll be nifty, but I think any anti-archer build still kind of runs them over. You can see the Murworm is pretty cool, but it doesn't survive getting shot to death unless you have some spell casting to save it. It's scary though, but yeah, like it's killable. It's killable. And Sotek did not bring in the Sky Cutters. Thank goodness. It's tanking a lot of arrows, yeah. It's true. I think you can keep it alive. And then Sotek taps out. Now, we wanted to test to see what does it look like if you shoot the archers instead. Because Sotek was like, okay, you were dodging with your lord. What if we try that again? But I don't goof up and I try to kill your archers. Then what? Then what happens? Also, by the way, a Dread Saurian could tank that amount of arrow fire with Mazamundi's bubble. Which means the Murworm can probably tank it too, given the right spell casting, but... Yeah, I think the worms could be good in single player, but I don't know if they trade fast enough for Norska. Like, Norska's not going to kite, but this is him trying to shoot my archers. So you can see, but because we're behind a hill, right? I did actually make his archers arc their shots. And at maximum range, it is dodgeable. So for anyone who saw Aislin's ability and was like, we're cooked, you can dodge it even with infantry if you're at max range. Now on a flat map, I don't know how that would pan out. I would be a little careful that perhaps you just get murdered on a flat map because they'll shoot more horizontally. But at the very least, on maps with hills, he's not gonna murder your face. I still think it's going to be really strong. But yeah, Vampire Coach should get a Murworm. Oh yeah, I feel like they should get an Undead Murworm. Because that's like the whole thing. The whole campaign's based around it. But a lot of factions should get a lot of things. Anyways, this battle goes more or less the same, though. I basically just rushed down these guys. He does bring in the Sky Cutters, though. He's going to try and kill my Goblin Great Shaman, but not enough AP. Means that it's a little rough for him. And Sky Cutters, so if you don't micro the Sky Cutters enough... No, they do pretty well. Yeah, you can see he just kind of charged my archers and left them there. They took a little bit of damage, but yeah, as long as you don't get surrounded by cav, I think they're pretty scary. And you can see, I cast a Vindictive Glare here, and they take like no damage. So I guarantee you Sky Cutters will be a menace for a lot of factions. There's not a lot of factions that can deal with the skirmishing flying unit with 80 armor with good melee stats. These things will dumpster harpies, I believe. So don't think your usual anti-air options will work. This is closer to like a Zinch situation where you have Changebringers and a really good Air Force to boot. They do less damage than Changebringers, but like look at that. Vindictive Glare's tickling them. Do they have missile resist? No. It's just their armor that's hard carrying. Maybe it's because they're a chariot that it's making their damage really weird. Not entirely sure. But you can see here. Caradrian. So he's really awkward. His ability, it doesn't trigger until he's quite low. Like this looks like he's at below 20% HP, but he's actually still above. It's real sus. I think this would only work in campaign if you give him Unbreakable. Because like, look at this, right? He's chilling. Is it active yet? No, not yet. Now it activates. It activates when he's at 6 leadership, right? He's just gonna rout. Now the damage is high though. This is 6x Mortis Engine damage. So look at the deeps. My Boar Boys are not happy sitting in this fight, okay? It's pretty brutal. So if you combine him with Altharian and make him unkillable, I'm pretty sure there will be someone. Somebody's gonna cook with this guy. He even terror routs the big guns. All right. I could potentially see a world where you have some sort of crazy strat. Because like, look at this, right? Now he's going on to the archers and they're taking 6x Mortis damage. His leadership has rallied. But then he just dies. And then he just dies, right? So like, I don't know. It's a little unceremonious. I really feel like, you know, it's on the cusp of being crazy. I think it's a cool ability. People will have fun with it. Yeah, Aislinn can rally him, but sometimes he just shatters. I don't know. It's kind of awkward. Murworm is back, by the way. So Murworm is pretty chonky. This is how it does in a situation where there's basically nothing to shoot him. So I'm like, all right, let's try to send some cavalry on the Murworm. Can I kill this thing with cavalry? Like, is that even a possibility? I'm like, all right, let's, yeah. You know, leave them there, and they get shattered. Immediately shattered. Murworm deletes cav. Can I kill it with my anti-large lord? Murworm kind of wins. Murworm beats a Great Shaman on a spider. And then it regenerates. It doesn't take a lot of damage from Vindictive Glare. With one skirmisher, it's still not dying. Chases down my lord with its 75 speed. Bullies him a little bit. on its way to a heal cap. I send more cav on it. And then finally, nope, it gets rallied. So you can see. Yeah, it got immediately rallied. Iron-handed captain is crazy. Because you can cast it after the unit routes. It's such a good ability, man. I think Aislinn with that, there's some crazy stuff you can do to single entities. It's just a no, you don't type situation. Very strong ability for sure. Murworm is pretty scary. I think it's killable though. Like, I don't think it's in the OP tier. You can see though, his Sky Cutters, they cooked. Sotek got 1900 value with the Sky Cutters. And I was trying to counter them with Vindictive Glare. He wasn't like bulldozing my infantry with them either, you know? He was just kind of like average micro, right? You know, using them as you would, and they absolutely devastated. I think this unit is insta-ban territory unless it gets changed, or maybe people will find like a crazy counter. But yeah, definitely mega busted. The ship's company they're just sword infantry. There's nothing crazy about them. And then this is the Ultima. This is the Ultima in Sky Cutters are probably gonna get banned. So I asked Sotek before this. I'm like, hey, do you want me to go for a filthy build? Can I go for a filthy build just to see what craziness can happen in this game? He's like, yeah, go for it. Give me your worst. So I'm like, all right, we're gonna bring the maximum number of Sky Cutters. A Murworm and a L'Oreal. Does what also heal? You can heal the Sky Cutters. So the question is, right? If you take a normal build, you know, you have some infantry, you have a Mazdamundi, right? Saurus Scar Veteran, some cav. How are you gonna deal with this? First things first, Mazdamundi gets a face full of Bolt Thrower. He loses like 10% of his HP from the get-go. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, these are Bolt Throwers. You can betcha these are Bolt Throwers. I just YOLO my Sky Cutters into the skin cohort. It seems like the charge isn't as good when they're flying. I think you actually want to land them first. And then he gets a massive Salamander volley on my Sky Cutters. Now I want you to think, if you net them down and get a Salamander volley on the Sky Cutters, do they die? Are the Sky Cutters gonna die to Salamanders? Well, let's see. We use a L'Oreal. We get her Star of Avalorn, right? They're still at 4 entities a pop. Mazdamundi's getting bullied. He has Temple Guard on top of the Sky Cutters. Do they even route? The answer is no. Maybe barely. They still have 4 entities. I don't give a crap, man. I'm like, wait a second, these are melee units. What if I just charge a Salamander hunting pack with the Sky Cutters? Yeah, that's right. That's right. They're still alive. They're still here. They're still at 4 entities. I have not lost a single unit yet. And I've charged his Salamanders with my skirmishers to get them to rout. Now, knowing the multiplayer community, I'm pretty sure they're gonna ban this unit off. They would ban this unit off this replay alone. Wouldn't the Solar Crystal be somewhat viable, like Solar Engine? I don't know. They have Bolt Throwers. You can still heal them. I honestly don't know. This unit's kind of insane. It's surprisingly tanky. Because like I'm kind of YOLOing this unit and they're just not dying. Like this still has 4 entities. This still has 4 entities. Murworm is not really a great duelist though. It can't stand on top of Temple Guard. You do have to be kind of careful with it, so it's probably not busted, but it is quite survivable. Sea Elemental though, this guy's a beast. 70 melee defense, perfect vigor. You will see. I think this guy is actually better than the Murworm because he only costs 1900. Uncle for Uncle, get wrecked. I think no one can make an argument that this is weaker than Uncle for Uncle, except for Creative Assembly, who has made it cheaper. This guy's insane. 90 leadership, He has 30% physical resist, 20% missile resist. Against factions that can't shoot this guy, I think he'll be an absolute menace. Do Sky Cutters die to Salamanders? No, they have too much armor. The Salamander shots are honestly not doing that much damage. I don't know if it's bugged or something, but they just don't take damage. Skink Skirmishers are barely tickling them. And I'll just heal these guys back up. You can see I'm at 16 out of 16 Sky Cutters. No, 15 out of 16. We lost one. Unfortunate. But, yeah. Here's the filthy thing about Alariel, though. Also, this thing. Yeah, he's not dying. Alariel, if you just group them up and get another Star of Avalorn, you can just pick them back up. It's okay. Yeah, I finally lost the model. We lost one Sky Cutter. 4.5 minutes in after kind of YOLOing them. This thing's a beast, by the way. So, Salamanders would usually be quite good, but they have fire attacks. And they're not magic damage. So Salamanders actually do 30% damage to sea elementals. I think this hard counters Lizardmen. I think Lizardmen are sad, man. They can't kill this thing. And as you can see, my Sky Cutters are back at good HP, and they're just gonna keep bullying Mazdamundi. They're just gonna keep shooting him forever. And Mazdamundi's as tanky as it gets as far as lords go. I think if you bring a non-tanky lord, just consider them dead, all right? They're just dead, all right? No lords against high elves anymore. If you thought wood elves were annoying, this is the new wood elves. Mazdamundi is slowly getting chipped down. He did give himself a missile resist boost though, but look at the healing, man. These guys are so easy to pick back up. They're so easy to heal up. I think Skycutter Alariel will definitely be hard meta unless it gets nerfed. And the poking continues. He is healing up Mazdamundi. Like, Sotek's doing a good job keeping him alive. But, like, look at that poke damage. It is like Scourge Runner levels. And then we just kind of group up. We heal up. And then look at Mazdamundi. He gets tapped by the Psylocke. And he's going to go down pretty hard. Sea Elemental. It's been cycle charging. It's chilling. Still at half HP. He does get a Rev Crystal to try and keep Mazdamundi alive. But look at this. What's that? It's also a chariot unit. Yeah, there they go. So they're just going to be bullying all these skinks. Super, super good against skinks over there. And the poor salamanders. It explodes in the air. Interesting. But yeah, skinks are not the counter. I think the way to counter this is you kind of need Cav. I think you need Cav. Oh yeah, if they can beat salamanders, they kill Furies. There's no way this unit dies to Furies. Look at them. It has 40 melee defense. Because it ranked up twice. Bro, it has 40 melee defense. And 80 armor. There's no way. It has charge bonus 65 most of the time. There's no way, man. This unit's way too tanky for Furies. Not to mention, you can just take Tempest. High Elves are one of the best anti-air factions in the game. They have complete air dominance now. No one is gonna beat High Elves in the air game, except for the multiplayer community, who is absolutely gonna ban this unit. But yeah, you can see we continue here. Mazdamundi, their ammunition is ludicrous too, by the way. You can see, like, even Scourge Runners would have a little bit of a rough time ammunition-wise killing Mazdamundi if he heal caps. But nah, these guys are still chilling. Great versus infantry. We've killed off the chameleon skinks over here. And then Mazdamundi gets killed off by my single entities and a little bit of pew-pew. Is it cost effective? Oh yeah. So the bolt thrower costs 1,300. The normal variant costs 1,100. Technically, the normal variants only just paid for themselves, but I did YOLO them. The bolt throwers are insane though. They easily get 2,000 value every game. They're so good. And Mazdamundi's dead. And then I still have these guys to clean up late game. So they're really good for late game. The Sea Elemental's really good for late game at 65 speed. It's pretty simple just getting the cleanup crew. I think Psylocke is okay. I'm not a huge fan of the Murworm. giant fan of the big sea elemental. Not a fan of the mini sea elementals. But yeah, once you get into the late game though, it's just bullying. It's just bullying. They're the ultimate cleanup crew. I missed the original question. Oh. Can 2 Furies beat a Sky Cutter? Let's see here. Oh, okay. You're saying like, will Furies beat the Sky Cutter? Well, let's see. Let's give it a quick go. So let's say you have, you're playing High Elves, right? You go to Troll Country. And then you have, let's say you have 2 Sky Cutters. And you're going up against Khorne. So Furies are one of the only ways Khorne can actually win against, well, like Khorne needs to have air superiority. And Furies are the only way they can do that. So the question is, if you have 4 Furies, can you kill 2 Sky Cutters? Are stats on the Lions the same, by the way? Okay, I'll check Lions in a bit. What's with all the questions about Lions? Did CA make it out that they might have buffed them? Just joined, so I don't know if you've talked about it yet. Have you played around? And I know YouTube already answered, but I might as well answer. With the Dreadmaw. Yeah, Dreadmaw is strong, but it's kind of slow in how it does DPS. It's really cooldown reliant, and it has to get its unburrows in. But Dreadmaw seems okay. It doesn't seem OP though. All right, let's see. Do they win? What if I cycle charge? Okay, no, it seems like Furies are not bad then. Okay, yeah, no, okay, we're good. We're good. Theory crafting, we're saved. Okay, yeah, so Khorne Furies do kill the Sky Cutters, despite their high melee defense. Okay, that's not too bad then. That's not too bad. Yeah, you can, I don't know if you'll catch them. And you'll probably just eat a Tempest, but in a vacuum, yeah, they do okay. People keep talking about the Lions. What's up with the Lions? Anyone who has the game booted, you can take a look to see if they're different at all. I'm not noticing much. Did they get an armor boost? Were they 80 armor before, or were they always 90? Why did Skycutters not push through the Furies? It's how flying units work. They can't get knocked over. So there's no pushing. $500 gold nerf when, please? I think the unit should be more expensive. The fact that they're getting 2,000 gold worth of value means that, especially this early on, means that, yeah, they could see a little bit of a reduction. You know what I'm terrified of, though? I feel like most people, if they're playing against high elves, you gotta be super careful about this strat. So like if they have a mage with a net, you better make sure you never get netted. What's the story on your name? Oh, it's pretty simple. I used to call myself Melmo because of because my sister would call me Elmo when I was a kid. So I was like, oh hell yeah, Melmo's where it's at. And then yeah, and then I was like, okay, I got a little bit older and I was like, okay, maybe Melmo's not the way. Maybe I should not call myself Melmo. So then I just made up Inticity. The end. That's about it. Nothing too crazy. But yeah, so if you net Scarbrand and then you just do this, can you get a cross-map sniping attempt? How long does this last? Okay, seems like the damage is not that crazy. It's not pretty, but Scarbrand's gonna live. Still though, that is a scary sniping attempt. Like I think Acelin Kite with the Netcaster is kind of scary. Cause then like effectively that got you like a 3/4 Scarbrand kill. You're Melmo now? Oh man, yeah, Melmo is it's quite the name. But yeah. I think if there's Aceling, you just have to be super careful you don't get netted. Just park your Lord miles away. Pretty sure Skycutters outrange Razordons, yeah. We're talking like 140, 250 range. Deal with Shadow Walkers, and the DPS isn't that much higher. But yeah, I've messaged Turin. I think he's covering units right now. So we gotta wait for him to finish that up. But as soon as he's done, then I should be good. Alright, to Storm Vermin. I want to see... Place your bets. Do Storm Vermin win versus Great Swords if they charge? Do Storm Vermin beat Empire Great Swords? I'll do a poll on Twitch too. Do Storm Vermin beat Empire Great Swords? Yes. No. So CA, they've decided that the correct price point for this unit is 850. That is the exact same as Great Swords. Has either been buffed? Storm Vermin are cheaper now. Can it be done? Alright. Looks like most people are saying no. They're saying absolutely not. What if they get the charge though? If they get the charge, do they win? If they lose on the charge, it means they'll never win. Let's see. Charge is pretty lackluster. They got 44 melee defense. So not including the bonus versus infantry, their stats are pretty good. The new price is the same, 850. 850 versus 850. I think YouTube's mixing up the armor on Lion Animal unit with the Lion Infantry unit. Because the animals don't have 90 armor, but the infantry do, yeah. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. If great swords are better than Storm Vermin, and great swords are not a very good infantry unit, they're very B tier. Yeah, they are countered in this situation. I think it's a decent showing for the Storm Vermin, but I don't think we're drooling for it. They're cheaper though. They are cheaper now. Regiment of Renown is the same price, but I guess. Is that the only thing Skaven got though? I'm not seeing much else. Hey, attack speed and jar. Thanks for the prime sub. Did they trade okay? Well, they did down trade against the great swords. Let's try them out against a more normal unit. So let's say what's a common baseline? Let's say Slanesh Forsaken, right? Slanesh Forsaken are as standard as you can get, and the price point's quite similar. Halberds cost 950 now, yeah. Yeah, leadership wouldn't have mattered if I brought my Lord close, but I guess we might as well. So, this Forsaken's not getting their charge bonus, but let's say, you know, you can block a charge with some Skaven slaves. Do they cook? 40 melee defense is pretty chunky. Strength in numbers. They have 90 armor. Decent melee attack. I think the unit is like very okay. Forsaken of Slaanesh are not a unit that you're supposed to get charged, and they're not a unit that you leave in a grind. Like, usually you just pendulum these guys and then you rout them off. But like, technically they win, I guess. Like, let's try against maybe something sturdier. So let's look at like a real grinding unit. Let's say Warriors of Khorne, right? These guys gotta cook. 160 units for an elite infantry is a lot. Yeah, but they don't get the HP bonus that you would expect for the entity increase. You can see their HP is...
ready. Yes, yes.
It's actually very similar to the warriors. So these warriors, they have more HP per entity, which actually makes it a downside because it means these are just weaker to spell casting. So like all forms of AoE magic, like a burning head, it's just going to be more effective, which is really bad for elite infantry. You don't want them dying to magic. Was that Forsaken losing to Storm Vermin? It was. And Storm Vermin are cheaper now, so you don't have to feel as bad about taking them. But the Warriors of Khorne are cheaper. They're the same type of unit. You would want the Storm Vermin to win this fight. If the Storm Vermin lose this fight, that's a pretty bad sign. Because, you know, there's so many ways to get them routed off. They're a liability on many fronts, unlike the Warriors. So, if they can't even compare to them, I don't know, man. Chaos Warriors of Khorne, though, are a good benchmark. And it seems like, yeah, Storm Vermin are going to be like a B- tier unit, I'd say. They're going to be a unit that Skaven take out of necessity. Right? It's a unit that you have to take as Skaven, because you just need elite infantry sometimes. And they might even win. Barely. Okay, so technically they win. I think that's not a terrible position to be in, though. Considering it's... they did get the charge, but... considering we're talking about Khorne warriors... it's not the worst showing. Like, this is a unit where... in a situation where this brand of unit does well... you would be happy to take them. Right? They will hold their own versus other mid-tier infantry, which I think is the most you could possibly ask for when it comes to Skaven infantry. No one's gonna spam this unit. And then I think much more importantly, these Storm Vermin halberds were quite popular back in the day. I'm pretty sure they'll do quite a bit better. They held for a decent amount of time too, yeah. So like, you know, you need a mid-tier infantry, go for it. Now the halberds were usually better than the sword and board Storm Vermin. I foresee these guys doing much better. And if they can win this handily, that's a really good sign. Because what you want, right? You want to spend a little bit more to win a fight really well. They have armor piercing, they have anti-large, which will make them a lot stronger in many situations. They do have charge bonus, they have a good amount of mass. They used to cost 1,000 gold, then they got nerfed to 1,050, and now they're getting buffed to 950. But you can see, for 150 more gold, you can get a pretty decisive victory against even enemy mid-tier infantry. So these guys kind of fall into the barely elite category of unit, where they're not bad. They're not bad. I think a lot of people would be happy to take some Storm Vermin in their builds. Will it make a big difference for Skaven? That's to be decided. They don't have ITP. But they're decent. Yeah, they do have charge reflection. I think it's not bad. In fact, people are already taking Storm Vermin. So yeah, that's true. People are already running Storm Vermin. So this is just going to be like a 300 gold buff to Skaven builds. What's new about them? The price is lower. How do sensor bearers perform? Sure, let's let's see how sensor bearers perform. Maybe there's a hidden buff that we didn't catch. The problem with these guys though is you just die to range and spells, but in melee, maybe they do okay. Yeah, they Storm Vermin were taken a lot. That's why they got the price increase in land battle. But CA nerfed infantry across the board when they made cavalry way better at charging through them. So it's hard to tell. Hard to tell. Sensor bearers, obviously high stats, high melee attack. They will beat Chaos Warriors of Khorne. Who would have guessed? But I don't know. Did they get an HP increase? Did they always have 9,600 HP? I don't know though. Losing half HP to a unit you're supposed to hard counter is not the best. Right? So like if a Sensor Bearer kills 2 Warriors of Khorne, is that even worth? I don't know. Yeah, 200 gold difference and they take that much damage. Like, you're better off with Storm Vermin. They're just tankier. Tankier and anti-large. They're not even doing better than the Halberds. Yeah. I think they might have only changed the Storm Vermin. I don't know. Maybe there's some hidden stuff. The physical resist is new? No, I think they always had physical resist, right? Or am I thinking Eshin units? Yeah, they cost 1,000 gold. Oh, they got a price reduction? They also got a price reduction? It's still sad. I feel like this unit should cost like 900. These kind of low armor elite infantry units, they just don't really do well in a meta where people are spamming damage spells. But a buff is a buff. I think people are going to do this. Like, I think this is definitely going to be one of the best infantry units for Skaven. If you really want more, maybe you take a couple of these guys, but they're not amazing. They'll hold the line, they'll kind of trade, but don't expect them to do well, even in the best of circumstances. These guys, though, not bad, right? Catch some large units with them and you're golden. Also, looks like Turin had a stream crash. That's unfortunate. Hopefully he gets that fixed and then we can play some matches, maybe. Exalted Demonettes. People don't even run Exalted Demonettes most of the time. Oh yeah, Devotee Crossbows. So a lot of people were like, oh, are Devotee Crossbows gonna be scary? I had a theory that if they're expensive like this, people are just gonna counter them with their usual Slaanesh counters. Because everyone and their mother knows. Maybe not everyone, but most high-level people know that if you're facing against Slaanesh, you have to bring some sort of breath attack spell to kill Exalted Demonettes. Because otherwise, they will have an opportunity to actually win the frontline fight. Nowadays, though, you're gonna have to worry about crossbows, but the solution might be the same. I think this will only be really useful versus vampire counts. Like, I think vampire counts just get thrown in the bin. But this is like your usual spell amp Cathay build. 30% spell amp, you overcast the breath attack. This is 1,100 gold. Do you really want to have your 1,100 gold unit take that much damage? They're not insta-dead, so that's a good sign. But, you know, it could take an artillery piece, or like a crane gunner, or just another breath attack. And yeah, that's a shatter. So, I don't know. The HP is just really low. 7,000 is really low. Is the Norska stuff a real rework or just new stuff? Well, I can't show campaign stuff. I can't show campaign stuff, but the units seem pretty cool. Yeah, I just don't really know how I feel about these guys. I think Slaanesh usually wants to rush anyways. Though, they are sturdier than I thought they would be. The low entity count is not bad. So they have like, what, 90 HP per model? They have pretty good leadership. So they'll rally if you don't finish them off. So, maybe? How do they do versus Dowie archers? Yeah, so I guess the other question is, how do they trade versus other range units? So let's actually just go for Dwarven. You know, we'll take one Ranger. We'll take a Bugman's, and we'll see how they trade. Are they comparable to cheap Shades? They're kind of different. They're Shades with insane melee stats. So they can actually, like, they're not going to die to Furies. Their stats are actually identical, I believe, to the melee variant. 44 melee defense, 42 melee attack. Bonus versus infantry of 10. They're hitting at 52 melee attack. That's kind of absurd. But, oof, their range is kind of rough. So the range ain't too great. Let's get our attack commands in. You severely outrange them with Bugmans, similar to Shades. Their damage is also not that great. They don't have the multi-shot that Shades do. They're actually just using normie crossbows. And yeah, even Rangers are gonna uptrade against them. This is a unit specifically to counter the most disgusting of box builds. But as a range unit, they ain't too crazy. Yeah, they're kind of like Lothern Seaguard. They're kind of like Ice Guard Glaives. We compared them to Ice Guard before. Their ammunition is even quite low. Honestly, I think it's an okay unit. It will... Their existence changes how people will play against Slaanesh, right? Can they at least beat Skaven Slave Slingers? Yeah, they can do that. Ooh, new banner. But yeah, their existence means that you have to be a little careful. Also, by the way, here's Stykar. He's pretty juiced. Yeah, this ability, Sign of Depravity. Oh boy, this ability's crazy. 55-meter range. If units are routing, they can't move. So if you rout a unit of cavalry, yeah, it's over, man. Your army's dead. Now, Slaanesh is already good at doing that, but he also gives a leadership buff. I think he'd be a good blob buster. You can also give him pretty crazy damage reflection. I like that. He can cause terror, but nothing crazy on that front. We have, yeah, I don't know. Ooh, he does have a melee attack boost. That's interesting. But anyways, the real crazy thing about these shades, though, these pseudo shades. So let's say you are playing against dwarves, right? How good are they in melee? Stykar is making me fall in love. Yo, I think the slowing effect could be really hype. Especially when it comes to sniping lords. Like, if you route versus Slanesh, you're dead. But you are already kind of dead, so I don't know if... He might just be a win more unit. Okay, but let's say you've decided that you want to melee Slanesh, right? You're like, alright. There's no way they take the crossbows. I'm gonna melee them. Now the crossbows, man, their DPS is not that high. Slanesh is not a ranged faction. This reminds you of the horsemen, actually. But yeah, the unit's pretty decent in melee. The low armor is hurting them a lot. Do that well versus Longbeards. Yeah, I think this unit's not going to be that crazy. I think literally it's only there to beat vampire counts and other box builds. But I don't think this is going to change the meta. Having a ranged unit is very different from having a good ranged unit. And similar to horsemen, I think this is just noob bait. Like, I think noobs are going to run this unit and their rush is going to be weaker. Slanesh is a rush faction. You should just keep rushing. But against the filthiest of boxes, you will finally be okay. I think they're in a good spot then, right? Like, I don't think Slanesh should be spamming range units. Technically, they beat Longbeards, but that's not particularly important. And the DPS is too low to actually be worth taking when you have, like, all of this stuff instead, you know? Speaking of, we gotta do the classic. If we play Slanesh and I take a unit of Pleasure Seekers. Oh yeah, by the way, I think some stuff got slightly increased in price. Yeah, Fiends. Oh no! Oh, my knee. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, Fiends. They got 25 gold more expensive. Nobody cares. Yeah. Can't vampire counts just out heal the damage? Well, it's specifically to kill a Mortis engine. So, skirmishers like Marauder Horsemen, by the way, this guy's cool. They have battle songs. It's a leadership buff. But anyways, Mortis engines, vampire counts will wait till you run out of ammo with your skirmishers and then bring in the Mortis, and then you don't have ammo. But now you can have a crossbow in reserve to kill off the Mortis engine, which will help a lot, right? You don't have to rely on skirmishers. All right, let's take a look. Pleasure Seekers. Devastating Flanker. Holy crap. They've lost one entity, two entities. Holy crap, that charge is brutal. Holy crap. All right, that's chonky. That's pretty chonk. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's a lot. Wow. I think I'm gonna be seeking some pleasure after seeing that. Holy moly. That's bonkers. And feasting on fear. So they can just kill like infinity units. What am I looking at? Yeah. That's... Now they cost 1,800. They suffer from the usual stuff like Buna. But if you don't bring Buna versus Slanesh, they're just gonna have this in reserve and just summon it in, like, immediately. That's crazy. Poison, magic damage, armor piercing. The unit costs 1,800. It's expensive, but... Jeez Louise. Let's see here. How did they do in a, like, you know... How good are they at just clearing chaff? Because, like, a late game cav clear. Wow, that charge animation. Those Marauders were braced. They had families. Wow. Oh my god. And they disengage fairly well. What's their mass? 1,600. That's a lot higher than a lot of cav that's usually at 1,000. So while chasing off a unit, they get, yeah, 0.08 healing. And then, oh my god. Oh my god. They can just grind. They can just grind. They don't care about anything. You can see, though, the Slanesh army ability, it does charge much slower. Wow, that rear charge, though. Wow, that rear charge. And then the great thing. If you're playing Slanesh, you can use the army ability on them. That's gonna bring them up to 126 speed. Oh my god! Oh my god! The charge! Oh, sweet sorrow! Oh my goodness! Whew, I think this unit might be good. What was that charge? Oh, the humanity! Pleasure seekers. Wow. 126 tired. I know. Holy. Yeah, this is a babysit unit. This is a babysit unit and a half. And then after all that, can we still kill Scarbrand? Let's see. We can vigor boost him. Oh, it's gonna be close. Do they kill him though? To kill him with cycle charging. Nice, nice. Silver chevron. Oh man. All right, get your Bunas. Get your Bunas out. The unit's insane. They killed off all this. That's like 4,000 value or whatever. Pleasure seeking missiles. Wow. That was juiced. Put him against Kugath. Did they beat Kugath? Kugath is like the end all be all in insane fighting prowess. We now measure how strong a unit is in Scarbrand. He's a good test. Here's the thing though, right? The unit has... Okay, they have a lot of health, but one Buna will take off like half their HP. A Buna for 900 gold is absolutely worth it. I think, unfortunately though, you kind of have to take Buna. If you don't take Buna, you kind of screwed. Oh my god, Kugath, not like this. Yo, the melee attack is really high. I think you have to cycle charge him. If you get a flank charge, he's definitely getting cooked. Let's see. I don't think the AI is smart enough to cast spells because they're on sandbox mode. I think they lose to a healing Kugath. They win versus a non-healing Kugath. Wow, they chevron so fast though. All right. Yeah, they're pretty crazy though. They have enough HP to resist the Mortis. Yo, what if you can take 3 of these guys? You can take 3 of these guys. So if you get like a so you get Shredder of Lustra and you have a Mazda Mundi, we'll give them oh yeah, Apotheosis. God dang it, CA. You know what? This is the worst, by the way. I heard about this change. God dang it. They don't know how to do spells, man. They don't know how to do spells. I don't know why. Why would they add reload skill? The spell doesn't give enough melee stats. So why would you tack on an effect that doesn't make it better? No one's casting Harmonic Convergence for its reload reduction on range units, right? 5 wins is not worth. And they're like, yes, so your buff spell isn't good enough. What if we made it useless when you cast it on range? I don't know why. Why would they do that? Oh my gosh. I'm convinced. I don't know, man. I don't know. Also, I don't know if they changed Roiling Skies. No, I think it might be the same. I don't know. I really don't know though. Like I don't know what's going through their head to like man, Hand of Glory at home. Like I told them that this is not it, right? Like Lothar and shoot in melee? No, they can't. They can't shoot in melee. I don't know. I don't know. I think they made the spell one cheaper though. Ah, jeez. Oh my gosh. Buffs to War Shrines. Yeah, I'll check it out after this. It's so disappointing. War Shrines. Yeah, I don't know. This War Shrine costs the same. I don't know, man. I don't know. Creative Assembly. like obviously they're not like hard filthy grinding multiplayer, and they're not putting that much time into it, even though I'm sure they do, right? There's a few things that are nice, but like there's some stuff that just really don't make sense, because I don't even think on paper it makes sense to. It doesn't make sense on paper. They're like in love with hybrid units ever since Warhammer 3. They just like, I don't know, man. From like the whole Kislev thing, they just love making units hybrid. Dang, Shredder of Lestria is doing pretty well though. It still dies, but it does kill. It did kill one Pleasure Seeker. That's actually pretty amazing. Shredder of Lestria, guys. All right, Shredder of Lestria is the king of kings. Holy crap! Holy crap! The Shredder killed 2 Pleasure Seekers. Yeah, Shredder of Lestria. Nothing can ever beat this thing. I love this thing. Oh my gosh. Look at this Chad of a unit, man. Oh, all the dead Pleasure Seekers. You guys thought this was OP? Still king of the jungle. Yeah, it didn't even get healed by Mazda Mundi. Wow. Wow. Someone buy me the Lizardman DLC. That's actually crazy though. It beat 2 Pleasure Seekers on a surround without healing. Dang. Dang. Yeah, this thing's a Chad. It's because it has range attacks. It shoots. Yeah, it shoots like a boat. Let's check out the Corn Chaos War Shrine. Ah, hell yeah. It's the same as far as I can tell. Because they don't tell me how many deaths you need to charge it up. Creative Assembly, why? It's fine. This is nitpicking at this point. At this point, let's just accept that there's gonna be units that suck in this game. All right. Is Sotek around? Hey, Size. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. No, the normal sub. With your own money? I think Shredder dumpsters it. I think because its ranged attack is so good. There's a lot of hidden damage that you get out of the Shredder of Lestria. I'm so confident we're going to give the new High Elf monster here the free charge on the Shredder, and we'll see. How many new lores are we getting? I think we're just getting the Lore of Mists, which does have a pretty good buff spell. It's basically Flesh to Stone, but like way better. It lasts longer, it's cheaper, gives Strider and a speed bonus. Now, I don't know why CA just released a better Flesh to Stone without making Flesh to Stone better, but you know, it's how it be. So yeah, this thing has anti-large. It has a lot of melee attack. The Shredder has a ranged attack though. Oh, I think it loses though, just because the bonus versus large is so high. That's plus 30. Dang, all right. So Murworm, although it's close, the Shredder just can't really out DPS its regen though. Like this regen is absurd. Okay, yeah. So Murworm will beat the Shredder. But does the Murworm beat Pleasure Seekers though? I don't think it does. Like the Shredder being a boat lets all these skink javelins shoot a lot. It's kind of crazy because Murworm costs 3,000. Let's see. Shredder didn't get the charge either, but here's the thing though, right? Like Shredder is way better at clearing stuff, I feel. Like, let's test out, let's test out the same thing. It's 3,000, which is really cheap. Like, I think High Elves will be taking it. Though, I do feel like the Sea Elemental is just better as a unit. Sea Elemental is, you know, it's way less susceptible to getting shot to death than the Merworm, because it's slightly smaller, a little bit more maneuverable, and it's way cheaper. Generally, cheaper unit supremacy is a thing. Shredder was making a comeback. It was close, but the regeneration is still way too much. Does it beat the Pleasure Seekers, though? Its main thing is its massive weapon damage. That's true. It does have pretty high weapon damage. So same situation as the Shredder. Pleasure Seekers surround. Yeah, you see that difference? So, yeah, that's the problem, right? Merworm is better in like a flat duel, right? You know, in a straight up duel of the monsters, yeah, technically the Merworm will do better. But like at the end of the day, the Shredder is the better unit. The thing vanished? Yeah. Yeah, right? Let's double check the Shredder again. Mamma mia. Yeah, no, the Pleasure Seekers, I think they only lose to the Shredder. But like the Shredder, because it has the skinks all around it, I think it just crushes it. Unless it was like the Mazda Mundi. Merworm sashimi. It's kind of crazy how these fights can be skewed just by like, you know, surrounding or what have you. A lot of people look at units in a vacuum. But the battles do not take place in a vacuum, all right? But yeah, you see that those skink shots, right? Those little javelin hits. Those are really painful. And then, yeah. I think without Mazda Mundi, it's going to be a little bit more rough. Oh, it's close. Oh, it's real close. One's dead, though. Yeah, right? It's night and day, even without Mazda Mundi nearby. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, those worms on the ground make me feel uncomfortable, but yeah. The Shredder is the better unit overall, right? It has a better leadership debuff. It has a ranged attack that people don't give it credit for. And it will win. Merworm is technically the better duelist, but like how many times are you actually getting a duel here? Yeah, his animations are moving him out of the surround. And the Merworm is really bad versus shock damage. This thing has 85 leadership. A Merworm ROR has 80. It has less leadership and... I don't know what made it route so quickly. How's the HP difference? 12,000 versus... HP difference. So the Shredder also has more HP. Leadership reductions are percentage based off of HP. So that means that the Shredder will lose less leadership for the same amount of damage. That's how it could actually hold in the fight. And armor-wise, Shredder is, yeah, at 120, while the Merworm is at 70, which is a rather significant armor decrease. As armor gets more effective, the higher it gets. Stat-wise, it's obviously better, but that doesn't matter as much here, I think. Though, being cheaper means I think High Elves will be using this unit. Quite a bit. Are Slongors a thing? Oh, Slongors are insane. So, the only thing that I don't like about Slongors is that they don't have devastating flanker. But speed-wise, these guys are crazy. Stream a bit choppy for anyone else. I've heard a couple people talk about maybe some lag on stream. I don't think it's saying that I've dropped any frames, but I've seen some people some people mention. No, it was on you? Okay. But yeah, so Slongors compared to Rangers. Let's take a look. For the cost of slightly lower leadership, they have... let's wait for the buff to kick in. They have less melee defense, more melee attack, 15 more speed. The unit's 55 speed baseline with their passives. They have a charge bonus of 35, which is ludicrous. Their anti-infantry is 8. The anti-infantry here is 8. The armor piercing, or no, just their damage is higher. AP percentage is the same. But yeah, these guys are maneuverable. We're talking faster than Forsaken. Obviously, they don't have armor, but they do have a pretty nifty thing about them. And that's pleasure through pain. So as they take damage, they get even faster. And that's going to be quite useful. Also, you can see that charge bonus really getting in a lot of shock damage. It's quite useful because they get faster. They get even faster. You can get them to up to 60 speed. That's 50% faster than Rangers. You know what that means? That means if your Rangers route, they're getting run down into oblivion, right? Like nothing's gonna be 63 speed. Holy moly. Yeah, you see how they immediately run down every single Ranger, right? If you run away from a Slongor, you're a dead man. All right, it's over. So any terror bomb tactics will let these guys cook super hard. And yeah, 60 speed running around, right? Like, look at that. They just, this guy's so slow comparatively. And they're tired, mind you. They're apparently very tired, but they don't care. That's pretty good. Just a cav unit at this point, yeah. Now, you can leadership bomb them. This thing doesn't give them leadership. It does give them melee attack, though. So, it effectively comes out roughly to them. You can treat them like they have perfect vigor, more or less. Yeah, they're kind of like, it's kind of like they have perfect vigor. They can go up to 65 speed, which is actually where cavalry used to be. They are susceptible to spell casting. They're a little expensive. But in a world where you get to choose between Forsaken and Slongors, I think that gives Slaanesh so many options. If you give them a vigor boost, they'd be at 70 speed. Yes. You can use, yeah, the Lore of Shadows to give them up to 70 speed. Speaking of speed, though, I would like to introduce you to this. Never mind. Yeah, you can get them faster than Cold One Riders. Is Sail good? Sail's, he's okay. He's a spellcaster lord, can't go wrong there. But, yeah. Cold One Riders and Cold Ones, they're 66 speed. These guys were actually getting to the same tier, which I would say is insane. Yeah. Yeah, they're good. They're definitely good. Now, they're still pretty expensive, but like, come on, it's an anti-infantry unit. High speed. Slaanesh rushes will love this. Jesus. Yeah, no, it's bonkers. So faster than Demonettes. So like, imagine, right? Imagine you make the mistake of taking like Skink Cohort. And then, let's see here. Like, yeah, if you take Skink Cohort, and then you have this lady, right? Like, how quickly can you bust through a lightly armored front line? I think people would be terrified of this unit, and you basically have to take some sort of armor or something. They don't have devastating flanker like Forsaken, so I guess there's that. But they have Vanguard. Like, Vanguard is super nice. So what I think will end up happening here, right, is people are going to do this. They're gonna pendulum your infantry. They're gonna give these guys 60 speed because of smoke and mirrors. Unfortunately, I don't know if they're getting speed capped. It seemed like they kind of ran in a bit slow. But as soon as your infantry rout, these skinks have 46 speed. They're usually really good at playing keep away from Slongors. But yeah, they can run down. Now, I think they are animation capped though, right? I don't think they're actually moving at 60 speed. Because otherwise they would have run down the skinks much better. So maybe it's not that bad. Wow, they really chunk infantry lords though. Yeah, maybe it's not as bad just because I think they're getting animation capped. Let's see them just running past this guy. This guy's 44, this is 54. I don't know, it's kind of weird. This is definitely much faster though, right? Can they chase them down effectively? It's kind of awkward. They're still landing hits though. Eh. Regardless, happy cow noises. Beastmen will also have access to this unit, so yeah. Is it possible their charge speed cannot be increased? Maybe their base speed is increased? Yeah, I don't know. There's something a little weird there, but regardless, I think they're a good unit. There's the Mask of Slaanesh, by the way. So this is a straight up Mortis engine. Okay. You can only use one of these at a time. But yeah, you can just take the Dance of Dreaming, which is a Mortis engine -6 leadership. She has a self-heal. Oh my god, wait. Is this lady actually just broken? Give me a quick second. We haven't actually looked at the mask very much. 65, 63 stats. Vigor replenishment heal that does damage into 50 meters. Wait. Is this just a crazy Mortis engine lady? Give me a second. Beastmen getting the hand-me-downs? Yeah. Let's take a look. The mask. Slongor's at 675 is actually starting to get a little expensive. Okay, so we can just activate the Dance of Dreaming. It's just an active ability. So yeah, that's a Mortis engine. Oh boy, vampire counts are not gonna be happy. Slaanesh now has access to Mortises. Now, she does take damage. How much does this heal? Roughly 10%. And it's not a self-heal. Oh, okay. Never mind. Mask sucks. Yeah, the mask sucks because they can't heal. And they have 5,000 hit points. Oh, that's garbage. Eh. Is anyone here crazy impressed? Let's see a best of 5 versus Torment. I think his PC's running into issues. So he can't play matches. I'm seeing if I can find someone else to play matches against. Okay, yeah, she's not that great. She's not that great. I thought it'd be a bit better, but yeah. Wait, I'm seeing if I can find someone to match up against. I want to show off all these cool units. Turn said there was a storm before his stream died. Rip. Looked like you could target the enemy with it, with the ability. Oh, you can. You can use it as a direct damage. How much is that? 23 seconds? How does that do versus Cold One Knights? If it's 2 charges of Screw Yo Cavalry, maybe that's not bad. Can it kill monstrous infantry? If it kills monstrous infantry, I'm sold. I guess it is cool to have a healer, though. Mask looks pretty crazy over there. Let's see. So it will reduce their vigor by a little bit. And it does about a little under 2,000. So it's kind of like you get 2 spirit leeches. Does it work on single entities? Because that would be not the worst. It's like, yeah, it's like you get 4 spirit leeches. It will reduce vigor by a bit. It's okay. Oh, it heals at the same time? Self? Oh, I see. Okay, that's a big difference. My bad. Okay, so mask doesn't suck then. Because it's also a self heal. Okay, I get it. I get you. So let's cast it over here. We're gonna suck their HP. It does not do damage to single entities though. But you can use it to bully Cav. That's a great tool tip. That's a tool tip fail on CA's part. I guess I'll report that. Gotta report everything, I swear. Alright. Yeah, this tool tip doesn't say it's only good versus 25 entities or above. When it should, since it seems like it doesn't do damage to SCs. Yeah, I'm not crazy, right? You wish you had access right now? One day. Give it a half a month. Yeah, tooltip is just wrong. Indeed. Indeed. Alright, I got that reported. Did it break the Corn Knight visuals again? What's this about Corn Knight visuals? You better not nerf everything because of your reports before we get them. I usually encourage that they don't make units weaker. Maybe they just get some price adjustments. If they listen to me on that front, it would be the one thing that I wish they did not listen to me about. But I don't know, Chaos Knights seem fine. Seem fine to me. Looking nice and red. Supposed to be red and gold? Yeah, I don't know. You can tell me if they're bugged. But yeah. I think one thing... Dreadmaws are really weird. So, I'll have to do some big thinking with you guys on if Dreadmaws actually, do they actually cook? Or are they bad? I don't know. So, there's some weird ability cycling that you gotta do with these guys. So, like, first things first, let's just show off what they're good at doing. So they can get directly underneath a unit. And they can unburrow and does 12 damage. It's still really weird. It's not polished. You see how delayed that thing is, right? But, like, that's pretty cool, right? You know, they unburrow, they get some damage, they don't take a lot of damage back. And then what they do is they do deep tunneling. They don't take a lot of damage from that. And they're kind of chilling, right? You know, they get a little bit of an attack animation, and then you burrow them. Take a little while to burrow, and they do take attacks. Oh, Mercy, thank you so much for the raid. Yo, Mercy, I know you just ended your stream, but you want to play multiplayer battles? Thank you so much. Mercy the Mad's another content creator. Makes some good informative vids, more campaign focus than I am. But yeah, so like you can do that. But the problem is if you unburrow on top of the Saurus again, you're going to be stuck there for a little while. Because look at this, right? It's still on cooldown. Deep tunneling, you have to be unburrowed to use that. So you can't really make use of that. I think they are super annoying to fight, but like, do they do anything? Oh yeah, Mercy, I would love to play some battles. We can do land battle, domination, whatever your preference is. But I think people would love to watch the matches. Message me on Discord if that's what you want to do, because unfortunately Torment is having some PC issues. Yeah, they are really hard to hit, the Dread Maws. But yeah, you can see deep tunneling takes forever to recharge. So it really is like the Rune of Wrath and Ruin, where yeah, technically you can do this. You get the deep tunneling, right? But like, is this really gonna cook? Funnily enough, they're decent in melee. And they do have damage reflect, which is probably the best thing about them. Just park them on chaff. But like, yeah, you can do that. Deep tunnel onto themselves, deep tunnel onto their current location. And it does some damage, right? But like, you know, we're already 5 minutes into this match and yeah. I don't know, man. I'm just not like particularly amazed by this, and it doesn't seem like there's a way to cheese it. I think they will be really annoying though for archers. Like, if you just constantly spam deep tunneling on archers, and you're just constantly moving around and burrowing around them, I could see that being really annoying. But also, if you have multiple archers, they're just gonna get shot to death. Unit does not have a lot of armor. But I guess, I don't know, damage reflect is kind of cool. Anyways. Alright, nice. So we are going to get to play versus Mercy the Mad. Yes, time for 1 or 2 quick battles. So, let's do it. Let's send them the code. Alright. I'll play Slaanesh. And then we'll do like a land battle or something. Let's do like a land battle on Battle for Itza. Or like, I don't know, what's a good map? What are people playing on nowadays? Well, Galbaraz is the classic, okay. Yeah, Dreadmaws don't seem that crazy. But, yeah. I'm really interested to see what Slaanesh can do here. They do have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Slaanesh that you can take as a Lord. It's pretty hype. The Black Tongue. It's 200 meter silence for 21 seconds. Interesting. Let's see here. Let's try out the Kala again. We'll just take a full stack to Kala. You happier that Dread Maws are mid rather than OP? I would like them to be situationally good. But yeah. Let's see some Slon Gore action. Riders of the Mighty Serpent are kind of cool. So they have fear. They cause fear and give leadership to all my units. So that's a 100 meter range thingy. I could see this being good versus Undead for sure. This is just a flat leadership boost. Heralds of Excess, Secret Chariot. Looks like we got a new chariot, I guess. What does it have? What does it have over normal Secret Chariots? Oh, it has HP. Oh, that's nifty. And it has Perfect Vigor. Okay. Sure. I guess that's interesting. But yeah, we're gonna try with the Pleasure Guard. Is this thing good at all? I'm really not sold on the Pratons. They do have a lot of missile resist, I guess. But like, what does this thing do? I guess it's anti-large specialist. I'll give it a shot. And then I'll try out these riders. Maybe I'll try a devotee. DLC only army we got going here. I'm not gonna bring pleasure seekers versus Mercy the Mad. That seems unusually cruel. But Skytar, maybe. Put him on a demonic steed. Is there anything I don't want here? Or was this some weird explosion? Disorients? Slows units? Dang, he has some crazy slows. Alright, man, this army is small. We'll try a mini Praeton. Wow, they're so expensive. Yeah, I don't know if I like Praetons. I guess they cause terror, but so does Takala. So I don't really need terror. We can get a champion. Champion O Slanesh. We can see how they perform in this situation. And then I don't know, man. Okay, well, I obviously need more Slongors. Man, everything's so expensive. What's this? Okay, this is just a leadership buff. That's not exciting. All right, sure. Sure. Let's see if this cooks. All right, let's look at Stykar or whatever his name is. I want to know if Dreadmaws can spot stock units while burrowed. Pretty sure they can. Pretty sure they can. I think they give vision. Though, Norska's not... Like, seeing Way Watchers is not going to help you for Norska. But alright, let's see how this goes. So, you know, this is a normal army. I'm going to test out these perfect vigor chariots. They have 70 armor, which I guess is not bad. And I'm going to use these guys to buff up my infantry with their battle songs, which gets stronger the more enemies are nearby. Interesting. Very interesting. I have no magic, but that's okay. Ready, good luck, have fun. Very simple build. But yeah, I guess like the devotees will be good for his boxes. This is your first multiplayer battle in like 2 years. Yeah, don't worry. I don't have magic. But you know, we just want to see some cool units. I'm not gonna like super filthy try hard versus you. We just want to see how the units do. And I appreciate very much the assist, Mercy. It would be a very sad stream if we weren't able to show off at least one battle. He looks so happy. Yeah, look at him. Oh my god, look at that smile. Oh my god, look at that smile. Oh my god, look at him. He's kind of low resolution, but yeah, he's having a great time. Ah, yeah, that's the man that knows how to have a good time. How can you not love him? Oh man, look at him. A little ponytail over there. All right. So we're gonna see some cavalry. We're gonna see a silent Amphingrim and a cursed Eden. Has some healing, has some unyielding assault. Oh, the non-magic ones have that. Oh dang, so you basically do have a giant that can heal. Oh dang, that's kind of crazy. Do I have a way to kill off his... Is he gonna out-mobility me? We'll see. Oh dang, the range on these guys is kind of high. Riders of the Mighty Serpent, 90-meter range. Interesting, very interesting. His cavalry should not be a big deal though. What does he have? He has a little explosion. Inflicts minimal damage, but it's a debuff. Okay. We're gonna see how my exalted guys do here. Maybe shoot up the Eden. And then use my boy to cook him up. Look at this. Look at that vortex. Oh, he pulled away. He's smart. He saw it coming miles away. All right. Can I get a surround here? Well, she's gonna be able to escape at least. My range units are not great. Holy crap, this guy cooks though. Holy moly, he cooked Wolfric. Alright, so the guy absolutely murdered Wolfric like no one's business. The chariots suck as usual. It's really weird that Slanesh chariots are so bad. Holy crap. Wait, is this guy insane? What does this do? So that's just a debuff. Or is it a buff? What does it do? Reduces stats by very small amount. Oh my god, look at Wolfric, he has 9 speed. He has 9 speed. Oh no, Wolfric, no. Holy crap, this guy's a hunter. He's a freaking hunter. Holy crap. Wait, how strong is this debuff right now? Oh my god, it's minus 75. Minus 16 melee defense. What the crap? That's unreal. Sign of depravity minus 56. Oh my god. Is this he have perfect vigor too? Why is his vigor so high? Well, that's ludicrous. Don't nerf it, CA. Alright. People will counter it by just spirit leeching this guy's face off, but like, what a beast. Okay, so no one will ever escape Slanesh ever again is what I'm hearing, right? This is what I'm seeing right now. Roots everything. Yeah, are you noticing these spears with their 9 speed? This is a unit that's running for their life right now. All right, they're doing their best. They're like, get us out of here, please. Meanwhile, Mr. Smiley Man's just chilling. What's the radius on this? 55 meters. That's the bubble. So literally everyone here is getting a massive melee defense debuff. So what, you just can't do anything versus Slanesh anymore? There's my little whirlwind with the collar. Oh my god, the horseman. Nothing can move. Nothing can move. I'm gonna catch his running skirmishers with my infantry. This is the new age of Slanesh, people. The collar can just give herself yeah, some damage resistant disengage. Yep, there you go. Well, it's nice knowing you, skirmishers. I hope you like walking. This guy's insane. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they can't run. Okay, so if you box versus Slanesh, this guy will rip your face off. That's disgusting. Slongor with the 1,000,000 speed, 86 speed. Because they have the sign of depravity. Wait, everyone's a sprinter. Yeah, everyone has... This thing has 175 speed. That's more than halfway to bugged Grease's speed. Look at that. Oh my god. That's disgusting. 175 speed. Okay, this guy's insane. He doesn't need that many units to be routing to get his thing. 55... 50 speed bonus. What is this man? It's an AoE buff and debuff. Okay, how can we have this thing be so insane and harmonic convergence get 20 more missile reload chance? Somebody in CA, someone at CA's office, either really likes missile reload chance or does not understand the fact that speed bonuses are OP. Mercy, show no mercy. I did not know this man would be so insane. GG Mercy. I didn't know. How was I supposed to know this guy has a melee defense aura debuff that stacks to minus 16 so easily? Also, the champions did quite well. How was I supposed to know? The devotees actually fought pretty well in melee. Oh my god. Car. Oh my god. Got my Slongors to 75 speed. Yeah, Wolfric got pretty mulched, and then when he routed, he just kind of cooked. Did you want to play one more, or do you gotta go? It's fine if you gotta go. Holy crap, though. This guy's insane. And he has damage reflect and missile block. And he can reduce speed by more with Sonic Boom. You don't need that though. Like most builds will take him with just the melee attack. Just the melee attack and this. You put him on the demonic steed because it's just better. And you have an 1800 lord. That's just a god amongst men. Yeah, one more. Play whatever you want. I'll play as high elves. I won't mega cheese you though. I'll go a more normal high elf build. You feel free to bring the filth though, all right? What? You can bring 6 ships company? What is that? What? Wait, why? This is the only infantry unit in the entire game that you can bring 6 up. What, did CA forget what the unit caps were? What is this? Why why are ships company? What, they just don't care about the rules that they copied many years ago? All right, whatever. Yeah, bring some filth, Mercy. Bring some filth. I'll just bring some normal stuff. I won't intentionally mega cheese you, yes. Okay, one combo I really want to try is Eltharion plus Caradrian, right? So this guy, at 20% hit points. I think this is bad, but I want to try it. Okay, yeah, so if I can somehow get this guy to be basically dead. So I put him on a chariot and I kind of let him die. Then I use Eltharion's Helm of Yvresse to make him live for 17 more seconds. Then maybe he maybe I can use his Mark of Ashurian ability. This is a bad combo, okay? This is a bad combo, but because he has to die. The guy has to die. Oceanids suck, right? There's no way Oceanids are good. I don't know. As far as I can tell, these are just war streaking. Unless he has Unbreakable, he's gonna run away. Yeah, that's my thoughts exactly. It's yeah, it's very hard to make him not just run. Does he have ITP? He does have ITP. Stronger than Tyrion, I guess. Not taking harmonic convergence. Shake my head. That's true. That's true. The new harmonic convergence. And then what else? What else did High Elves get? Got the Sky Cutters. Oh, Blades of Hoeth. They have I don't know. They have Guardian. Is that it? Oh, they have Spell Resist. That's kind of cool. Yeah. All right. So we got the Blades of Hoeth cooking. Hype. Bring that Slanesh hero against me. Please do. Please do. That guy's hilarious. Oh my gosh, you guys are right. He really is the best. Did they buff Eagle Claw bolt throwers at all? No. No, they just put them on a... Seriously, why would you bring this when for 500 more, or no, 600 more gold, you can take the Sky Cutter? That's insane. There's no reason ever to take a normal bolt thrower anymore, right? You just take the Sky Cutter until this gets nerfed. Hopefully it's just a price reduction. I don't think it needs to be weaker in campaign, because these units in campaign, they're not that crazy anyways. But in multiplayer, I think a price increase is probably warranted. Unless they have a hard counter, but no one's been able to figure out a counter yet because there's no magic that can do anything versus 4 entities. Unless you harmonic convergence your archers. Does it shoot more bolts? No. The multi-shot, I think it's the same, yeah. Kind of sad. Are there any new RORs that I should look at, or is it just the Phoenix Guard? Huh. You know, it seems like, yeah, High Elves didn't get that much that isn't OP. These are the only things that I've seen that are not kind of ridiculous. Let's get a Mist Mage. Alright, what's the best, what's the coolest Mist Magic? Obviously this is too strong, so we're not going to run that. I can get Missile Resist. I can summon Oceanids. Let's see here. Is there... Oh, you know what's really funny? The Nullstone. This ability is hilarious. It silences everything. ROR great axes? No, those are old. They just never see play, which is why people think they're new. But yeah, this silences the map. Nobody will have magic attacks. Now, I don't know what the implications are, but I think it's freaking hilarious, so we're gonna run it. But yeah, no, seriously, it's a 2-minute cooldown, 35-second. Nobody has any magic anymore. Is it good? I don't know, man. Maybe I can physical resist the Oceanids and then they don't die. I really don't know. It's just a map-wide nope. Yeah, I can make my elementals do something. I don't know. Some 2v2 shenanigans with that one. Yeah. 35 seconds is not super long, though. And it costs 200 gold, but I think there's maybe some potential. Probably not, because it silences your guys too, but yeah, just say no to magic. Yeah. Yo, I can't believe High Elves got anti-magic counter spells before Dwarves did. How is that a thing? If they didn't give Dwarves a null magic stone, I don't know what they're doing. But alright, we got Oceanids. We have Caradrian. So the goal here is to have Caradrian almost die, and then we Helm of Yvress him so that he doesn't die. The end. So Oceanids, they have 55 melee defense, atrocious melee attack, no armor piercing. I'm pretty sure they suck, but I'm happy to be proven wrong here. There he is. All right, so the only way to counter Stykar is to not have anyone route, right? So we can use our Oceanids here to fight Hellstriders. Oh, he doesn't have magic attacks. All right, here we go, Oceanids. This is where you cook. I'm gonna try and bait him, right? Think about it. I can bait him up. So he's gonna surround him, and then I'm gonna do the physical resist thing. And then it's gonna be clutch. And then it's gonna be hilarious. Yes. This is sure, if this doesn't work, Oceanids mega suck. Oh, he's playing keep away, alright. So he has a Collar, he has Stykar, he has a Druchii Anointed with Soul Stealer and Hysterical Frenzy. That's kind of terrifying. They're fast at least. 54 is okay. Slightly better than the Huge. Okay, he's going for it though. He's going for it. Doesn't want to fight. Too much heat. Did he cast on me? Oh, that's Sign of Depravity. It's terrifying. Alright, he's still pulling back. My Oceanids will catch his Devoted Marauders eventually, though. We got him terrified, though. Look at my sword infantry. Are those wavy swords? No. Blades of Hoeth, though, are pretty nice. Come on, fight me. Fight me. Okay, come on. We're both melee, though. You gotta fight some point, right? This just puts you closer to the edge of the map where you potentially will be routed off. Come on, have at thee. Classic land battle. Come on. All right, Oceanids. The time is now. It's fine. He hasn't played a lot of multiplayer games. Don't bash on Mercy. It's chill. It's chill. He's clearly just terrified at our immense Oceanid strength. So that's going to make them have 85% resist, right? So how good are they at holding when you cast this? Not terrible. They actually did not take that much damage. Now, did they do any damage? The answer is no. So, I don't know, man. I really don't know. Is this a unit? Is this even a unit? Do they do anything? I think the amount of things that they do is feeling dramatically low. We're gonna land with Altharian. We're gonna get this guy in here. Okay, so Oceanids are... eh? Can they disengage well? Can they do anything? We're gonna send another one in. Maybe they can get his forces tired here. Maybe I get him tired. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is it. So this guy, right? If I can just have him almost die, but not quite die, we're in a good spot. Oceanids are in. So we're gonna make him survive with the with the walk between worlds. But he has to almost die for this to work. And this has like no range. So we're really banking on this working. I can use the Null Stone, but then that'll silence Eltharion. Come on, get that Mortis. Get that Mortis. I know you can. Come on, get that Mortis. Just kill him. Yes. Yes. Come on, it has to trigger soon. It has a little flaming effect. Okay, there we go. So now he is incapable of dying. Nice. Nice. There it is. All right. And then we're gonna Mist Mage to keep him alive. And then we're gonna silence the world. So how does this work? Yeah, as long as he's on the ground, right? So you can see it's chipping away at his infantry, right? So I just have to keep him safe for the next 50 years. And then he has a 6x Mortis. Look at that value. Look at the value. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Oh my god. Yeah, look at him cook. Look at him cook. It's 6 times the Mortis. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh yeah, look at that value. 1,200. It's active even if he's not fighting too. So he can run away and he'll still be active. Okay, this is like mega memery though, right? There's no way this is actually good. There's no way this is actually good. Oh my god, look at that. This is so dumb. So dumb. Oh no, he's gonna die. No, don't kill him. Don't kill him. Let him cook. Let him cook. Come on. Yes. Oh, don't die, you piece of crap. Don't rout. He's doing his best. He's doing his best. It's still active though. It's still active. This is the silliest thing ever, dude. Oh my god. It never goes away if he goes over 200 again. Is that real? It says hit points less than 200. I don't know. I don't know about that. We can test it out though. The new Mortis. He can't help it. It's not supposed to be good though, right? It's not supposed to be good. Oh my gosh. This is like as memery as it gets. Oh my god, look at him go though. Yes, the Mortis, the Mortis engine. Oh, it does go away. You lied! It went away! Oh crap, now I gotta have him die again. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Can you please kill this guy for me? He needs to do the thing. Let him cook. Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! And then he's unkillable for 17 seconds. Woo! He cannot be killed. He's literally unbreakable. This is stupid. It's stupid. All right. All right. It's not supposed to work. It's really annoying though if he barely lives. Like someone is gonna win a land battle in the tournament with this, and it'll be super annoying. Because he doesn't even need to be in combat. So if you don't kill this guy, he's just gonna ruin your life. Like he's too fast. He'll just play keep away. Microwaving health. Yeah, eat him up. Oh yeah, look at that. It does so much damage. 50 to 100 is insane. He's gone 2,700 gold worth of value. Ouch, what was that, a whip? Yeah, he roasted toasted the Chaos Knights. But you can't heal him. So, like, I don't know. Can we Null Stone again? Huzzah! I silenced myself. It doesn't affect Sign of Depravity. Passives don't get silenced. Does this guy take any damage? No. It only damaged multiple entities too. But the guy's annoying. He lives.
Glory matters not.
He lives.
Miss Mage,
Let him cook. Keep him alive. Get the physical resist.
avenge the fallen.
Yeah, get the heal. Get the heal. Yo, Druchi Anointed sucks. Druchi Anointed's garbage, man. This guy can't land a hit for his life, man. What is this guy doing? This was so annoying, man. This land battle, just this random microwave, just running around 24/7. This guy can't land a single hit. God, that's disgusting. Someone stop the fight, throws towel. Yo, that's gross. I thought the hero squad was supposed to kill this guy, but yeah, he kind of just cooked. Did the Blades of Hoeth do anything? I don't know. Did the water elementals do anything? Maybe. How'd these guys do? Eh? Honestly, the battle was mostly won because of Eltharion and this guy. They got 5,000 value. Caradrian's damage buff is pretty evil. Yeah, it's the fact I thought you had to be in melee to activate it, but apparently you can just kind of hover the demons and they just all die. This is beyond memes. Yeah, I think you need, like, you know, if you go for the kill, you better get it. Blades of Hoeth held pretty well, I guess. They're expensive though. But yeah, if you have time for another, I'd be happy to. If you gotta go, totally fine with me. I know you said only 1 or 2 games, so feel free to tap out. You're trying to avoid it and then kill him? Yeah. Yeah, he's actually quite slippery on that chariot. You can use Feint and Riposte. He does have a healing thing for infantry characters too. Does that work on his Phoenix too? Yeah, but you have to be on the ground. You have to be grounded to make it work. So, like, I don't know. I think he might be best on a chariot. He also dies easier on a chariot, which is weird, but I guess so. You have time for one more? Hell yeah. I'll play Norska then. Play whatever you want, Mercy. Whatever you want. Let's see here. Obviously, double Dreadmaw, right? Obviously, we have to go double Dreadmaw. I think Edens are really hype. Aren't these guys just better giants? Because they have... Wow, they have more HP than giants? Dude, Meaty Dangler's gonna love this. Wait, bro. Is this just a better giant? Wait. 15% missile resist. 25% spell resist. Healing when they're below half HP. More HP. Did CA just release a way better giant? They have 10 less melee defense. Whoop-de-doo. Nobody cares about that, right? Like, this is actually just better. And they have Vanguard? Bro. Yeah, yo, this is just giant power creep. In all senses of the word. 50 less damage? Like, that makes a difference. Okay, yeah, this is just a significantly better giant. He does everything I do except better. Yo, that's crazy. What's the AP ratio? Oh, good call. 300, 350. 200, 500. Okay, so giants have slightly more AP. But, like, come on. He's a healing giant with more HP. What else could you ask for? Who wouldn't give regeneration to their giant? Right? That's just, yeah, that's just insane. But I'm going to go for the Chimera instead. So you got a Blood Shriek Chimera, which has healing out of melee and grounded. Okay, sure. It gets eating rabbits. It has a breath attack, immune to flanking, and decent stats. Okay. I'm interested to see if the Chimera cooks. I kind of want to see if Bearmen are hype. The Stinky Bearmen. They have a swarm of flies. We have the Great Weapon Bearmen. If Bearmen are good, you can bet people are just gonna spam them like this, right? And then you know, I'll take a cool caster. on a mammoth. What magic does he have? He has Lore of Fire. That's pretty cool. Sure, and then I'll just take... Yeah, I'll take Plague of Rust. What's this? Power Stone. Power Familiar, which is just 20% more spellcasting. Warrior Familiar? Oh, what? Freaking hell. Why do they keep doing this? That's just harmonic convergence, but better. Can they make harmonic convergence look worse? So you're telling me this guy, he just has harmonic convergence but better? I guess it's a single cast. Would you pay 150 for a single cast harmonic convergence? I don't know. You know what? Let's try Offering of the Gods. Screw that, man. What the crap? I guess it's one use. I guess one use is not the worst. Seriously though, I feel like if they're willing to do this for this ability, I feel like, come on, man. How OP can harmonic convergence be at 57 seconds? They're teasing me. They're teasing me. I swear, if this we exceed unicaps. Oh, too many monsters. I guess I'll get rid of a Dreadmaw. More Bearmen. Can he beat the Bearmen tide? Okay, sure. Good enough. Yo, Chevron Bearmen? Insane. Seriously though, why would they tease, right? Why would they tease me? It's the same thing with like the Cathay bomb thing that also gives a debuff. That's an AoE enfeebling foe. That's true. It doesn't give reload scale. That's true. Oh, it's a self buff? Oh, okay, that one makes sense then. Oh, it is a self buff. Wait, isn't that insane though? Wait, can I make this guy a Chad? Wait, 1 second. Wait, can I make the strongest wizard known to man? That's actually kind of funny then. Wait, how strong can I make this wizard? Can we make... Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Cascading Fire Cloak. Flaming Sword of Ruin. Warrior Familiar. Fight or Die and Offering of the Gods with Evasion. Yes. It's perfect. It's perfect. Oh, yeah. And there's Fimir Nobles now. They're a thing, I guess. They have Shrouding Mists. Yeah, they reduce armor, I guess. Is this guy cool at all? Does he have anything that is notable in the slightest? This guy's so boring, man. Dude, he's so boring. 24 melee attack, 19 seconds. Foe Seeker, Deadly Onslaught. This is the coolest thing about him. Shrouding Mists. Okay, wait. So I have an idea. We cut these guys, right? wait. He has Shrouding Mists. It's an AoE buff. So what if, right, you combine that with Fimir, and then they have 60% missile resist. Wait, even better, even better. Sorry, I'll be fast, Mercy. I'll be fast, but I gotta do this. There's another dude. Ruinous Flesh, yes. Okay, wait. This is hilarious. Oh, we're cooking now. Oh, we're so cooking. I hope you spam ranged. I hope you spam ranged. We are gonna have the most kite-resistant Norscan army the world has ever seen. Okay, so I have 20% missile resist AoE passive, right? Yo, land battle meta for Norska, they're just gonna do the sit there and never die strat. This is actually a ludicrous amount of missile resist. No mammoth for the AoE AoE ward save too. Holy crap. Yeah, how many resistances can you stack? Okay, let's check. Let's put that guy over there first. park these guys here, right? And then we're just gonna camp it out. We're gonna play super campy and just never die. If he has final transportation, well, screw me, I guess. But here we go. Ready. Ready. Whoops. Ready. Accidentally put a question mark in my ready. That's unintended. And this guy, okay, wait. So Blood Tree Chimeras actually have crazy healing. Okay, have a strat. Get the Jaws music going. Get the Jaws. So he has 2 masters and he has a Marathi. She does have the Soul Stealer. 1 good spell later. Yeah, maybe we don't die to the Soul Stealer. Look at that missile resist though. Look at that. 70% missile resist. Oh boy, all those missiles. I'll just split up a bit from the Marathi. Come on, come at me. Come on, people. We'll just move up as a group. Come on, get over here. Yo, this thing's too slow underground, man. This thing's sluggish. 50 speed, my butt. Let's see. Can he shoot these guys to death, though? I have a feeling he actually can't. Can he cast on those things while they're underground? I think you can technically use like an AoE cast to get them. Come on. Get in there. It takes a little while to actually get the explosion hit. Dang it, CA. Yeah, a little bit of deeps. And then you burrow, and then you die. Yeah, you got the burrow. Run! Run, you piece of crap, run! Ah, yeah. Sneaky boy. Sneaky boy. Let's go. You see that wasted volley? Ah, yeah. Was it worth? Maybe? So dumb. This DLC is the stupidest DLC I've ever seen. In a great way, maybe in a couple bad ways. But the shenanigans that we are witnessing. Oh, dang. That's a nasty breath attack. What the crap? That's a nasty, straight nasty breath attack. It can't capture points, no. This thing is basically the same as a flying unit, so you don't have to worry about that. What does this do? It's a self-heal? Out of melee. Oh, okay. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to unburrow it now from far away so that it can re-get its cooldowns. Right? So if I just sit here for 5 minutes, then he should be able to chill. And then this thing's grounded, so he can heal back up. Love to see that. And then the masters are gonna get wrecked by my great shaman sorcerer of the gods. Let's get that missile bonus. All right, here we go. Stack them up. Stack them up. Stack them up. Stack them up. Yeah! Power is mine! Unlimited power! Unlimited! He's still dying. Unlimited power! He's still dying. He's still dying. Wow, it's almost like melee defense and melee attack doesn't do anything. At all. What a garbage. What a CA really doesn't know. I don't think they realize. Here's the big problem with Creative Assembly. They don't realize that when you get attacked from behind, you lose 70%, I think, of your melee defense. So literally, this guy has like effective 20 melee defense when he's surrounded. It sucks being surrounded. It's absolute hot garbage being surrounded. You're not going to actually you're not actually gonna live if you get surrounded. Like, they really overrate melee defense. I really don't know. I don't know, man. It's kind of silly. And now he's dead, but I have plan B. Missile resist. You think he's gonna be able to kill us here? I do have the hero squad. I don't know what I'm supposed to do versus the masters. I'm gonna lose my lord, but I have unburrow tech. The missile resistance through the roof. Boom. A slight amount of damage. God. Hey, at least these guys are doing no damage. That's kind of funny. The rest of my army, however, maybe not the prettiest situation. Oh, dang, this map's kind of huge. Yo, this thing insta routes if it gets chased off here. Oh, dark shards. Kerblamo! Eh. And then we burrow. Yes. Yeah, it has perfect leadership while burrowed. Let's go. So dumb. Hey, I can heal up my blood shriek chimera again. That's pretty cool. Boop. Oh, come on, man. Why'd you have to take off into the sky? That's kind of janky that you have to land with them. Okay, there we go. Now he's healed. Yo, it's like hailing outside. Missile resist through the roof. They will never die to missiles. Missiles mean nothing to me. It just routed even though it's unbreakable. Oh yeah, what the crap? It just routed. What the crap, bro? How's that possible? It routes burrowed. Well, it's gone. That's mildly disappointing. Hey, at least this thing's healing. And I'll be able to kill off the dark shards. Look. The only thing that can kill me is Soul Stealer. He rallied, what a Chad! He truly is a god amongst men. He rallied, let's go! Let's go, what a beast! Yo, it's actually kind of funny how little the missiles are doing here. Like, it's actually... We're really cooking hard here when it comes to the resistances. This thing's actually not bad too. But I might lose out on a few of these guys if I'm not careful. I just need another juiced breath attack and I should be okay. Get back in here, you fool. Get back. Get back here. Yeah, we got the breath attack. Holy crap. Okay, this thing has a crazy breath attack. This thing's actually kind of insane. Those breath attacks are huge. Is that with all the chimeras? Yo, chimera's kind of stacked, man. Also, we kind of tanked the shots like nobody's business. How much value did this get? Holy crap, wait. Yo, that's actually like a legitimate strategy. The screw your arrow strat? Okay, now another one of those is gonna be painful, but... Haha. To get flaming sworded. Huzzah. Does it do anything? I don't know. It's fun to cast though. And then we buff up the chimera. Yeah, melee defense. Yeah. My guys are kind of routing though. That's not pretty. Can I kill SEs? I think he might have won this. I think Mercy might have won this unless the chimera cooks, but I don't think it will. Is the Skin Wolf gonna... God, those... Okay, yeah. The counter to this build, though, is you just Final Transmutation or Soul Stealer them, and then they die. Does a breath attack shoot out of all three heads? I think it does. He's done it, though. He's defeated the Disgusto Norskin build. It was actually a really close fight. Unless... Can I heal with this Chimera? Can I heal with it? If I heal with it, it might actually be not that bad. Come on. Come on, you darn thing. Yeah, another heal. Chimera's gonna cook. Does it keep healing? Oh, dang, yeah, it keeps healing. Even if you kind of just chill there. Save him. Keep casting spells. You need your leadership. Yeah. We're gonna save the Skin Wolf Werekin. Hell yeah. I still got Fimir over here. They're killing it. This might be winnable with the Chimera and the Werekin. This might not be an impossibility, though I'm sure he's gonna have another big old spell cast on us. Come on, Chimera, you got this. Can I ride off the Masters? How's this guy doing? He rallied. He rallied. Get in there, Chimera. The Masters have ITP? I don't think they do. Come on, you darn beastie. Beat him up. It has another heal in 2 minutes, too. Yes. You got a hit. Yes, he's routed. Very nice. We can rally these fools in a second. I'm gonna get them up. Yes. Yes, there's another route. I have my boys in over here. If he has another soul stealer, though, everyone's dead. But maybe he doesn't. Get him, Chimera. Beat him up. Get the skin wolf in. Get the flaming sword. Dang it. Come on, the mega buffs. Give it 40 melee attack or something. Oh, it's not infantry sized. Oh, crap. He got a soul stealer off. Oh my gosh, the Chimera is so close. Oh, it ate the master, though. It ate the master. Dang, yo, Chimera is kind of sick. This thing's kind of sick. Is Marathi gonna die, though? I don't have no more missile resist aura. Everyone's gone. They run for the hills. I think he's done it. GG. Well played. That was fun. Yo, my lord, though, having 80 stats was so garbage. He did nothing. Well played to Mercy, though. Thank you very much. Marked by the Mercy. Yo, this guy. This guy, 80 stats, did nothing. God, buffs are so useless. Yeah, you know what? I think, I'm pretty sure that ability sucks. I like the Barrowman, though. ITP is really nice. But, yeah, like, this sucks. This sucks. Because he's gonna get hit by charge bonus, right? And anti-large anyways. So units are still gonna hit him. And increasing melee attack on SCs doesn't give you enough DPS to really do much. Maybe if you put him on a mammoth, he'll be slightly tankier. But if you attack from behind, they lose most of their melee defense. The missiles did do nothing, though. I think there's the one thing that's super exciting about that match. Hey, Mercs of the Mad on chat, in chat. Well played, man. Dude, those soul stealers were crazy. But yeah, I think the biggest thing is that you can now go Fimir Noble, Skinwolf Werekin, and stack missile resist. So, in theory, if you combine that with the War Mammoth War Shrine, you can also get another 10% physical resist, right? Did they nerf this? Or has this always just been 10 leadership? I think they might have nerfed this. Didn't this used to stack up to 20% before? Yeah, Chimera seems kind of nuts. Its breath attack is really nice. And yeah, it looks like it's the same flaming breath. So I think Norska is probably going to do this. I think they're just going to go double Chimera now and just use their flaming breaths and just kill everything. The ROR is really good, though, because he has Perfect Predator, which is just a fat heal that you can spam. So he's a Chimera that heal caps. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, did they seriously nerf the War Shrine, though? That's kind of crazy. I think they nerfed the War Shrine. Well, anyways, 10% there, 20% on these guys. You can get up to 90%. Maybe? Maybe with some magic, I don't know. But yeah, the bug. Yeah, you know, if the bug is still in, then I'll get up to 20%. I was trolling you with the worm at the start. Oh yeah, the worm. Yeah, the worm is, the Dreadmaw is weird. I don't think the Dreadmaw is good. Even if you do some funny strategies, you can get enough damage in just by shooting it with a couple volleys. And it just doesn't really do any damage. For 1,000 gold, I don't think it's worth. Did they nerf the War Shrine for unaligned as well? Like Warriors of Chaos? What, did they just nerf all the War Shrines? Were they too good? Whoa, wait, Chaos gets Chimera? Oh my god, Chaos is suddenly super strong. Wait, did they just give the Chimera to everyone? What, is it like a Manticore? I guess it is. Yo, Chaos has a Dreadmaw! Yo, let's go. And Champions of Slaanesh? Oh my god, wait. Yo, Warriors of Chaos is stacked. Does this have anything? This is 10%. Favor of Ruinous Powers. I don't know. I can't tell if it's nerfed or not. Yo, as Chaos, you can take, yeah, you can take the Slaaneshi champions, and then you can take some Chimeras. They're even unaligned. Oh my god. Yo, Chaos got a better update than Norska. Because you can use those breath attacks. You know that's going to get you value, right? The breath attacks are guaranteed value. More or less. Unit is super strong too. And I bet, I'm pretty sure Beastmen also got the Chimera. Yeah, the Beastmen also got the Chimera. Oh my god, if this unit's too strong, everyone's gonna have it. Psychological, I guess. Yeah. Did you want to play more, by the way, or are you tapping out? I see you're still in. Oh yeah, the Dragon Breaths. Yeah, Chimeras are crazy. But yeah, as always, if you have to head out, it's totally fine. What's your favorite unit so far? Honestly, the Chimera is kind of cool. A cheap unit that can cast breath attacks is pretty nifty. And it makes the Chaos factions kind of have a decent air game unit that they could bring in. You can't end on a win. You need me to get revenge? Sure, sure. Let's see here. Sure, let's play High Elves. I'll make this one a quick one. All right. He said I'm supposed to get revenge, okay? Oh, does the Sea Helm have anything? Damage resist, bonus versus... Hey, he's like a mini Alberic. That's cute. Okay, I'm pretty sure, though. I need to know. I need to know if people are just going to ban Aislinn. Because I'm pretty sure if you just do this on a flat map, I think yeah, I think they're just dead. I don't know if there's anything people can do versus. We'll see though, we'll see. But I'm pretty sure land battle people are gonna hate Aislinn. I can be fairly certain of that fact. So yeah, he doing it. Look, we gotta know now before someone hosts a tournament without restricting this thing. Or maybe it's not OP. You never know. There's a chance. They did not buff Hand of Glory. Are there any range boosting? Don't say it. Don't you dare say it. Oh my god. No, there is. There's one range boosting magic that isn't Hand of Glory. It's Harmonic Convergence. Screw that. Screw that biz. I'm gonna get... it's not AoE, it's single cast. You know what? I think Lore of Light's gonna be good enough. Alright, sure. Let's do this. Super stacked Aislinn. This is the beginning of Marcy's return to PvP. He's got the thirst now. Flaming Sword. Oh, yeah. Flaming Sword actually is unironically not terrible here. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So Flaming Sword. Ah, yes. The other one that I forgot. Why not do the smart thing and make it a leadership buff instead of a reload buff? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't even think campaign people are like, wow, I can't believe it. CA gave Harmonic Convergence reload skill reduction. I'm so happy right now. Who in their right mind sees that and is like excited to cast that spell? Maybe I'm wrong, all right? I'm ready to say that I'm out of touch with the wider community of Warhammer. You know? Maybe we're in a bubble. Think about all the noobs that are like, wow. Wowee. I can cast this on my Lothar and Seaguard. And then they cast it and they're like, my mind is blown. This is the most fun I've had in my entire life. I don't know. Maybe. And then they see Hand of Glory and their brains just explode. They're like, wow, it's cheaper and it's double the reload reduction. Oh my god. How is that possibly balanced? And then they use Hand of Glory. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think they're crazy. I think CA is absolutely insane. We seem especially bitter today. There's a lot of stuff that we went through earlier that was kind of disappointing. And I feel like, you know, I feel like I gotta get it out of my system. I'm not super disappointed with the DLC overall so far, though. Of course, I'm not allowed to make a review. This is a no review stream, alright? But so far, I feel like there's a lot of cool stuff. And they fixed single entities overshooting. If you want to see my actual list of DLC stuff, if there's a plus, it means it got fixed. If there's a minus, it means it didn't get fixed. So this is kind of my list of stuff that I feel like is pretty important. Some of it is memey, but like, you know, I feel like it's decently important to have in. And yeah, there's not a lot fixed. Though they did fix single entities over chasing. And they did buff Skaven, and they did change some spells, but not really. I don't know, man. It seems... eh. Did the Overcast used to give 30 armor? No, I think it just gave a bigger... buff. Like, or was it just duration? No, it was just duration. Oh, no, it is still there. Oh, yeah, it does give armor. Huzzah! Huzzah! Very unexciting. Very unexciting. So, like, you know, like this DLC so far, it feels very similar to any other CA DLC. Like, it doesn't feel like they've actually changed much. Yeah, and I think that's the big issue, right? It just doesn't feel like they changed that much. Prepare yourselves. Prepare yourself for death. Oh boy, people are not gonna like this one. It's dodgeable, they said. It's only a few seconds, they said. Oh boy. Oh, the humanity. Yeah, no, this is fine. This is perfectly balanced. It's perfectly balanced. That's disgusting. No. This spell costs 200 gold. I don't know if you realize, all right? Remember, Creative Assembly, all right? You know, they took my feedback, all right? I did actually mention this ability before. They took my feedback, you know? I talked about how abilities costing, you know, 200 gold is really silly because some abilities are just stronger than others, right? No. They know better. Creative Assembly knows best, all right? You must believe. You must believe me. This is totally balanced. Why would they not listen to me if this was not the most balanced thing in the world, all right? Now, realistically speaking, there's probably some counterplay you can do on maps with hills. It actually is like TBD on whether or not this is good. I do know on flat maps, it's disproportionately stronger than other abilities. Oh wait, yeah, come back, you darn caster. There you go. Yo, that's a fun ability. I love an auto rally. Iron-handed captain is sick. But yeah, like you can still rush. I'm sure there's a way to counterplay it. I do think it's silly that the ability costs only 200 gold. I think they should change that. But, you know, what can you do? What can you do? It is also pretty funny how badly it blobs up my infantry. It does blob up my infantry pretty bad. I probably should have shot the fast stuff instead of the infantry. But at the end of the day, if we just kind of split up a bit, I think we get there. Was that Aislin's thing? Yeah, that's Aislin's thing. I am actually willing to wait and see. I think there's a non-zero chance that people find a way to deal with it. But I can tell you right now, the multiplayer scene, based on how they reacted to Doombolt, there's no way in hell they're okay with this ability. I would be so surprised if the multiplayer scene sees that and they don't instant ban it without even actually giving it a shot. And I think that is problematic in its own way. There's a lot of issues, but we'll live at the end of the day, you know. At the end of the day, we'll live. Also, these guys are really resistant to arrows. I swear, they're just not dying. What's the missile resist? 15%? Yeah, they just have so much HP. I think the Edens are actually really strong. I think like Aislinn is like high key, pretty crazy. But the Edens, I think they're gonna be the stone trolls of they're gonna be the stone trolls of this update, where they're kind of an innocuous unit. They kind of seem normal, but when you actually start using them on the regular, you'll realize that they're just really undercosted for how good they are. Because I have like 12 archers here. These Edens are basically giants, but they just refuse to die. Holy crap. Pretty scary. But yeah. Man, that ability though is crazy. I think they should have limited it to like, I don't know. I feel like you can limit it to 4 units, but if you really want to keep it, just make it just make it more expensive, right? So like, look at Aislinn, right? Aislinn on foot costs 950. Master of the Mist is a 200 gold ability. Nice match, really close, yeah. That range bonus was brutal, yeah. But yeah, this is a 200 gold ability. Like, what else is a 200 gold ability? I don't know, Scales of the Celestial Court. Like, that just doesn't make sense, right? Why is this on the same tier as like this, right? That's just gonna lead to weird balance. I don't know, man. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Gifted us up to Mercy the Mad. Dang. Skiritical. Thank you so much. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Oh no, yeah, he got ads. Oh my gosh. Yo, how do I make Mercy a thing? I gotta upgrade him. He should not be getting ads on. Okay, all I have is block Mercy the Mad and report Mercy the Mad. Mod Mercy the Mad. All right, there you go. You've been modded. You've been modded. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. At least as a foot character, he's kind of expensive. Otherwise, people would just take him as like a, you know, like 500 gold lord with Justice ability. If you put him on a Star Dragon, he's pretty expensive. So it might work out where it's not too crazy. He might just be too expensive. But like, you can do some insano stuff even with 2 Sisters of Avalorn. But yeah, GG. GG Mercy. I'm actually impressed that you were able to still get on top of my army. That was almost scary for a second there. If Aislinn gets killed or routed off and resummoned, does that ability refresh? It does. It does come back. So in domination, you probably shouldn't kill Aislinn. Though he's expensive. Like, even on foot, you don't want to lose a 1,150 gold lord. On foot, he does have pretty nice stats, though. Look at that. Oh, wait, no, that's his dragon stats. Still, pretty good stats. I will say, his dragon's insane. His dragon is one of the highest statted dragons I've ever seen. Good HP. It's gonna have Potion of Toughness for healing. Armor piercing. Insane-o melee attack. Insane melee defense. So, I think you'll see a lot of Aislinn, but Eltharion might still be better just because he's... You know, he has Mistwalker Barrage. But any army that wants to get early value with range units, I think you just take this. You can snipe artillery with it. You saw all the archers and you were like, oh yeah, we're gonna eat good. And then I popped the range thing. Yeah. It's pretty undodgeable too, right? It looked pretty undodgeable. Does that mean Star Dragons got buffed? Moon Dragons are here. Star Dragon is 6450. So you can tell me if that's buffed or not. It's, yeah, slightly... He has like a chevron Star Dragon, basically. Aislinn is obviously better, though. Like, if you want a Star Dragon... Yeah, look at that, right? For 200 more gold, you get a ton more stats. He'll encourage, and you can take Master of the Mists for another 200. Have you been over the new Slaanesh units? Yeah, we looked over. We looked over them Slaanesh units. Potion of Toughness is overkill. Yeah, it's really weird that they gave him the Potion of Toughness. You can also give him 10% missile resist. That's crazy. You can get a 35% resist Aislinn. Also, how are you feeling about more games, Mercy? I notice you're still here. If you want to, I'm down. Like, I got all day. Was showing off all the things. If there's something crazy you want to test, whatever you want, man. But yeah, new Slaanesh units are... I think Slaanesh as a faction is still basically the same. There's not a lot that really changes my mind. Like, Slongors are just Forsaken, but a different flavor. These guys are not going to break the meta. Kind of like how Horsemen don't break the meta. Everyone, when they talked about Horsemen being added to Slaanesh, they went through the exact same thing. They're like, a range unit on a melee faction? How will we deal with it? And then it was fine. It's the same thing with the Devotees. Stykar is hilarious, as we saw earlier. Yeah, you gotta get some sleep. All right, peace, peace. Yeah, Stykar's hilarious, though. I think this guy... Okay, you know what? Never mind. This one man, the singular man, is insane. Is a Merworm decent? Merworm's good. High Elves needed a ground single entity that could fight. Merworm is insane. Let me actually show you guys how big its attacks are, because I don't think we actually showcased it very well today. But it actually looks kind of ludicrous. I want you guys to witness the insane attack animations on this thing. It can hit so many dudes. But yeah, peace out, Mercy. Happy they had fun. If you ever want me to help you out with anything, let me know. But yeah. And to see drip feeding Mercy the liquid crack that is multiplayer. Yeah, multiplayer is fun. If you can get over, you know, the rather steep learning curve. But yeah, Merworm is interesting because it has a lot more disruption. Let's take a look at this. And boop. You notice how it hit all the units. Notice how it hit every single Marauder there. It doesn't do more damage though, it just knocks them over, but that can help in some situations. Its impact charge is actually real nasty. Wow. You see that? It just walked over those Marauders. That's a fun little tech you can do. So you see, if you can get its charge animation going, right? It's just farming impact hits on all these Marauders, and that's where the damage is coming from. Is that the Jabberslite animation? No, it's different. But yeah, it hits a lot of units. It has pretty good impact hits. It's just funny how many guys it hits. It's crazy. This thing has like the biggest, you know, hitbox ever, but its damage just gets spread out. This is the ROR. All of them are like this. At least all of them should be like this. And then yeah, there's like the weird shenanigans you can do. So this is like a little bit of tech that a lot of people might not realize, but it's all about the impact hit. So I attack this guy, and its charge animation murders a quarter HP off these Marauders. This is how you're supposed to use single entities. It didn't even do its attack animation. It's kind of glitching. But yeah, it's kind of cool in that way. You know, it has a little tail slap there. It just kind of flails about. But in a long grind, it's not nearly as good. It does have a cool slow though. So it's slow over here, as you can see. It's minus 10% charge speed. It can slow down cavalry and the like, which is not bad. So it's, yeah, I think it's a fine unit. It doesn't scream busted though. Like at the end of the day, this unit has its counters. People will bring counters to this, you know. Scarbrand, no, Scarbrand gets collision damage. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Scarbrand gets collision damage. He's actually one of the best characters for collision damage. When you get people that are really good at micro, they can make Scarbrand look terrifying. Are you kidding me? Wait, let me show you guys real quick. Also, yes, it's the most effective way to use single entities. It's not the way you're supposed to. Supposed to for effectiveness. That's not what I mean by CA intended this. This is clearly unintended behavior. But yeah, no, Scarbrand's sick. So if we give him a little bit of a charge here, and then we right click on these guys. Yep, it's gonna be a little awkward. Can we get a charge here? Oh yeah, there you go. You see that line that he just cleaved his way through? He just needs a little bit of momentum, but if I can just... Yeah, see, that time it didn't happen, but towards the end it did. It's kind of awkward if the units aren't positioned right. I think if I charge the Lord, he'll get it. Yeah, you see that, right? You see that kind of cleaving damage I did there? So if you can manage it just right, Scarbrand can do it. It's kind of awkward, though. I'm not like a Scarbrand whisperer, but it's definitely there. Yeah, can I... Ooh, that was a decent one. That was an okay one. That's an okay one. That was decent. Yeah. It's kind of janky. It's kind of janky, but if you really master it, that's how you do the deeps. I think all large units have collision attacks now. I'm pretty sure everything has collision attacks. It's just some units don't have animations to actually walk forwards. And that screws them over. But yeah, on the infantry front, we already showed off the Sky Cutters. Yeah, if you can get speed bonuses, speed will increase the damage that you deal. So that's definitely pretty spicy. Does anyone know if Ship's Company is actually good? Ship's Company are the same as Swordsman, but they have worse stats. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Are Ship's Company just worse Swordsman? I know they get martial prowess, so they get +2 melee attack, but like that's only 4 melee defense difference. for 10% HP. The only thing you really get out of these guys, as opposed to swordsmen, is they have silver shields. Which means they probably suck. Well, actually, no. I don't know, they have less HP. That's a 10% difference. Yeah, martial prowess, but like, they have a 2 stat point difference. This unit, you can get that by chevroning them, right? Like, okay, yeah, there. Now they're the same price. Now they're the same price, and the stat difference is the same, ain't it? Yeah. Yeah, I don't really see a world where these guys are that good. Because they have less HP. They're just less HP swordsmen with silver shields. Eh. Have you tested the new ROR Slanesh unit? Don't remember the name, but they're the Snake Men. Oh, yeah. So that's the Champions of Slanesh. Fun test. Champions of Slanesh versus Wrathmongers. They have the same price. But if you take the ROR, this one's more expensive. Aquatic? They have aquatic? Holy crap. I told them it would be OP. Not the aquatics. I can't believe it. How could they? Unironically, actually useful on some maps, but yeah. Let's do a stat comparison. So this is the Regiment of Renown Riders, or no, Pleasure Guard for Slanesh against the Bloodwake Berserkers, the Wrathmongers. You can see the stat difference. These guys have anti-infantry, they have shields, but they have significantly less HP. I'm pretty sure even if they get the charge on the Wrathmongers, well, wow. Wow, that's a charge. Okay, so they have a pretty mighty charge, but in the big grind, there is the Lord helping out here, and they win anyways. Wow. Now, Wrathmongers are naturally weak to flat charges. Regardless, that's impressive. Oh my god. There's not a lot of units that can do that to Wrathmongers. But they are more expensive. They will have less HP. If you really hate them, you should use some magic. Use some magic, wear them down, get some high DPS. They will be countered the same way as Wrathmongers. The only thing I worry about is that this unit is very reminiscent of the old Wrathmongers because they have 65 speed. Wrathmongers were OP and being restricted until they reduced their speed from 46 to 40. If this is a Wrathmonger with even more speed, that's a little rough, right? That's a little rough. So let's actually go to the Slanesh roster. And let's see if any normal means can kill this unit. So let's say you have 2 units of cavalry and they have the Pleasure Guard. Is it possible to deal with Pleasure Guard using a cavalry charge, right? This is kind of like a normal situation you'd see in the game. You know, well, what are you looking at here, right? Yeah, if the Wrathmongers charge, they win. So, like, you should consider these guys as slightly less fighty Wrathmongers, but much faster.
The time has come to show our
So let's say you do get a catch on these guys, all right? They're really expensive, so likely they won't have a lot of support. If you cav charge them, get a full surround, it's not too bad. Getting a surround on a unit, like I said, significantly reduces the melee defense. Units do not like getting hit in the back. So, like, you know, this is a non-counter. This is a non-counter trading into them by, you know, by just having numbers, right? Unlike Wrathmongers, who I believe are immune to flanking. That's why Wrathmongers are so hard to kill, by the way. Because from all directions, they will have that melee defense. That ultra high melee defense. If you just surround these guys, it's not the worst. You can kind of treat them like super scary armored cav for Slanesh. but like they're also pretty slow. You can outmaneuver them. I would say they're probably not problematic. They're strong, don't get me wrong, but like units should do well in situations they're supposed to do well. Speedmonger. But yeah, I think this guy's not too bad. How do pleasure seekers, however, how do they do surrounded? In theory, they should die, right? This is kind of what we would want to see. They win all 1v1s, but they lose 2v1s, and thus balance is achieved. If you mod a unit to have 0 melee attack, 0 weapon strength, and 0 charge bonus, it won't deal any damage regardless of what it charges. Oh, does charge bonus, is that a multiplier then? For impact hits? Maybe I'll have to test that sometime. So pleasure seekers are too fast to outmaneuver. They're at 100 speed, but if you just surround them, yeah, they also don't really like getting surrounded. Their high stats will help them a bit more in a grind. So they're kind of like Grail Guardians. But they're killable, right? So I feel like Slaanesh in general with these units, they're not going to become oppressive. Because your typical counters will still do fine. The similar situation with Slongors. The Lords don't really add that much to the roster. And Stykar is... he only works after you start winning, right? Like, Stykar doesn't make you win the frontline fight. So, the win condition of Slaanesh is basically the same. You have to get a few routes going first, and then you start cooking. But before then, it's a little sus. Now, don't get me wrong, Stykar is still amazing. He's still a mega Chad. By the way, this is another 200 gold ability. Why? Why is this the same tier as this? I guess it's purple instead of blue, but why is the gold the same? I don't know, man. I'll never understand CA's balancing system. But this guy's a Chad. Like, yeah, he'll just slow down everything. There'll just be no speed. Yeah, sign of depravity. So, yeah. Especially because it gives a melee defense debuff. I think Stykar is just going to be insane. The Demons of Chaos get the Pleasure Seekers. That's a good call. Nice. Very good call. Demons of Chaos got buffed. They got buffed. Okay, Pleasure Seekers is huge for them. Fiends got minorly nerfed, but that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that Demons of Chaos got another chunky unit. The thing is, if you bring Buna versus the Demons of Chaos, you're gonna be fine regardless. Like here, let me just show how annoying it is to eat Bunas, alright? Like if you're playing as the Demons of Chaos, I'm pretty sure Buna should just dumpster Pleasure Seekers. I might be wrong. But all this mega elite cavalry, they only do well in a vacuum. Stykar versus the Bear Hero guy? Ooh, I don't know. Bear Hero guy's pretty hype. It'll come down to his price, however, to know if he's good or not. I'm gonna ruin your dreams, though. I'm telling you right now, Demons of Chaos still gonna suck. But this is, yeah. All units die to being killed, alright? Dying is the ultimate counter. And these spells get the job done very nicely. So, this is one Silver Helm and a Fate of Buna. AI's goofing it, but oof. Oof. This Archmage got 800 gold worth of value off of that. You can't afford to let your opponent get 800 gold off of one Buna. Like, that's just absurd, right? Now, maybe you keep one in reserve in case you don't have Buna, but like, Buna's gonna get ya. This is what I'm saying, right? Slaanesh doesn't change as a faction because of this. Demons of Chaos doesn't change as a faction. People just have to be a little bit more knowledgeable about the counters, and then it's fine. Fate of Born still on top. You can bet Malkoth spam is going to stay in the meta. Did they nerf Melkoths? I'm gonna guess no. Looks similar to me. Oh, I'm not gonna dive into that again. We already did. People die when they are killed. People are killed when they die. Let's see here. Yeah, devotees. I don't think they change a lot. So Slaanesh, I think nerfing their army build-up ability. You know, you can pretty easily test this out yourself, guys, but I can feel it, but I don't know what the actual numbers are. So maybe someone, if you could help me out, that would be great. But I'm just gonna quickly see how much my army buildup happens for one Nobblar. I'm pretty sure it was 2 Nobblars to fully build up your army ability before. I think it's slower now. Does the Anointed Hero cook? They don't seem that crazy, though Soul Stealer is not bad. Maybe there'll be some degenerate, you know, multiplayer build where you just spam Soul Stealer with the guy. I don't know. Yeah, so we'll just route him off. Where's my army ability? Yo, where my army ability at? Is there a little bit of an issue? Is it the faction banner? Please don't tell me it's the faction banner. They already had this problem before. Are you telling me they reintroduced the bug? God dang it, CA. There's a thing in, you know, there's a common thing in software development where you have, I think they're called unit tests. At least we're hoping for something similar where, you know, when you fix a bug, you make a unit test so that you have an automated system to check if the bug reappears. Yeah, the bug reappeared. God, that's so disappointing. Regardless, if I kill 1 Nobblar and 2 Nobblars, yeah, it feels slower, right? Like before, I don't know. 2 Nobblars did build it up fully. I don't know. Maybe they didn't nerf it. I don't know, man. Regardless, I guess I'm CA's unit test today. Ah, God. No Slaanesh army abilities for new faction banner. Ah, God dang. I would be less frustrated. I would be less frustrated if I wasn't always trying to help CA with these issues. Oh my God, why? Because it feels like I pour my heart and soul. I have like 50 different bugs that I know about that I can test at a moment's notice. And like, they just don't, man. They just don't. Now, logical response that a lot of people would say is, hey, why don't you just not work for free, you know? Just don't work for free, right? If they're not gonna pay you for this, why are you doing it? Well, like, you know, I kind of like playing this game. So yeah, like I want the game to be better so people can enjoy. So it's very, you know, it's very sucky. But if they're not gonna do it, like, I don't know. Like, it's still better for me to report the bugs than not, because they might fix it. But it's so disappointing, man. Now remember, this is not a review. I'm not going to actually give my full thoughts until afterwards. But I implore you to look at what you've seen today. Look at the bad, look at the good, right? And decide how you feel about the state of the game and so on, right? You can totally, you know, you can make a review on the DLC. I can't make a review. And there is some good stuff. Like, you know, they did change the SC thing. They don't run over guys. And, you know, sometimes CA listens, sometimes it doesn't. They don't. Whether or not review bombing is the thing that works or not is also up to you to decide. I'm just here to give information. But yeah, the Tormentors banner, when selected in multiplayer, it doesn't, when selected in multiplayer, you don't have army abilities. And that's a bug, and it's reported. Will Warhammer 4 be old world? I don't know. Peanuts? Thank you, Still Neil. Unit tests are notoriously difficult to implement in video games. I guess that does make sense. Still though, like, you know, that's why I kind of brought up like an or something similar. Because I feel like CA could have a checklist. Because like this is something that like I knew about before, right? Would it be hard? Okay, you know, if you have any software development experience, I'm happy to be proven wrong here. But like, couldn't you just have a checklist of common issues that come up when you release a new DLC and just like go down the checklist? Because like, if I can find these issues after having my hands on the DLC for like not that long, right? Because like, that's what I'm doing, right? And like, this is super common. I don't know, man. Frog Dog, thanks so much. Welcome to the crew. Yeah, it says development in progress. So another important thing to note is that CA are responding to my bug reports. They are seeing that, like, you know, I can 110,000% say they are responding to my bug reports. They will be made aware of the issues, right? So they know that all this is here. They're probably watching my stream too. Generally speaking, Creative Assembly, they're not going to talk in my chat because it's really easy for people to get like way too aggressive. Hell, I'm not even that friendly, right? I'm not even that friendly. It's not like it's not a good back and forth if they spoke in my chat. But I can be pretty sure that they've seen at least part of the stream today and that they're there. I wouldn't even blame the developers, right? Like, I definitely wouldn't blame the devs or QA. This is probably a situation where, like, they don't have enough developers. There's not enough money backing it, right? A whole host of issues. The game's been in development for a long time. So I'm not here to actually say what the solution is, but I'm happy to point out the issues and, you know, the things that make me upset as a player. But if any of you guys actually give hate to like a particular person at CA, that's not cool, right? Feel free to hate the game though. Like, I think there's a lot of issues that we keep running into here, like the ranged issue and all that, the leashing. Here, I'll bring up the list again, right? They got like 2.5 things done on this list. Did they change vampire counts at all? I did remember giving feedback that vampire counts could have stronger cavalry and weaker infantry. We'll have to wait till I get an actual update list to know what's strong and what isn't strong. I can't really make a call on that yet. I think Slanesh, if they did reduce the build-up, I think that's good. It's kind of hard to tell though. Let's see, there's a range unit fixes, ability balancing. Honestly, the ability balancing and spell rebalance I think would take a long time. So I don't think it's worth their time. Like, honestly, if I was an exec at CA, I'd be like, yeah, it's not worth the time. You know, there's too many spells, right? You know, we can like maybe update a couple spells at a time. I would say though, the spells that they do update, I really wished it was updated a bit better. Because this is sad, right? No one's excited about this, so there's a little bit of that. I think the units are really cool. Unit design wise, I would say today, and this is today. This is not a this is not a review. All right, I'm definitely not done. You know, testing everything, but you know, when I played when I played with like these new unit types, that felt pretty good in the moment. Like, I think the Dreadmaw was like really nifty while I was, you know, you heard me talking about that today. I swear, if CA is like, this is too much of a review, whatever, man. But yeah, that felt pretty good. And of course, we'll have to see what they change, because it's still going to be half a month before. 20 reload is huge. What do you mean? Oh boy. But yeah, and as far as I'm concerned, even though I am slightly frustrated at some of the things not being fixed, like UI, this steps forward. I am excited to keep playing, and I will, you know, we will cover more stuff. I will continue to report bugs. So at least there's a bit of that. There's a bit of that. For an actual complete opinion, though, you'll have to wait closer to the launch of the DLC. You don't know why CA are so attached to the hybrid spell design? I wish I knew, man. Nothing makes me, like, one of the things that that I really wish I could do is for them to just give me a reason that I can say publicly. You know, just give me a good reason why anything is going on. As it stands, it feels really much so like a one-way discussion. Like, I send information to them and it's just a black box that I just keep chucking balls at. And then sometimes something comes out and I'm like, holy crap, they listen. And then most of the time nothing comes out. So, you know, hit or miss. How cheap is this guy? He's pretty cheap, right? Thrill of Battle. I think if you take this guy with only Thrill of Battle, he's probably... He's 1,600. A normal Skinwolf Werekin's 1,100. He has more HP, though. Oh my god. Dude, this guy's a beast. I think if you want a single entity duelist on the cheap, this guy's hype. I think Bearstruck is where it's at, man. He seems super good. We'll definitely see him in multiplayer. I'd be really surprised if he wasn't meta. Because if you compare him to like a Vampire Count Vargulf, let's say, right? So much crazier. Although Vargulf has more HP, but like, you know, this guy has anti-large. He's super tanky. He's not going to get shot to death. And you can even take him slimmed down slightly. That's pretty cool. Any indication that there was the slightest bit of thought behind decisions would be amazing. Well, so like, you know, I've been in discussions with CA, which is why I'm particularly confused. A lot of people brought up this is the Legend situation, right? So I believe Legend of Total War, you know, he said something along the lines of like, yeah, he talks with CA a lot before. He gives them all the cheat codes, right? And all the stuff they should do. And then like he doesn't feel like he's being listened to. Obviously, there's both sides of the coin where like a company's not just gonna 100% listen to you. But I think right now it's too skewed in the way of creative assembly. At least like on the stuff that I really care about. Like, come on, man. Surely I'm not that small of a channel, right? Surely tens of thousands of viewers for multiplayer content is worth something to like, you know, look into this stuff. Or maybe it's not, right? Maybe I am just that not important. I'd be happy for them to tell me that though, right? Like, yo, if CA looks me dead in the eye and they're like, yo, honestly, you're small beans, man. We don't care about what you're doing. I'm like, thank you. You know, I'd be down for that. But I don't know. I don't know. Regardless, though, I had a fun time trying out all this stuff. Yo, look at the Kurgan Horsemen, though. They really are the new Centaur, aren't they? High Elves will still suck? No, I think High Elves will be insane. High Elves get a ground monster, man. They get a ground They get 2 ground monsters. You know how good these sea elementals are? Wait. Let's try sea elementals versus man-eater great weapons real quick. I kind of want to see how... I want to stress test them because they are 1900. That's the same price as Uncle for Uncle with 100 gold left over. If they can be as good as Uncle for Uncle, that's already a milestone. But yeah, let's see these guys. They have this thing. Reduces melee defense for actually quite a bit of time. Yeah, these guys seem oddly tanky, don't they, right? Look at that. 70 melee defense. Bonkers. I think this unit is going to be... I think everyone's looking at the Merworm. No one's looking at the Sea Elemental. These are anti-large man-eaters, and they're kind of struggling versus these guys. Imagine you get an Alariel here, right? Like, these guys will cook. Yeah, this is insane. This is like... I actually thought they would lose to the man-eaters, but they're actually gonna live. Plus, they get heals. Like, a sign of a good unit is a unit that will trade well, even in adverse circumstances. And this is pretty sick. Remember, this is anti-infantry, bro. This unit's anti-infantry. And then when they get low, they summon Oceanids to back them up. Holy crap. Yeah, no, this is actually insane. Now I gotta test out Uncle for Uncle. Do you think 2 Uncle for Uncles win this? If 2 Uncle Frunkies, if they win this, then you know what? I'm ready to say that I'm wrong. So we'll turn off unit caps. Get the double Frunky. Imagine they lose this. Surely they win this though, right? The bigger issue is getting shot to death. Does Slaanesh have access to the Dreadmaw? No. But yeah, High Elves are gonna be super scary now that they have proper monsters. Because the birds and such have never been that good in a prolonged fight. But High Elves are one of the best healing factions in the game, so I believe they're gonna cook pretty hard. Okay, let's check out the Frunky. Okay, yeah, so I guess the Sea Elemental is like Uncle Furuncle, but fast. Wait, is he losing? No, come on. Oh, come on, man. Don't you dare. Come on, man. Come on, you got this. Imagine not buffing Uncle Furuncle and then releasing the Sea Elemental. Oh my god, no. Come on, man. Come on, you got this. We're gonna get the Defiling Deluge. That's part of his cost, okay? Come on, you sucker. Come on, man. Nurgle still stinky? Nurgle always stinky, yes. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Okay, yeah, so the Sea Elemental is significantly better than Uncle Furuncle. Though, technically, he still wins, okay? You can't say Uncle Furuncle lost, but we're talking a massive speed boost. And a lot more resistance. Uncle Furuncle has 20% physical resist. That's so sad. That's so sad. Uncle Furuncle has 20% physical resist. The Elemental has 20% missile resist, fire resist, and 30% physical. So it's just better than Furuncle, man. Significantly. I think you can shoot it though. So just to see if we're gonna run into like a high elf domination situation, it should be very weak to archer fire and it should die instantly to magic attacks. But I kind of wonder now. So let's say you have like 3 huntsmen. Can 3 huntsmen kill a sea elemental? In theory, they should be quite good. No armor. It's a large target. You know, if they can kill it at a decent speed, it means that, you know, it's kind of like a mammoth, right? You have to kill off all the range first. If it survives this, it's probably OP, because then it doesn't have a lot of counters. But, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is without magic attacks, by the way. One of the reasons why I don't respect physical resist is because, yeah, one of the most hilarious things that CA said in one of their videos, they're like, yes, the Oceanids and Sea Elementals, they're gonna have so much physical resist, you better make sure you have magic attacks. They're like, you better make sure you're gonna die. And it's like, yeah, no, man, 3 huntsmen. 3 huntsmen kill it in 3 volleys. I don't think we need magic attacks. Because armor is important. Who would have guessed? Armor is super important. Yeah, so at the end of the day, if you just spam some archers, you'll probably be fine. 50% resist is nothing compared to armor. I can prove it to ya. Or no, let's get an armored large unit. Sure. So, yeah. You know, can we get one without shields? Yeah, here we go. So let's say like blood crushers, right? Armor is so much more impactful. At 100 armor, you resist 75% of non-armor piercing damage, which comes out to more than the physical resist and missile resist. So, like, you guys really stop. You gotta stop loving. Like, look at that. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. Armor counters ranged, all right? Stop saying, oh, I guess they have physical resist. Dang it. Regardless, though, it's better than the missile resist, all right? Can I find an armored unit that is not stacked with physical resist to do a proper test? I swear, every time I do these tests, someone comes up with, like, some random exception. Okay, yeah, questing knights. Yeah, questing knights are the 90 armor. Can we get something chonky? You know what? Let's try 90 armor. I'm actually kind of wondering. Do huntsmen beat questing knights? Yeah, the physical resist did all of that? Alright. Alright, let me do the questing knights. If the questing knights died to 3 volleys, I'm wrong, alright? And we got wrecked. Try rogue idol. Oh, rogue idol's pretty hype. But alright. Questing knight should be a decent test. And this is 3 huntsmen. Oh, dang, actually, you know, I actually kind of cook it. You know what? Never mind. Alright, well, I guess I have to eat a shoe now. Dang, look at that. Alright, you know what? I guess they're equally bad. So that means 90 armor is roughly equivalent to what the sea elemental is dealing with. The crabs. Sure. We'll try out Vampire Coast Crabos. That's 120 armor. Does that make a big difference? Okay, yeah. But here's the thing. It's roughly equivalent. It's not better, at least. At least I have that. Am I moving the goalpost? Maybe. So you can treat the ocean. So if you had to choose between 30% physical resist and 20 missile resist versus 90 armor, you're roughly in a similar situation. Okay, yeah. See, Rotting Prometheans, they have 120 armor, and they actually have an HP pool. Yes, this is what I'm talking about, all right? Now you're going to say I'm cherry picking, but you know what? I get to ignore you guys. Okay, no, but like, yeah. So there's a tipping point where, like, at 120 armor, that's actually significantly tankier. But if we're talking 90 armor cavalry who has less HP, it's different, right? So an ocean or a sea elemental is roughly in between a questing knight and a rotting Promethean. It's like if rotting Prometheans are here and a questing knight is here, then sea elemental is about here in terms of tankiness to archer fire, just because it has a significant HP pool. Regardless, the whole thing we're talking about here is that density of the unit matters too. Yeah, a little bit, but like most of my huntsmen were landing their shots. I don't think that makes a big difference. But yeah, like if I shot at point blank range, I think it would still be kind of rough. Like if you compare those crabs to an apparently not very dense unit of Oceanids, I think these guys are terrible. I'm pretty sure the Oceanids suck, but the sea elemental's OP. Or maybe not OP, but at least like A tier. Yeah, 100 armor because of armor piercing hits. It will be a little different, but yeah. I guess these guys are slightly more dense. But yeah. Well, they don't die as fast as the big one. But like they don't like getting shot at by archers. Though I will say they did live a little longer than I thought they would. For 1,100 gold unit, though, absolutely not worth. Isn't there a ghost cav unit with similar HP? to an armored cav that you can test. Oh yeah, easy. So if you go for vampire counts, this is like the clearest thing, right? Hex rates versus these guys have shields though. I can shoot from their unshielded side, however, and that should be a little bit more fair. So yeah, this is 110 armor versus hex rates. So this is 55% resist versus 110 armor. If my theory is correct, the Huntsman should do more damage to the hex rates. Though, based on the testing we've done, it looks like it'll probably be closer to even. And then I'll just have to accept that maybe we are slightly wrong. It turns out the solution was kind of in the middle the whole time. But yeah, we're just gonna park right here. And then we'll give them some attack commands, and then we'll see who survives better. Hex rates or Black Knights. I'm actually kind of interested to see how this plays out. Obviously the shields are there, but let's see. And the damage is basically the same. All right, yeah. Okay, so physical resist is relatively close to armor. They are taking slightly more damage though. Slightly more damage. So you'd rather have armor most of the time, I would say. The only difference is against armor piercing. But most people don't bring armor piercing versus high elves anyways. So I don't think that makes a big difference. It would be nice on a faction like dwarves, where most people take gunpowder. But obviously we're not going to give dwarves Oceanids. But yeah, it's relatively similar, right? You want at least 50% resistance before you get close to what armor gives you. Armor does get reduced the more tired the unit gets. Yeah, it does drop off pretty quickly. So for cavalry units, that can be a little sus. It does make them a little squishier. And I guess the physical resist sticks around. But it's comparable, right? A lot of people feel like you need magic attacks for physical resist. I guess they also feel like they need armor piercing for this much armor. So I guess maybe fair is fair. But you can still punch through with enough DACA. No, hex rates have the same amount of HP. CA changed it so that they had less physical resist, but more HP. They did this in the transition to Warhammer 3. One quick thing I want to test, by the way, is potential OP units. Marauder Bearmen. How good are these guys? What's like a good standard unit here? We could try Orc Boys, though they're not the best. Oh, okay, you know what? Here's a very standard, like, you know, the gold standard of a good melee unit is a Chaos Warrior of Khorne. So, do the Bearmen stand a chance against these guys? I think probably not. But they might hold up better than expected. Dryads? Ooh, yeah, Dryads are really good. Actually, let's try Dryads after this.
Chaos Warriors. The gods' house. Annihilate them.
Physical resist should generally do better than armor piercing. And do poorly versus just pure damage units, yeah. So Marauder Bearmen, they have pretty good stats. They have the rage ability. And they actually have middle armor. They have like 45, which is actually a really weird armor tier. But they don't have any AP, so you need the great weapons to actually punch through this. So they're definitely more of a mid-range type of unit. They cost $575. So yeah, the gold standard for a unit at this price point is definitely Dryads. If they can trade half decently into Dryads, despite getting charged, that would be a really big W for the Bearmen. They could potentially be, you know, like just a spam 'em unit. Much like Dryads, they'll have ITP. So, I think there's a high potential for this unit to be really good. If you look at the stat difference, they have significantly better melee defense. They have their rage ability. Dryads do have a little bit of physical resist and 60 armor, making them decently tanky. And it seems like the Bearmen are tussling. Now remember, the Bearmen didn't get the charge. So if they actually win this, that would be pretty crazy. Their rage ability is built up, which doesn't even help versus the magic attacks of the Dryads. It seems like their DPS is actually keeping up too, which means basically CA gave Norska Dryads. Holy crap, they killed the Dryads? Alright, it's a Bearman meta. It's a Bearman meta! Yeah, screw Marauders. If these guys can beat Dryads after getting charged by them, oh my gosh. Well, they earned their title, didn't they? Look at these chads. Holy crap. Oh my god, look at the musculature. Bear greater than tree. Yo, that's kind of crazy, actually. What does it? Just their high stats? 35 melee defense, maybe? Might be the melee defense? Huh. Okay, well, that's kind of surprising, actually. I thought they would have lost. Especially getting charged. And they have ITP. Okay, wait. So that means Norska's just a Bearman faction then, right? I think as Norska, there's no reason to take Marauders anymore. Look at the HP difference, by the way. Holy crap. Wait, no, they have 11,000 HP. Oh, no wonder. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're made out of HP. Wait. And only 100 entities? So spell casting doesn't even damage them? Oh my god. Fiora will buff them. Wait, yo, this unit's insane. What 500 gold unit has 11,000 HP outside of literal zombies? Yo, if the vampire counts made zombie Bearmen, the world would be over. Let's check out, I swear, wait, do they? There's no way. If I go Harmony boosted Jade Warriors, they have almost like, they have like 30% more HP than these Jade Warriors. Nurgle maybe? Oh, that's true. Plague Bearers, yeah. Yo, that HP pool is crazy though. I kind of like it. I feel like Norska really needs some hyper chonky infantry. Okay, this is the ultimate test. All right. So obviously we're dealing with Jade Warriors here who have quite a bit of armor. But, you know, we got to stress test these Bearmen. Can they defeat Harmony Jade Warriors? This is one of the hardest units to win against in the entire game. They only have 70 armor. And it looks like the Jade Warriors are coming out on top on account of their armor. Okay, yeah. So like Bearmen are probably really good chaff clear, but they're not gonna punch up. They're very much a punch down type of unit, right? So if you have some, yo, they're huge by the way. They're massive. But you know, despite that, they're actually still trading decently. It's not good enough to beat Cathay's front line, but maybe if you get the great weapons, they could do it. Oh my god, wait. Yo, they're actually trading even versus Jade Warriors with Harmony. There's like not a single unit in the game at this price point that I think actually does very well versus Jade Warriors with Harmony. Maybe some great weapon units, but dang, man. Oh yeah, no, Norska's super buffed. Not only did they get a unit that is a better Centaur, which recently had to be nerfed, they also got infantry that's better than Dryads, which means Norska is now going to have best in class infantry Okay, they don't have best-in-class elite infantry, but they have best-in-class mid-tier infantry. Especially because these Barrowmen have an AP variant. Which look, yeah, pretty spooky. 24 charge bonus. Seems like they're going to have best-in-class infantry. Oh my god, yeah, this great weapon guy. Wait a second. Let's see here. I gotta know. I gotta see this one. But yeah, they have best-in-class infantry. They're gonna have really good damage cavalry, which will likely get us into a Hellstrider situation, right? Versus Gores. Ooh, yeah, Gores are another really good test, but I feel like, based on how this is going, they'd probably trade not bad into Gores. I gotta know. Will they actually chop through these guys? I think they might be lacking on the melee defense front, which will do them dirty. But they'll have quite a bit of melee defense themselves. Swarm of Flies is minus melee attack. But yeah, I think there's still a punch down unit by the looks of it. Yeah. Though, you know what? They're almost doing it. This unit is significantly more expensive. Yeah, and I think even Orc Boys will be a problem. So to really beat these guys, you have to bring in more elite stuff. Norska doesn't have too many ways to clear elite infantry, at least. But yeah, I could see Barrowmen being quite meta. These guys have paid for themselves in full. And remember, they quite easily get ITP, at least most of the Barrowmen. Although this isn't Barrowmen, this is actually just Marauder great weapons, which is kind of funny. Huh, yeah, they're just Marauders. Dang, even the Marauders are good. Yeah, I think you want the ITP though. So it's probably going to be Barrowmen spam. You don't want to take too many, but I think a starting army of Barrowmen is how you want to go most of the time. At the very least, I think they're much better than Marauders. HP difference is kind of crazy. So they cost 50% more, but they have 20% more HP and some pretty ludicrous stats. Although weirdly enough, they're slower and less melee attack. If there's one thing that does them in, it's the fact that they are at the same speed as... Oh, bro, they're slow. 31 speed. Okay, they're not Plague Bearer slow. They're not Warrior slow. They're kind of what's 31 speed in this game? 31 speed is similar to yeah, this Barrowman great weapons. 31 speed is... Oh, okay, they're still faster than Spearmen. Okay, yeah. I think they're fast enough, then they should be fast enough. They gave Barrowmen to Warriors of Chaos, did they? What? 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 31 speed is average? Yeah. It's like average human speed. Yeah, why are they here? Shouldn't this be a extended roster thing? The Worshippers of the Crow are extended roster? Okay, that's really weird. Oh no, they are also... No, are they also here? Okay, so they gave Chaos Bearmen, but they didn't give them Worshippers of the Crow. Oh god, this hurts my head. Alright. Did Praeton go to Beastmen as well? I think Beastmen did get a bunch of hand-me-downs. They got the Chimera and they got the Praeton with the Praeton ROR. Giving all the factions all the units. Yeah, I would disagree with giving Warriors of Chaos Barrowmen. If this unit actually is as good as they feel, then I feel like you're gonna have two factions spamming Barrowmen. I don't know, that just feels really weird. Wonder if it's an oversight? Maybe. This feels like an oversight. I'll make a post. I'll make a post. Yeah, Worshippers of the Crow. I feel like should not be extended roster. Bearmen are mostly in the title, but Worshippers of the Crow are an ROR for a unit that Warriors of Chaos has. And it feels weird that they have bear men in general for multiplayer. It feels really weird. Because like bear men feel like such a Norscan unit. Thematically wise, it's just really weird. Because in Chaos, it's just, they even have Bjorg. Wait, why do they have Bjorg? Also, it feels weird that Warriors of Chaos has a skin wolf hero. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, that just doesn't feel right. Like, even Stykar is kind of weird, but at least I can accept it a little bit. Bjorg is like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It just feels weird. It just feels weird. It just feels like it's stealing too much identity from Norska, right? Like, it, you know, I can accept that, like, okay, yeah, you got some Marauders of Corn, but, like, you know, the marked units, they're gonna apply to the cap. Maybe if I turn on unit caps, it'll go away. No. See, this is the weird thing. Why does Chaos have Bjorg, but Wood Elves don't have Coadil? Right? There's some unfairness going on. I feel like Coadil belongs in the Wood Elves more than Bjorg belongs in the Warriors of Chaos, let alone Bearmen. Stykar's just happy to exist. You know what? For the memes, why not? But wow, what a massive chaos buff if this goes through. It won't be changed guaranteed. See, I've done it before where they just throw stuff in the extended roster. But I think it is likely. I don't know. Like the Chimera I can understand because like everyone has a Manticore. The Chimera is kind of just a generic monster. So you know what? Give the Chimera to everyone, right? Like, whatever. You know, it's like giants, spawn, and manticores. It's another beast. That makes sense. I wouldn't want people to start spamming chimeras because it seems like its breath attack is pretty good, but yeah. Psycho's, yeah, he's... Man, what a beast, though. Oh my god. 60 melee defense, 45 melee attack, but also soporific musk. He's got that musk about him. Devastating flanker, ITP, decent HP pool, 100 speed, and also the best ability in the game. One of the best abilities. 55 meters minus 16 melee defense is ludicrous. I would totally just take this guy for cav fights. How good does he do? Also, another really weird thing. For some reason, they made it where Hellstriders have a unit limit of 3. That is probably the strangest way to try and balance a unit I've ever seen CA do. You know, I'm happy they're experimenting. But number one, it doesn't change anything because you just take a normal Hellscourge Hellstrider. And you're probably still fine. And number two, it sets a precedent that just doesn't really work for everything else, right? Like, When Centigores were OP, they got nerfed, but when Hellstriders are OP, they get restricted. I don't know, man. It just feels weird, but I don't know. I don't think that's a deal breaker situation. What I really want to see, though. Let's get some derpy lizardmen cav, right? Actually, no, let's get some traditionally fast cav in here. Yo, with undead, oh my god, this guy's gonna murder undead so hard. Yo, against undead, he's just a passive -16 because undead are always crumbling. But yeah, let's just get a you know, let's get like a Bretonnian unit. They're pretty good at running away, which is usually quite good for them. But if we take Stykar here, I'm pretty sure if you mix him in with your cavalry, everybody's gonna die. I think he's one of the best cavalry support characters in the entire game. Yeah, 75 speed reduction is basically a net. And 55 meters is insane. And you only need 1 unit to route. Does it work if friendlies are routing? Affects all allies, affects enemies. Intensity for each enemy unit in range that's routing a wavering. Okay. So yeah, like this guy. Oh, whoops, I took him on foot. A little silly. Maybe it doesn't matter though. So yeah, he's gonna get in there. We're gonna get the Rot Knights, right? So let's say you get a cav pick. And then what happens, right? So the Knights Errant, they're looking pretty rough. And what's the speed reduction? 25 speed, -5 for 1 unit routing. Brings their speed to 50. They can't escape. Oh my god, my routing riders. I forgot they got speed buff too. Oh my god. The debuff alone is ludicrous. They're slower than Stykar. Okay, that's insane. That's insane. It made my Rot Knights faster. I forgot about that. That's insane. You only need 3 units to route to like max it out. So like it does, yeah, it's just insane. That's just bonkers. There's no escape. There's no escape. If you have 1 unit route near this guy, you lost the game. All right. There's no winning the game if one of your units route. You're done for. Any faction with low leadership is gonna die versus Slanesh and also Chaos because he's here too. That looks balanced, CA. Ship it. That's absurd. -5 melee attack is already insane. Seriously though. Oh my god. And it speed boosts your own units. That's I feel like if he just didn't buff allies, it's fine. Or maybe we shouldn't cap out abilities to cost 200 gold. I don't know, Creative Assembly, but maybe your current system of 200 gold being the best of the best doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know. I'll take either or. Place your bets now, all right? Someone want to bet. What do you think we're going to get first? Obviously, the multiplayer community is just going to ban this, right? They're going to ban it. People are going to be like, but why don't you just snipe them? No. Multiplayer community cannot stand having to hard counter something, which is fine, by the way. It's a personal preference, but, you know, like you would... Oh, that's a problem, though, right? That's a problem. Yeah, no, because now you have 2 units that you need to hard counter. Okay, that actually is problematic, then, if this is as good as we think. Because you need Buna for Pleasure Seekers, and you need Spirit Leech for Stykar. And you don't really have enough magic to deal with both, so you might end up just dying. It's kind of questionable, though. This is a quite expensive combination. I'd love to see where it goes. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, I'd be happy with that. Maybe it actually is just balanced, but yeah. The item should cost 1,000 gold. Honestly, I would love a 1,000 gold item. Rip Skaven. Ooh. Yeah, Rip Skaven. Yo, Skaven. What did Skaven get? The Storm Vermin at 100 gold cheaper. Oh boy. Oh boy. Skaven range, rejoice. CA's got your back. Ah, yeah, look at this. Cries and rat. Yeah, yo, I would love for them to experiment a bit more and just be like, hey, you know what? It's a really strong ability, but it's gonna cost you as much as a seeker, you know? It's gonna cost you to bring it. I would be totally fine with that. Skaven deserve it. What did they do? The poor guys. Yo, vampire counts is in the dumps now. So if I bring like, you know, if I bring this typical vampire counts shenanigans. So we have some zombies, right? And then they're like, oh yeah, we got like the Kemmler. We got some crypt ghouls, right? We got some crypt horrors. I really want to see the extent that Slaanesh can bully vampire counts in a blob. Because I think they have a lot of cool tools now. So we'll take this for 200 gold. Let's see here. Yeah, I think, I don't know. Traditionally, they've just buffed, they've made the character more expensive and they kept the ability the same. Which, I don't know why they do that. Because then you might as well just make this an always take ability instead of making it an option, but whatever. Let's see here. We'll get the Nakari, right? So you'll have Nakari with Soul Siphon, which also hurts them if their leadership is low. You'll have Pleasure Seekers, which are also extremely good in a blob fight. Is there anything else here that Slaanesh has that's really good in this situation? You know, I do really wonder, what if you take a Druchii Anointed with just Soul Stealer? It's not going to give you 500 gold value though, right? So it'll never pay for itself if you just desummon him. I don't think the Druchii Anointed's going to be worth it. Did they change this lady? No, she's the same. There's some stuff you can do with the Mask of Slaanesh, but we're going to try avoiding that for now. What if I just have Stykar and like some of these guys against like a whole vampire counts army with like a bunch of Graveguard and, you know, maxed out on zombies, some skeletons, right? How small of a Slaaneshi army do I need to fight this? I am actually quite interested to see if they can punch through at all. Masks healing for blob seems like an idea, yeah. But like, what if we go more traditional? So like, what if we have just Stykar and the big demon cav? Maybe a Forsaken or two. I kind of want to see if the Pestigors can actually hold in a grind. I don't know if the Pestigors are actually great here, but yeah, so we're just gonna YOLO in. Oh my god. Pleasure Seeker's overkill so hard. Alright, so let's take a look. Right, so you have the Pleasure Seekers. The Pleasure Seekers heal at 0.08 for each unit that is crumbling. Then we have Stykar in here. He's giving his debuff. It's only at -5 though, right? So there's not that many units crumbling. -5 is still impactful though. Oh boy. Oh, there he goes. There it goes. The problem is they die too fast, you know? If they could just stick around a bit longer, I feel like maybe. I feel like maybe we could actually enjoy our debuffs, but they just keep dying. I don't know. Oh my god, look at the Pleasure Seeker HP. Alright. So, Pleasure Seekers against Chaff. I think you just never bring Chaff ever again against Slaanesh. I think that's what you want to, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just never bring Chaff again. Because these guys have 3 speed. They got 3 speed, bro. Now, the Slongors do eventually die. The Pleasure Seekers, though, are insane. Yeah, Pleasure Seekers are crazy. I think they're gonna heal cap. Obviously, as undead, you're just not gonna do this for Slaanesh anymore. because there's too many risks of your chaff just getting wrecked. Slongors are pretty good, so they get +8 melee attack just for fighting, and they have 77 speed. Nakari obviously heals, but that's just normal Nakari stuff. Pleasure Seekers, I think, could be really hype. In the hands of a good player, I think they're going to be an absolute menace. Their stats are really nice. Look at that. Still 53 melee defense, even after being exhausted. Skaven got any buffs? Yeah, their Storm Vermin are 100 gold cheaper. I think that's it, though. At least price-wise. Stat-wise, I don't really know. Oh, I think Plague Bearers, Sense Bearers got a little cheaper. I did eventually lose my demons. Remember, this is a lot of Graveguard too, right? We're fighting 5 units of Graveguard. But the melee defense gets brought down to 26 because of Sign of Depravity. And if we also hit them with the Soporific Musk, I think that, yeah. Wow. Okay, so you can turn Graveguard into zombies with the right stacking. All right, that's good to know. As you can see, this guy's taken basically no damage. He does not heal. But yeah, I think that's pretty terrifying. So you can't blob and you can't have your units route. Just don't bring chaff, cavalry, lords, ranged versus Slanesh, and then you'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be totally fine. This guy actually held up really well. Must be all the debuffs. Crypt ghouls. Yeah, not the bestest. Slanesh is already pretty strong too, and it doesn't seem like they got nerfed outside of Hellstriders being limited to 3, which is the most lackluster nerf ever. I know Slanesh is weak in land battle though, so you know they have a difficult thing to balance, right? It's really hard to make a faction like Slanesh is bottom tier land battle because people box verse them, but they're S tier domination because you can't box verse them. So there is a little bit of that action going on. Oh, Maximillionaire is not going to be happy with this. But yeah. Slanesh is... yeah, it's a little weird. So you need to give them good box breaking tools without making them better in the mobility front. I'm a little worried that they made Slanesh better in the mobility front. Though these new box breaking tools will be good in land battle. Oh my god, look how slow he is. 8 speed. Yeah, it will be good versus boxes. But I think that might swing Slanesh way too far the other way. But Stykar is happy, very balanced. Yeah, because like, you know, the moment you stop boxing versus Slanesh, you know, the moment the cheese goes away, you suddenly just have a really busted faction. Right? Oh my god, Pleasure Seekers. So I'm a little worried. I'm happy to ride it out and see where it goes. You know, I don't want CA just nerfing everything to the ground before people have a chance to have some fun. But I think there's reason to be wary and to keep a close eye on it. First permabanned faction incoming. Well, they were already permabanned for the last year. Only recently did they get some nerfs to unpermaban them. But yeah, Slongors are really strong. I think devotees are weak of both varieties. They don't seem... yeah, devotees don't seem crazy. So I think this is basically a non-unit. Slongors will be really nice though. They're just unarmored Forsaken for situations where you don't need armor. The Pleasure Seekers are a win condition that people have to bring an answer for. The Regiment of Renown sucks though. Secret Chariots are just terrible. I did see some requests from the land battle folk saying that Seekers could be buffed. I also agreed with them. So I feel like that's another really weird thing, right? I don't know. It's really weird when there's consensus. When like I have a handshake with the land battle people and then CA disagree. Maybe we didn't communicate with the campaign people. Maybe Secret Chariots are ludicrous in campaign. And CA's like, we can't possibly make this super strong chariot in campaign stronger, right? You know? Yeah, benefit of the doubt. People love chariots in campaign. Did they get more armor? No, not since the last patch. You still have 70. What do you think about the ship crew? The high elf guys, they're basically just Empire swordsmen. There's nothing crazy about them. But yeah, these guys are at 70. Not a lot of armor. The Sibling Slaughter always had armor. But people don't really run chariots that often. So, yeah. And then Slaanesh has a fast Wrathmonger. This one, I think, has enough counters where we don't have to worry about it. I'm much more worried about... Like, honestly, for Slaanesh, I'm the most worried about Stykar. Yeah, I'm the most worried about this guy. Because he'll become a staple, and then people will hard counter him, and then he'll just be banned. At least that's how Doombolt went. The Pleasure Seekers might be a similar situation, but they're quite unholy in terms of price. I think with the Bunas, yeah, I think people will be fine using some Buna shenanigans. Man, the speed aura though, speed reduction. Oh man, I'm thinking about like, okay, this guy costs as much as like a fiend. He's slightly more expensive than a fiend. So if I went for like an old school Slaanesh build, you know how I dumpstered people with Melkoth's Pendulum? We took the Smoke and Mirrors and then like this stuff, right? Is this new? Did they give the Glamour of Slaanesh? Did these guys used to have that? I'm not sure. Seems good though. This looks like it might be new. I'm a Slaanesh main, I should know. I don't know. This I think they might have always had it. I don't know, it's really hard to tell. But yeah, let's say you take all of this stuff. Then you have Stykar. And then you go for the usual, right? You just spam a bunch of Forsaken, and then hey, you can even take a Fiend here, right? You basically have the same old Slaanesh rush, but as soon as one unit routs, you instantly win because this guy cooks everybody. And the battle's over in like 2 seconds, right? They have it? Okay, I'm just going crazy. What do you think about Slaanesh having access to range armor piercing? I don't think it makes a difference. People were worried about the Horsemen. This unit is basically the same. Obviously, Horsemen are not armor piercing, but their DPS is just so low for the price. You have a very similar situation. It's going to stop Slaanesh from being cheesed, but at the end of the day, they're a rush faction. They're going to kill you by rushing, you know? So what you'll probably see is what people have been doing, at least what I've been doing to win with Slaanesh. Keep these guys in the skirmisher or in your reinforcing so you don't get cheesed. And then you just kill them. You just kill them with this. It was baked in normally, but now you can unpay for it. Oh, okay. So they used to have the glamour of Slaanesh, but you can cut it. Okay, I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. I don't know, it's a really weird choice. I feel like they, Creative Assembly, they keep putting time and effort into stuff that I don't think a lot of people care about. Ready to be wrong, you know? Someone tell me I'm wrong, please. But, I don't know. This is not that exciting. It's gonna help with balancing your money, though. Like, it's welcome. I'm happy for it. But, of all the things... Couldn't they have, like, made Enfeebling Foe better or something? Or, like, the Withering? Did they increase the duration on this? I don't know. I don't think so. Did they? I don't know. I don't know. But you can unbake it. Can you get a new unit card scroll through and bullet point? Or quickfire knee-jerk thoughts? I think I already did that earlier, but I'll probably do that before we end the stream. Yeah. So Stykar is like, if he will make Slaanesh win harder by quite a bit. Most games against Slaanesh come down to whether or not you have units routing anyways. But like, it's so risky to bring skirmishers now. Oh my god, skirmishers? Wait. You know how often I catch skirmishers with like a couple Hellstriders, right? So like, you know, I'll Melkoths, I get the speed boost, 110 speed Hellstriders, catch one skirmisher and the rest get away. With Stykar, or with Stirkar, I don't know, I'll call him Stykar. With this guy, Mr. Happy Man, if I route off one skirmisher, the rest die. This guy just makes every Slanesh play like 10 times better. Honestly, if they made this 35 meters instead of 55 meters, that would be a start. I don't know, man. What did the Praeton do? Praeton is just a monster that has damage reflect. It reduces its melee defense for damage reflect, which is weird. It has a melee attack boost, but it's kind of expensive. I guess it has good resistances. This thing costs a lot, though. 1,800 is a lot. Yeah, I don't know if I like it. I think 1,800 is just too much. Unless Endless Malice is just a really good buff. You know, it is fairly resistant to missiles. But I don't know. For 1,800, I could take like a whole Keeper of Secrets, right? It's okay. You know, would you guys rather have Stykar or Praeton? You know, I think that might be a mild power difference between these two guys. He is more expensive. Would you rather have a Praeton or a Pleasure Seeker? It can hide in the forest. Oh dang! Holy crap! It has Siege Attacker. Yeah, if Stykar, if it was an activated ability, that'd be cool too. I like that it's strong and very impactful. I think they just balanced it really weirdly. Devastating flanker on a flying unit could allow for some cooking? Maybe. Man, those stats are rough though. Alright, let me see this real quick. If we have a vampire count with a Terrorgeist, that is the same price as a Praeton ROR. Now, obviously, it's more of a buff and sustain type of unit, but like, if you're paying 2,000 gold, you want 2,000 gold worth of value, right? Terrorgeist has breath attacks. If this Praeton doesn't even scratch the Terrorgeist, which I don't think it will, I feel like the unit's gonna be bad. Chimera's hype though. Stirkar? I don't know, man. I don't know how to say his name. Yeah, I don't know. Praeton just feels like it. I don't know what this unit's supposed to be. Is it supposed to be a duelist? Okay, it is anti-large, so maybe it's supposed to be a duelist, but it doesn't have HP. It doesn't have healing. Its speed is not fast enough like Phoenix speed to catch anything. It's not bad at dueling though, right? So a Praeton versus a Goose is not the worst. So if you treat it kind of like a Terrorgeist. Oh, it needs... Oh, it's a self buff. It's not an aura. Oh, that's really weird. So it needs something to break to get the buff. I don't really see a world where this is better than the Terrorgeist. And since the Terrorgeist is not an S tier monster, I don't see a world where Slanesh actually wants to use this. I think you have way better ways to spend your money than a Praeton. I think a Manticore is just better, man. Hell, let's actually see. So let's say you're playing as the Beastman. And you have to deal with the Praeton. Do two Manticores win or do they lose? If they win, the Praeton's garbage. Isn't that thing supposed to kill large entities that run away? I'm not spending 2,000 gold for that. Like, you can use a unit of Furies to chase units if you really want to. AI is kind of derping. Doesn't get the 2v1. Not bad versus a Manticore. Okay, I think as a fighter, it's not that bad. You know what? This is actually maybe not bad versus Sky Cutters. I think if you're playing as Slanesh. Okay, oh, I know what this is. I know what this is. It's just another anti-cheese tool. Yeah, I know what this is. Okay, yeah, take a look. Take a look. Praeton does have a use, and I think it actually might have a very useful use. You know what build is super annoying? I'm sorry, Karav there, but we gotta put an end to this. It's this. This is what the Praeton is meant to counter, right? At 60%, 65% resistances. I think it does well here. It's breath attack? No, that's a Chimera. Chimera has a breath attack. Praeton has a damage reflectability that reduces his melee defense. Does not seem that useful, but this is where it's at. So look at this. Yeah, 65% resist. Okay, so what this is, it's a unit that makes it where you can't get air cheese as Slanesh, right? Previously, Slanesh really only had Azazel to, yeah, they only had Azazel to do this, and Azazel would lose. But the Praeton, it's actually a counter to this. Look away, Karav there. Junk build is countered. Oh my god, yo. Oh no. You know what? I think that's not a terrible spot for the Praeton. Right? So this is a counter to Sky Cutters. It's a counter to junk builds. It's a counter to gyrocopters. And it does literally nothing else. You know, it's just gonna sit there and just have insane resistances. And your life is gonna suck. Now, it's not gonna duel a proper air duelist. Like, it's not gonna kill Zhao or anything. But it gets the job done. The question is, can it kill flyers? Yeah, by reducing its melee defense, then it can activate its trump card and get the damage reflect off. Does this thing kill Croman? How's it into the Thunder Barge? Probably pretty good based on how well it did there. Yeah, I could see this unit as an ultra niche unit. For chaff infantry, could potentially murder them. I guess. If it ever is good enough at doing that, you can just not attack the Praeton. It doesn't seem to do that much. But okay, let's see. So you have the Croman here, and then we're gonna make it have 12 melee defense. Damage reflect of 28. Honestly, Croman don't do that much damage to this guy. What's stopping them? Is it the armor? It's a little problematic though. I think Karavdir's build might still work with the Royal Cathay Air Force. You just need a little bit more of an Air Force, but I don't think the Praeton commands the air game. So it might not even work versus Cathay. It might just be... Oh man, that's bad. Yeah, no, this is only an anti-dwarf thing then, right? Eesh. Okay, yeah, that's not very good. That's pretty bad actually. Would you actually run it just in case for that much money though? Yeah, I don't think I would. I think I'd rather just use the devotee crossbows if I'm really worried about air cheese. Though they're just gonna get breath attacked. But I'd still rather have them. Garbage Praeton. Okay, let's say you have dwarves. They have the Grimdelvers and a Thunder Barge. Can the Praeton kill the Thunder Barge before dying to the Grimdelvers? I took it out, my bad. Yeah, it did surprisingly little damage. Damage reflect is a little weird. Why using the ROR over the base? Because we're trying to make it look as good as possible here. First, you gotta see if the unit does something. Then you see if it's cost efficient. The ROR can hide in the forest. Sick plays. Yeah, is the niche worth it at 2K? As the theme goes, right? If you have to think if the unit is good or not, it's probably not that good. You know Stykar, right? You don't really think about him. He just looks amazing in the right circumstance. Also, dang, that's some hefty missile resist. Okay, this thing is definitely good versus dwarves. This thing's actually insane versus dwarves. The problem is that dwarves don't air cheese Slanesh anyways. So like, what are you really doing here? Though the missile resist is kind of ludicrous. You're telling me this thing can tank Grimdelivers? It's like the highest DPS range unit in the game. Yeah, Grimdelivers are not the best against this thing. So I think maybe if you have a primarily shooting based build, it's not bad. There's a problem though, that if people take primarily shooting based builds, don't you just kill them anyways? The answer is yes. So I don't think we'll see it. I think maybe if an air game or a missile game becomes meta versus Slanesh, maybe. But the moment anyone tries to actually fight the unit, I think it just dies. Damage reflect doesn't work first ranged. It's only melee. How does it perform against cavalry and flying cav? Well, we already tried it. We already tried it against Crowmen, and it was pretty bad versus Crowmen, but I'll give it a go versus some Griffin Legion. Gyrocopters is weird because it can't catch it. Gyrocopters are just a bit too fast. Yeah, it's not fast enough to catch most stuff. It's a 90 speed unit. Slow by Slaneshi standards. So let's see. Can it tank a counter charge? Damage is... It's very okay. It's surprisingly tanky though. There's that damage reflect doing something. Like, you know, it's a single entity. I'm not paying 2,000 gold for this though. It's way too expensive. It'll be fun in campaign, I'm sure, but yeah. That doesn't seem to be, it doesn't seem to be damage reflecting. I think it is. The thing is the units have to actually land a hit, but I'm pretty sure. Whoop. A little bit of a tear out. Yeah, let's just see real quick. So if it's at 1,001, yeah, 1,077. Yeah, so you can see it's it should be incrementing by the damage dealt. Are these guys gonna hit it? Yeah, there you go. So there were some damage reflect hits in there. 38 goes up to, yeah. I think it's probably damage reflecting. Whether or not it's fully accurate, who knows? I ain't gonna do that for CA. It seems like it's okay. Like, you know, it's like, do you really want Terrorgeist? If you gave Slanesh a Terrorgeist, would that change anything? Because I would rate this roughly Terrorgeist here, but with a lot of missile resist. Really hard to say. Really hard to say. Artillery Hunter? Well, like, you know, most factions will be able to just shoot you to death. I guess against like a Wood Elf Archer build, it'd be harder to kill. But like most people have an SC to fight. And I don't think the Praeton's good enough to fight SCs properly. And you kind of need infantry. Slaneshi builds rely on having a good handful of infantry to actually take the proper engagement, and then you need some cavalry, and then you have no more money for a random Praeton, you know? I'd rather have more infantry and cavalry. Is the missile resist the same between the generic and the ROR? It is. So that's 65% damage reduction. I will say that is impressive, the amount of damage reduction. There's definitely some weird things you can do with that much resistance. But I think the second your opponent doesn't play into your hand, you're kind of screwed. But like, there's probably a few skew builds that will fear the Praeton. Causes terror, it's true. Slaanesh could use a terror-causing unit outside of the Exalted Keeper. I'm getting a... did they always have a Sorcerer Lord, or was it just a caster? Hero caster. This looks new. At least the image is new. But yeah, he can give miscast chance, 50%. He can silence units for 21 seconds. I could see a Slaanesh Rush using this guy with the Black Tongue. Put him on a demonic steed. You take the Pendulum, the Malkoths, and he's too expensive. Ain't nobody taking a random caster lord for 1,700 or 1,800. Costs as much as a Praeton. I'd rather have a Praeton. Yeah, see, you have a thing about making your caster lords way too expensive. He's not Archaon, man. Like, Archaon, I believe, is just better. Because Archaon has HP. This guy does not have HP, so I don't think you'll be running this guy. That's usually why I opt in to Keeper of Secrets instead. Doesn't make sense if something made of rock is less resistant than a glorified bird. It's a magical universe. I'm kind of interested to see this guy, though. So, Druchii Anointed. You can put him on a demonic steed. He's 1,400, which is Vargulf territory. He has Murderous Mastery. Enabled if more than 40 kills. That's funny. We got Murderous Mastery at home. Look at that. Kind of nifty. But yeah, does this guy bring anything to the table? Can he actually get his value worth? Because, like, these spells are just not impactful enough, and they cost money. Vanilla, a 1,200 gold character for these stats is not that crazy. You could take a paladin for cheaper. He'll die to stuff like Final Transmutation, which is already good versus Slaanesh. Rogue Idol, 100% missile resist. I think that would be very funny. I'd be down for it, but I don't think I don't think they'd even humor the idea. That would be so insane. That would make land battle a mess for sure. But yeah, I think Slaanesh is basically in the same place that they were before. They're going to be a really high... They're going to be a really top tier faction. But I don't think they're changing. Like, I don't think Slaanesh is changing. Unless Stykar ends up absolutely wrecking everyone's face. Maybe he changes something, but if he gets banned, then Slaanesh is just status quo. Norska is going to have Bearmen. They're going to have some fancy tools that I don't think will move the needle much. Like, having a better Skinwolf Werekin is not what Norska needs to become a crazy faction. But they're already pretty strong. And they're not stuck summoning in Ice Wolves. They can bring in anti-infantry or anti-armor mobility now. With Vanguard deployment. Devastating flanker. I think Norska is going to be OP because of the culmination of stuff that they get that is kind of opening up their roster, right? They're going to have Chimeras, which I think are going to be a good unit. They're going to have Edens, which are a really good unit. So not only do they have a better giant, they have some flying monsters that can do well. They have Marauder Bearmen. So an already good faction just got better at what they do. Norska is not going to have banned units, but the faction's going to be banned. Also, you have caster heroes now, caster lords. So you're not stuck taking Wolfric. You can take more Bearmen, you can take more Skin Wolves, and this guy has some great magic. Fire, death, and metal is everything you could possibly want. I think Norska with the vanilla dude with Final Transmutation. Just look at this. Norska has never had a cheaper lord in the entire game. This dude, compared to, you're gonna get Wolfric, you're gonna get Sea Fang. Put him on a horse. You have a Fimir dude, he needs Burning Head, he has Kindle Flame. Like, this is 2,000 gold, this guy's 600. You can get a whole ROR Werekin, you can get a whole Eden, right? Would you rather have Wolfric and a Fimir Balefiend, or a Great Shaman and an Eden? I think the choice is simple. This is insane. You get the Terror, you get a guy that's not gonna die to anything. I think I think Norse is gonna eat well right up until the point they get banned. And then High Elves. High Elves will not be banned as a faction, but I think they will have the most banned units. Goodbye, Lore of Boats. What happened to Lore of Boats? Did it get nerfed? Anyways, I think High Elves will have the most banned units. The Sea Elemental, I think, will be expensive enough to barely evade a ban, because it's a unit you can think of the counter right away and then just counter it. So I don't think people will ban it. I think the Sky Cutters will be banned. The Merworm might be banned depending on how people react. And then I think knowing the multiplayer community, they'll probably be real sussed out by Master of the Mists. This is pretty crazy. I think this is pretty insane. I feel like if it just gave one volley, that'd be pretty cool, and would fit its price point. But yeah, what about Sea Elementals? I think these guys suck. They're way too expensive. So they'll remain, but High Elves are basically Wood Elves, and the Elementals are basically Treekin, right? You have a tanky unit that doesn't do a lot of damage. So, like, what's the point, right? Wood Elves don't make use of Treekin. Treekin could be indestructible. Wood Elves are not going to use Treekin. Though I do think with their speed bonus and perfect vigor, potentially, I'd be ready to be wrong about these guys. Though they're so much more expensive. 1,100's a lot. You're gonna buy the DLC for that ability alone? Honestly, I think the ability's cool. They shouldn't nerf it. They should just make it the correct price. I think the ability's super cool. I honestly love it. But please just make it the right price. And I think right now, Aislinn is... like, you would pay 2,400 for a Star Dragon. That's super amped up, right? Yeah, he's just an amped up Star Dragon. So if you'd pay for that, that means that CA genuinely think this ability should cost 200 gold, which boggles the mind. So yeah, we'll see how that pans out. But yeah, Oceanage, I don't think they really have a place, because they're not going to really save your dudes. And you can't, if they were cheaper, you could take a ton of them, and it'd be really hard to get around them, kind of like zombies. But like, you know, why not just spend 800 more and get a whole Sea Elemental? This thing's crazy. The bonus versus infantry is 14. So they will be able to hit infantry a little bit more. But also, like, here. Or you know what? Let's give it a realistic situation. High Elves don't have an easy way to kill off greenskin units. So let's actually get like a fairly normal situation here. Let's see if 2 Oceanids can do okay versus like, you know, a green skin orc boy and a couple archers. What's this about Techless? Did you get something? Why AI the extra... What's this? Why all the extra buffs on the ability when the main selling point is the range increase? I don't know. I think it makes it look cooler. Rule of cool is fine for me. But yeah, like let's say you have some orc boys charging in, right? The damage to the orc boys is actually not bad. So they killed off the orc boys in about a minute. You know what? You know what? I'm ready to be wrong about these guys. That was a pretty good orc boy killing. You know what? All right. You know, maybe. Now, obviously, you can just take magic against these guys. Any amount of magic attacks and it's over. Decent fighters. They're decent fighters. How do they do versus like a unit of big guns? Can they beat a big gun? Eat those words. Maybe they're not bad. Maybe the bonus versus infantry is enough. So these are the savage orc boys. Do they do well here? They look so silly from high up. Well, I'll zoom in. This is more expensive, right? Do they solo though? If they solo, that's great. Okay, yeah, alone. So the thing is, they're not really countering the orc boys. It's kind of even because these guys have anti-large. Okay, so they're kind of chaff clear, right? So don't run them into spears. Don't run them into anti-large, but maybe they could solve an issue that high elves have been dealing with for a while. And that's just the man tide. If they're really good at clearing chaff, it's not the worst. Although silver helms are also kind of good at doing that. They don't get countered by flaming sword. Oh, this is true. Because they have fire resistance, yes. 20% fire resistance, so they'd only lose 10%. Hell yeah. If they handily beat Chaos Warriors, I'm willing to give them a go. Because one of the hardest things for high elves to kill are these Chaos Warriors. And you know what? They're actually not bad. You know what? I'm willing to change my mind. That's actually a fairly good showing. Killed off Chaos Warriors in 2 minutes. You can heal them. You can give them more physical resist if they get dived in on. They might actually solve a really good niche. New DLC come with any new maps? I think they have some edited multiplayer maps. I don't know about actual battle maps. I haven't done a deep dive. Okay, here's the problem though. Do they get completely outclassed by the big one? Because if they do, there's no reason to bring the mini ones. Do they do better than lions? Yes. Lions don't really do well in a grind. They'll kind of get worn down, so I think lion units are... They kind of trade evenly, but it seems like these guys trade up. But yeah, what I think is going to happen much more likely is that this guy's going to see play. Armor piercing damage. He's a big chunky boy. You can heal him up as usual. And he's going to cost less than 2 Oceanids. Pretty sure Sea Elemental is the much better way to go. Water needs to get more physical resist. Hey, literal ghosts only have 55%. At least water is tangible. Yeah, the big one spawns the mini ones. Though the mini ones will disintegrate. It's true though, he does spawn them. I guess he also is taking a little bit of damage, but... Generally, I'd say I feel like this guy, you'd be more likely to see him. You can cycle charge with them forever. Oh, dang, wait. Yo, this guy has a crazy cycle charge. Yeah, interesting. All right. You know what? Maybe they're not. Maybe they ain't too bad. Maybe they ain't too bad. Do we know if a Bretonian magic damage cavalry charge does that dumpster the poor guy? Perfect Vigor is actually quite good for cycle charging. Let's take a look at this. What are we looking at? They should get hidden. like it's forest, but for aquatic. Be pretty funny. Cav charge was not that good against this guy. Sea Elemental has one really nice benefit in that he's just a really tanky boy. It's still not the prettiest fight ever. You can get some big SCs on them, and I think they would suffer. But it's not like they die to magic damage. They can actually tussle, and when you combine that with healing, I think this unit is really annoying to deal with. He actually won with the little summon here. Interesting. Doing well in adverse circumstances. Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of sea elementals. Oceanids are a maybe. Probably situational at best. Sky Cutters will likely be banned. I think they're just way too good. Can you just see that again? Let me just play around with the Sky Cutters a little bit more before they get nerfed into oblivion. Yeah, give me them Sky Cutters. What's Sea Elemental Mass like? Seems very high. I've never had to get stuck on anything. I think it has ludicrous mass. Yeah, the AI is a bit bad with cavalry. It's true. But it seemed fairly sturdy. Dreadmaws are so cool. Yeah, I think Dreadmaws are hype. But yeah, so I think the way you're actually supposed to use this chariot, you know, the way you use them most effectively is you want to keep them moving, and you want to actually put them on the ground at the start, because if you do that, then you can kind of just blitz right through everything. Oh boy, imagine, oh my god, if this makes it to launch. Imagine you're just a casual multiplayer guy, you bring in your main tide, you're like, I'm safe, I'll be okay. What's possibly gonna hurt me? I have so much infantry. I don't know why CA gave these guys like 10,000 mass or whatever. But yeah, that's... God, man. Make the unit more expensive or something. I don't know. Pump wagon Scourge Runners. They're so much better than both units. They're better than pump wagons. They're better than Scourge Runners. Like, this is the... You know how much damage they took? How much HP did they lose? They lost... The one that took the most damage took 1,200 in that whole fight. Like, it's... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think CA, nobody thought about actually landing the unit. Because if you... Let me show you what happens if you don't land the unit and you keep them flying. I think it's... I think they actually don't do as well. I'm also pretty sure that whoever they have internally doing this is not a sweat lord. So they're probably not like super maximizing the possible value on this unit. Like, this is what I imagine, and I could be completely wrong, but CA is not telling me, so we're just gonna assume. I'm pretty sure what they did is they tested it out like this. So like, oh, okay. Unit charges in, they got a bit of damage. Okay, that seems pretty normal to me, right? And then they like pull it away and they're like, yeah. I don't know. It seems like if 4 of these, you know, one charge only does a bit of damage to a Men-at-Arm, I guess it's not a big problem, right? You know, this seems pretty normal. But no. No, it's not. Or that's normal. But this is not normal. This right here? This is not normal. Although, they kind of botched their charge there. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now we got them. Yeah, this kind of gliding through the infantry like no one's business. That's much, much worse. Now, when they get tired, they're not nearly as devastating. But the moment you land the unit, it becomes ludicrously OP. Right? It's really weird, but if you actually just treat them like a Scourge Runner, I think you're going to be much better off. Oh my god. Yeah, it's night and day difference. And that probably happens because their flying units are janky. Amongst other issues. Well, yeah, it's a ground chariot. It's just a ground chariot, people. Use flying chariot as a normal chariot is some advanced nonsense. Yeah. But yeah, you know, this is how you break the game. I just put them in an unusual situation that they probably didn't think about too much, and then I guess it's fine. I did bring this up with them before, but maybe they just didn't have the time to balance it. I don't know. But like, honestly, I would run this unit. So like, this costs as much as a Gorby's chariot. For reference, right? So those units cost as much as this guy. So let's just take some Gorby's chariots and see if they're the same. I'm sure they'll still do really well against infantry. The kind of pull-through tech is good, but I don't think they'll be as good. Also, they're not flying. They also don't have bolt throwers tacked onto them. We're talking literal, just the melee capability of this chariot is probably better than dedicated melee chariots. Let's see. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. What? Okay, some pull-through tech, some pull-through tech. Yeah, no, that's just silly. That's just silly. So literally they made a better melee chariot at the same price point. Like there's no saving this thing, right? It's just it's better on like almost all fronts. Gorby's will be a little tankier. They can kind of grind in a fight. But yeah, now it's like the peasants are so thick, right? I can't get through them. I literally can't even force my way through the peasants. Meanwhile, they made a flying range chariot that is better. It's better than bolt throwers. It's better than, you know, it's better than any other range chariot in the game. It's flying, and it's better than any melee chariot. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to get nerfed. It kind of has to. Whether they target the price point or the mass or what have you, that's kind of up to them to decide. I think the unit's fun, but it should probably be ludicrously expensive. Like, as it stands, it should cost like 2,000 gold. Maybe make it have lower melee defense, so it's punished more for getting caught in melee. Like, give it like, I don't know, 15 melee defense. It's a bolt thrower strapped to an eagle. I don't know why it should have any melee defense at all. Get rid of its martial prowess. It's an eagle. It's mostly an eagle, right? Just don't get rid of martial prowess. Momentum's cool. Maybe you keep that around. But yeah, definitely overtuned. Maybe it should be always flying. Always flying's not the worst, but then you get rid of the whole point of the unit. It's supposed to be a flying chariot. So I think I put thematics at the highest point for everything. For me, thematics trumps all. The rule of cool is why people play this game. So you should keep that. Multiplayer can be balanced by adjusting price points while maintaining the rule of cool. Just look at the Dwarven Thunder Barge. I think this is the biggest success story of a unit that was clearly overpowered, but balanced by pricing it correctly, and people all around rejoiced, you know? People in campaign don't feel bad that the Thunderbarge got nerfed. People in multiplayer are not dying to Thunderbarges on ladder all the time. Can it kill Crowman type units? Weirdly, it seems to do pretty bad in a range or in a flying situation. It does lose to Furies, so you can do that. But oddly enough, okay, actually, this is probably the dumbest thing ever. Oh my gosh, I think I might have actually thought of something really dumb. So, if you use a unit versus Furies in the air, they don't do well, right? Furies kind of cook them. I'm pretty sure if you land this unit, it will do better versus Furies. Please don't tell me I'm right. Because I swear if the first thing everyone does in multiplayer is land their Sky Cutters, I'm going to puke. So you can see, against Furies, they have a pretty nice charge, but then they kind of get surrounded. And then it's like, not the prettiest situation, right? But if you land them and then charge the Furies, then I think you kill them all. So far it seems okay. Just bring it to the ground. All right, what if I leave these guys in melee and then we charge like so? Ooh, yeah, that last charge looked pretty decent. Yeah, it's gonna be a little sus, and you can't bring enough Furies to kill 4 Sky Cutters anyways. Yeah, no, there's no way. There's no way this unit makes it into launch like this, right? But yeah, you can take a lot of them too. They could also limit it to 2 of the unit. That would not be terrible, but it's still good versus infantry. High Elves will definitely feel like a very different faction after this patch. And not to mention too, this is one of the best buff spells in the game. Look at this beauty. If there's even a smidge of hope. Yeah, CA has launched stuff that's more OP, that's true. But yeah, if there's a smidge of hope that buff spells will actually get better, it's this. As long as the community doesn't decide that this is super OP and it has to get nerfed, this is insane. It's a 44-second physical resist buff, similar to Earthblood. Or Flesh to Stone, I mean. But it's just better. It's just like way better. Price-wise, duration-wise, it's so much better. So if they actually keep this and we can get a 44-second duration physical resist increase for 9 wins, chuck it on some Dragon Princes, man. Like, holy crap, Dragon Princes. Dragon Princes will cook so hard with us. Make the other spells better, not this one weaker. That's what I'm really hoping for, right? If there's any chance for stuff like this to stay in the game, we have to let CA know that this is hype. Walk Between Worlds is hype, and we want other buff spells to be the same tier. Flensing Har, I think, is an example of a bad spell. It's too expensive. It makes your unit slightly weaker to archer fire, and it spreads. But like, can't you just cast a damage spell and get the same effect? I'm pretty sure that's the case. You see a vanilla Shem's Burning Gaze take half HP off armored units. That's way better than this, right? So I don't think this will get you anywhere. I feel like this should be minus 60 armor, minus like 50 missile block chains. But you know, maybe that's just me. There's a lot to look at. This one's weird too. So this gives missile block chance, stock, and snipe. I think Writhing Mist might be a cool one. How long does it last? 20 seconds. Freaking hell. Okay, so that's not that useful then, right? 20 seconds is 2 volleys. That's not... Yeah, that's not great. I don't know why this lasts 20 seconds. It's like a blink of an eye. This is just a summon. I don't know. I think the spells are cool. This heals a little bit. It's quite pricey though. This will heal like what? 12.5% HP for 9 wins and some vigor. Apotheosis will heal 8% HP for 5. So I think Apotheosis is just better. But in a pinch, I think it's good that, you know, maybe they have a slightly ineffective heal. Right? So you have the option to heal, but you don't, you know, it's not going to be as good as a dedicated healing. You know, dedicated healing faction. But I could definitely see if you use Walk Between Worlds on your Dragon Princes and then keep them alive and at high vigor with the Shroud, I'm pretty sure you could get a basically invincible Dragon Prince, which I think is cool. This is not that exciting. This is really weird. It's 12 winds of magic for a speed reduction, but would you rather just cast? Well, I don't know, it's 30 seconds, right? This one's really weird. Maybe you can use it to catch a unit, but at 12 winds of magic, would you rather just have a burning head? It's hard to tell. I think it's close. I think it's really close. Whether or not this is actually worth it or not. You can use a Frostheart Phoenix, I guess. It's true, murders vigor. Duration increases when you overcast, so I think you'll always overcast this. You get so many extra things. Yeah, this one definitely falls in the really weird category. It's 30 seconds. So, what's it? 45 divided by 2 times 31. It does the same damage as a Spirit Leech? Okay, wait. So let's say you have Sea Lord Acelin, right? And then you have the Dark Elves, and they have Rakarth, and he's stacked, man. He's insane. Yeah, what does this look like? Also, someone's gonna figure out how to make Nullstone work. It silences and removes magic attacks across the entire battlefield. There's no way that doesn't see play somewhere. There's no way. Someone's gonna make the Nullstone work. That's just too good. Seems good for sniping single entity monsters, but people don't take that versus high elves. Yeah.
Prince of Ulthuan. Ever vigilant.
But yeah, so it's a 1 second cast time. That's pretty hype. So got his speed down to 52. So he can't catch me, I guess. It's not slow enough to snipe him out of the sky, though. His vigor is already winded, which is not bad. You can think about it, just based off the vigor debuff, that it's like a permanent melee attack reduction. And he's already tired, whereas Acelin is active. Okay, so there's one situation where this might be really good that I can see right now, and that's severely depleting the vigor on some units. So he's winded, he's tired. It's not that severe though. I wouldn't say it wrecks vigor. I don't think it actually made that much of a difference. Yeah, it just doesn't really feel like it made that much of a difference. Okay, so we have this, which increases vigor. Like, yeah, it's only gonna give me like 3 more melee attack though, right? Yeah, I think the vigor play, it's just a little too low to really make a massive difference. I feel like Walk Between Worlds is just better, right? So like, you know, all these are like fancy plays that maybe you can do. 30% stamina attacks is good in itself. Yeah, but is it worth it? Let me show you a much simpler play that I think just is better. Like, you send them in, and then you overcast Walk Between Worlds, and then the guy has insane physical resist. Karth doesn't have magic damage. Like, isn't that just better? Well, maybe not. Seems like the fighting is actually still relatively close. Maybe not, you know? Maybe it actually does have a big impact. The fight takes more than a minute, though. Kind of the same results. Maybe even slightly better. No, very similar results using Walk Between Worlds. Maybe it's not the worst. So maybe the vigor effect did have about as much of an impact as Walk Between Worlds. I'll give it a hard maybe. I'll give it a hard maybe. Questionable. It could be good. It kind of worked. Same price for doing the hydrate. Thank you. Yeah, you need to get them super low on vigor before it gets nasty. Writhing Mist could be cool, if only it lasted a bit longer. Overcast is 40 seconds for 14, so you can take an SE fight and not die to bullets. I think it's a cool lore of magic. We'll see how commonly the high elves bring it. High elves are really stuffed with magic, right? They have one of the biggest lore pools in the entire game. Look at that. So the lore of mists, it has to compete with all of this. Plus, it's a dedicated hero mage. You're not taking the lore of mists on your typical archmage. So you really need a reason to take it. You know, if Burning Head is just better, then people are just gonna run Burning Head. Let's take a look at the price points on the vanilla casters. They are fairly cheap. Mist mages are pretty cheap, so at least we don't have to worry about that. They can also be put on a horse. No horse. It's either a sky cutter or a great eagle. I think the sky cutter alone might be enough. It might be enough. Let's see if the single entity sky cutters are as good as the multi-entity sky cutters. It's anti-Malagor tech, so he can't escape. The slow is not bad. If you want anti-Malagor tech, though, you can just run like one of the Spirit Leech effects and just kill him that way. This guy has a pretty good ground speed by the looks of it. So let's just charge straight through the Corsairs. There you go. He's so fast, he's gonna make a little bit of a loop-de-loop. Oh my god. Oh, he got a bad attack animation there. So there's some animations that will make him kind of sweep through, and there's some animations that'll make him stand his ground. Overall, though, yeah. This is just the best chariot in the game. You would never send a chariot into this blob. That would be a death sentence most of the time. He can pull out of it by just charging something outside of the blob, and he's out. No horse, though. No horse for the Mist Mage, so I think you'll likely have them on an eagle.
Changing position.
I do think there's a lot of lores that are better, but I don't think the lore of Mist is worse than a lot of stuff. Lore of Mist seems like a decent lore.
Next objective.
There's a lot going on for it, and I think people will have a fun time playing around with it. Forget magic, clearly the best chariot hero. I think, can you put other heroes on this mount? How many people can you get on this? Does it even count towards the chariot limit? Okay, it does. So if you take this guy on a Sky Cutter, you can't do it for the other stuff. Caradrian cannot be put on a Sky Cutter. She cannot be put on a Sky Cutter. A Sea Helm can be put on a Sky Cutter, with some interesting buffs and debuffs that I don't think are super impactful. Alistair definitely cannot be put on a Sky Cutter. Can the Prince? No, the Prince cannot. Aislinn can, though. So you can put him on a Sky Cutter, take the Master of Mists. It's gonna cost 1,800 though. That's a little expensive. Whoa. Wait, did Teclis always have Soul Blight? Maybe. But yeah. Can a Noble? Noble cannot. Okay. So, yeah. People might just take the Mist Mage. There's a non-zero chance, if it doesn't get nerfed, people just take a Mist Mage on a Sky Cutter Chariot. Because the price point is pretty value. Whoa, what? Wait. What is this balance? A Noble on a Chariot costs the same as a Mist Mage on a Sky Cutter? Alright. Teclis's spells changed a little bit. What'd they do with the main? Did Soul Blight get buffed? No. They got new monsters? High Elves? Yeah. Fiery Convocation's the same, but yeah, I guess these might have gone mixed around a bit. Anyways, we already know enough about Sky Cutters. More Worm seems pretty cool. I think we covered basically everything then. Is this a good unit? Martial Mastery, plus 12, plus 8. Oh my god, look at the HP difference. I must see. Do you think the Bearmen are going to be better than these guys? So we're looking at, okay, they cost 575. Bearmen are 650, so they are a little bit more expensive. They're both a great weapon infantry. In theory, they should lose to the Bearmen, but on the charge, it should be close. You got Soul Blight and Cascading Fire Cloak instead of Enfeebling and Flaming Sword. Dang, I feel like Flaming Sword has more utility, but none of those spells actually matter very much.
Warship crew. Let's have it.
So the difference is that these guys have way less HP than Bearmen. They're tussling all right, though. They actually have really high melee attack. Look at that. Ship's Company. Company of the Calandrian. Yeah, they're just a great weapon infantry. You know what? That's not bad. A unit that can go toe-to-toe against Bearmen. Great weapon infantry for High Elves. I'll take it. Yeah, that's not bad. High Elves need as much armor piercing as they can get. Does a Princess get a Sky Cutter? I doubt it. Handmaiden is a no. Princess is a no. Yeah, so only the new guys get the Sky Cutters. Did Kislev get other changes than the warriors. Well, I don't have like a list of patch notes or anything. Kislevites warriors got a price reduction though. Huh. I don't see anything else really. Everything seems fairly similar, I'd say. Did Flaming Sword get buffed? I see you used it in almost every game. No, we're just memeing. At least I don't think it got buffed. Yeah, looks the same to me. Looks mostly the same to me. Can you show what the melee devotees of Slaanesh murderous euphoria skill does? Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it looks like these guys got just a little cheaper. That's nothing crazy. But devotees of Slaanesh, if you take a quick look here, this is it. If they're in melee for a tremendously long amount of time, they get a little bit more damage and a little bit more leadership. It's honestly not that crazy, though they do have an imbuement of weakened. Does anyone know what weakened does? I guess let's see. Teclis needs a single target spell like Spirit Leech or Fireball. That would be really cool for Teclis to make him into a sniping lord. Oh, does he not have a net anymore? Wait, yeah, I think they took out his net. Yo, that's like the only reason people played Teclis. Because he was a net caster that was reasonably tanky. That's a little sad to see. Yeah, did they actually get rid of his net? I'll have to check later. But Murderous Euphoria is going. You can see it takes a while to build up. He still has his net. Oh, thank goodness. And then there you go. Weakened reduces damage by 25%. So here's the problem. Devotees, like, infantry fights are not decided by infantry grinds and abilities. Infantry fights are decided by either ultra high DPS from the infantry or your rear charge, right? That's usually how it ends in someone routes. So while it's kind of cool that, yeah, they have the weakened effect, it just doesn't really do anything, right? Fights are simply too fast to actually make use of this, but I think it's a cool little bonus thing that they have. Same thing as Skull Taker's ability, I see. But yeah, it's just 25%. Just a 25% thing. Devotees don't seem very good. Like, I think all the Dark Elf stuff is not going to be super crazy for Slaanesh. Honestly, Slaanesh probably got the least in terms of good units. Though Pleasure Seekers and Champions are definitely a nice addition. Oh yeah, and of course, my bad, Stykar. Yes. You know what? Slaanesh might have won. They might have won the raffle now that I look at it in terms of things that will be the most impactful. I think second place is easily the High Elves. They have a lot of cool stuff and only a few flubs. And we don't even know if Oceanids are bad or not yet. Ship's Company are decent. They'll do their job, you know. And they even got an Arawara, which I think will be quite useful. These guys seem really hype. I think you might see this a lot in many High Elf builds. Just because usually they don't want to run White Lions. And Norska, they got Chimeras, they got Edens. Norska got a lot of vanilla stuff that is good. But like, I think the actual cool stuff like Dreadmaws are probably not as exciting. Or at least not as strong. Can we say Norska won anything if Warriors of Chaos snagged all the new stuff? What did Chaos get? What did Norska get that Chaos didn't get? All right, let's take a look. So Chaos got the Dreadmaw. Chaos got the Chimera. Don't tell me they got the Edens. Okay, nice. They didn't get Edens. There's a non-zero chance that Edens become a defining unit for Norska. And if they are the only faction to have Edens, yes, then Norska might be able to win that race. They did lose Chimeras to Beastmen and Chaos. They did lose the Dreadmaw to Chaos. Beastmen don't have the Dreadmaw, right? Yeah, Beastmen don't have Dreadmaw. Unfortunately, Bearmen have gone to Chaos for some odd reason. I don't know why, but there you go. And yes, Chaos did get Stykar. They got the man, the myth, the legend. Honestly, Chaos might be the strongest faction. Unironically, Chaos might be the strongest faction. They got Chimera, they got Stykar, they got Champions of Slaanesh. What didn't they get? Dreadmaw doesn't count. It's not good enough. But yeah, I think they're eating well. They also got Bjorg. Bjorg isn't even a Norska dude. On some level, you think CA considers Warriors of Chaos and Norska to be the same faction, viewed from different perspectives. It's weird, because they are really different from each other. But yeah, Chaos roster is like insane. It's a 4-faction DLC, 5 if you include Beastmen. Yeah, Worshippers of the Crow. That's true. Chaos didn't get the Worshippers of the Crow for some reason. For some very strange reason, if you go to Norska, they got these bad boys. They got the Mark of Nurgle. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Demons of Chaos get anything? Yes, but I don't think it changes them much. Everyone brings Buna versus Demons of Chaos, so, you know. I think Pleasure Seekers are nice, but I don't know if they'll actually make Demons of Chaos super strong. Because if they're strong enough to make Slaanesh OP, then they just get banned, right? So it'd be pretty unlikely that we see them. Kind of like when Seekers were banned for a good time. I would say it's a similar thing, right? They'll either be the same as Seekers or they get banned like Seekers. Swarm of Flies, Rage is kind of nutty. We tested them out. The unit's not actually that crazy. Honestly, I don't think, like, you know, if you compare them to Bearmen, right? Slightly better stats. They have Swarm Flies, but also minus 1,400 HP. So they just take more damage. Now, I'm sure the unit is gonna be, you know, it might be slightly better than Bearmen, but like, effectively, you're looking at the same unit here. I guess they also have poison. There's something there. Sail is also pretty cool. They did buff Wind Blast of all spells, because we didn't have enough damage spells in the game. It reduces speed, so Wind Blast can be used as a slowing spell, which I think is actually kind of huge. Not only, like, let's say this against Wood Elves. You can use it against their infantry, but you can also use it. You can also use it against their cavalry. Slow down their speed by a whopping 40% for 12 seconds. And then just kill them. Also, it looks like it got a new animation, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, I would expect people to just use this as a slow on Cav and as a contingency against, like, you know, demons or any lightly armored infantry. How good is the Nightmaw spell? It's very similar to Wulfric's Boat right now. It's a 50 damage, 60% AP, kind of moving vortex. Nightmaw is just Pendulum. So, you know, it's fine. It's an overcast pendulum. You know, maybe a bit slower. You get 3 casts of it. I would say Nightmaw will probably take over Wulfric's boat. I'm not sure if they nerfed this or anything. But Wulfric's boat actually doesn't have that much AP damage. It has Frostbite. It's 3 uses. Nightmaw is also 3 uses. But Sail is a caster lord. So I don't really see a reason why you'd run Wulfric when you can just use this guy. Yeah, Wind Blast buff will be nice for Bretonia, that's for sure, actually. Same radius as Pendulum. Let's take a look. So let's go into Sandbox. We'll get the Sail, and then we'll compare it to Wulfric's boat. Crow is Nurgle, Eagle is Zinch when it comes to Norsk, I believe. Alright. So yeah, let's just take a look. So if we get the classic. Also, I don't know why they did this. Yeah, CA did a really weird thing. The spells loop around here way sooner than it should. So this is shift 5. I don't know why you would... Why this is shift 5 instead of shift 1, but they made the hotkeys awkward for some reason. Whatever. We have testing to do. It's really throwing in my throwing off my muscle memory though, because I think this is shift 4, but it's really shift 3. I don't know, man. CA apparently don't know how to do UI. At least they haven't. Wulfric's boat is way longer range than Nightmaw, so that is something important to consider. Wulfric's boat, as usual, it gets a lot of damage on these guys. Nightmaw, wow. Never mind. The king of boats is still the king of boats. Oh my god, that was Nightmaw? That was the highly anticipated Nightmaw? I don't even care who Nightmaw is anymore, man. Dude, this guy sucks.
I demand it from the heavens.
Oh my god, the range is so much worse than Pendulum. That's him? That's it? Okay, yeah, Wulfric wins. Wulfric wins by a landslide. He wins by a massive landslide. Look at that boat. Look at that boat. It doesn't end. It keeps going. Gets 2 and a bit of a unit. Meanwhile, Nightmaw's just... Oh boy, was that a bug? That's pathetic. Yeah, that's not good. Dude, Nightmaw sucks. And he has no range. Okay, now here's the thing. He still does okay damage. Realistically speaking, you know, in multiplayer at least, people are not gonna line up like this for Wulfric's boat. And you know, Sail is a spellcaster lord, so you might still see him. But I will say Wulfric is kind of a Chad compared to him. Yeah, the only thing Sail has over Wulfric is he has this nifty kind of Spirit Leech missile. Does the same damage as one Spirit Leech. He can cast it twice, so that's kind of cool. Can even hit multiple times. Yeah. And you can probably still get a decent amount of damage with Nightmaw. Price-wise, it's looking very similar, but then you don't have to take a spellcaster, so that'll let you take a whole extra unit of Skin Wolves or something. We'll see. We'll see if Sail actually sees play. And like Nightmaw's damage is still good. It's just really bad range. Give Nightmaw unlimited uses? That would be interesting. People expected that to be a cool unit and we got this. Yeah. Is that a product of CA's, you know how they delayed the DLC? Did they delay it? And they're like, we can't make Nightmaw into a unit. Make him a wind spell. If he was always a wind spell, that's even more disappointing. Rule of Cool did not kick in there. They only had a year, to be fair. Oof. Dude, oh my gosh. Yo, would you guys rather have Nightmaw, or would you rather have Master of Mists? I feel like it's pretty close. You can tell because of the money. I'll stop. Seriously though, maybe I won't stop. Oh man, I'll stop. Oh boy. Let's see here. What does he have? He has Urain and Thunderbolt. That's pretty hype. Some Chain Lightning, Mind Razor. That's pretty cool. I think there's a lot to be excited about. There's a lot to be disappointed about. You guys will have to form your own opinions until I can make a proper, full, thoughts on the DLC. But these are just initial thoughts. I'd rather have Devotees of Slanesh be an actual unit. Yeah, now this is the thing though. This is your time to have your voices heard, alright? I implore you. Let CA know, man. Just be like, hey, this seems not interesting, alright? If there's one thing that I've seen from Legend, it's if you kick up enough of a fuss, then you might get heard. But don't give the developers any grief. Clearly, they're probably underpaid or underworked or understaffed, overworked, understaffed. Don't give them hate, please. But do let them know what's important to you, because I am but a single man. Don't be like Legend. Well, I'm not gonna ask people to review bomb the game, but I think you should tell CA there's nothing there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, underworked. You should actually let them know what's interesting to you, because obviously I have my pet peeves, but I'm sure you guys don't care about the pinned maps feature, for example, right? But if you see something that really bothers you, just I don't know, just bring it up as a Reddit post or whatever. Send me a DM, and if the Reddit post you put up gets a lot of traction, maybe I can send that to CA to be like, hey, this seems like something people are really, passionate about. Right? And then that way we can actually sift through and figure out what's important. I think that would be great. And I don't think they're averse to getting feedback too. From what they've told me, they're happy that I give them my feedback. Whether or not they implement it or not is their choice. But at least I can say that they seem to be all ears for it. So unless they tell me that they don't want me to encourage people to give feedback, then sure thing. But I am actually genuinely interested in what you guys want to see. I don't know, maybe people just really care about Skaven being stronger, and we just want to see Sense Bearer stronger. I don't know. Just don't be toxic. Don't be toxic, But, maybe you can let me know. And if you have anything that you want me to take a look at, maybe you can send me a DM if I missed anything. And then I can do that for ya. And it will be good. And yes, Lore of Heavens does have new VFX. So that's pretty cool. Do let them know what you think is cool too, by the way. Actually, I would highly recommend that. If there's something that you saw today that is really cool for you and you're like, holy crap. Let's say the Dreadmaw burrowing mechanic. If you're if everyone's like, man, I love the burrowing mechanic. And then you and you're like, why don't we give miners the ability to come out of burrow? Kind of like how they did on tabletop, right? Where they just spawn at the edge of the map. Let them know that too. Because if enough people are actually interested in seeing that, then CA can just do that. And then we'd be happy. I think it's pretty clear that sometimes they're out of touch, or it can feel like they're out of touch. And the only way they'll know is if you make yourselves heard one way or another. Nothing cooler than an actually good buff spell. You can let them know that this mist spell is cool, right? Hell, I'd love a Reddit post where someone's like, why can't all the other buff spells be as good as this one? Why do the other buff spells not have a good duration. Or if you think it sucks, let them know that it sucks. I think there's a lot to talk about. There's a whole lot to talk about. Skaven buff would be amazing. Honestly, I'd be down to get a Skaven meta. You want it to be a faster, to be faster? The animation is so slow. Yeah, it's really slow. But yeah, I think, yeah, just get the discussion going. Don't be toxic. I think that covers my bases. And then hopefully I don't become a big drama guy. But like, this is something I genuinely feel like is important. Like literally, I'm pretty sure if I didn't tell them about the domination meta, they would not actually care about it. I think there's a good chance that like literally no one would tell them. Like honestly, every time I tell them that, every time that I tell them that range units are broken, it always seems like they're surprised. I don't know, man. I'll just keep telling them until we get there. Just gotta keep them reminded. But yeah, I'm a tap out. It's been a long stream. We might play on Monday. We might not play on Monday. I might need to take a few days off to record maybe like some campaign edits for the new DLC, because obviously there's going to be a lot of campaigns, so we'll see. Yeah. It's odd that their surprise range units are broken when they're strong in campaigns, land, and domination. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I saw, it was on the Reddit post, too, so this is public information. If anyone at CA is looking to get me kicked out of the program or something for saying this. But, yeah, no, like, when they were responding to people talking about range issues on Reddit, they, it wasn't like a, oh, yeah, we know about this, we're working on it. It's like, oh, yeah, thank you for giving us this information. And I'm like, bro, I told you months ago. I told you when the game launched. Don't give me this crap, all right? Just say, just say that you're not working on it, or say that you are working on it, right? But don't give me this like, ah, yes, this is new information. I don't know. The vibes feel really weird there. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, have a great day. Peace out. I'll see you guys maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday. We'll see if we can get some more multiplayer battles in and actually stress test these units. I'll have to see if I can get you know, Turin on the line, and then we can play some actual sweaty games. That'll be a good test. So we'll see.